So very good morning to everybody, and wherever you are, welcome to our live stream broadcast here from the Durban Shangweni Club outside Hillcrest. The final day of proceedings here, World Cup qualifier day. But before then, we kick things off with our 1m35 championship. First on track for the morning, a strong class that we do have with more than 70 competitors, but Ronnie Healy and Blue Turtles' capital Magic Boy are first up. Ronnie getting off to a good start, a good rhythm, a time allowed of 79 seconds with a course length of 460 meters. Ronnie and Magic Boy have struggled in the past for pace, but in the last 6 months or so, they've really upped their pace. They've been coming home inside the time allowed. They've been looking really, really positive. Up and over that big Western Shop ox at number 9. Of course, Ronnie is a Western Shop sponsored rider. And it's a left-hand turn into the third of 3 double combinations. The Aquile double 2 verticals. The A element down for Ronnie. Unfortunately, his first fence down for the track. Straight shot down to the last, up and over, and he finishes on 4. Good effort from Ronnie and Magic Boy. Of course, he has been taking things nice and easy with Magic Boy after that big acquisition a few years ago at the Capital Stud auction. But he does have his eyes on the future with Magic Boy. That wonderful, wonderful stallion has been used for breeding as well. Ronnie producing him slowly, got his sights set on the big leagues for Magic Boy. So as predicted, Ronnie coming home inside the time allowed. Not too much trouble there, good forward pace. But of course, if anybody is going to maintain that forward pace, it's number 2, Olivia van Rooyen, Caratu Z. She's riding for her sister and owner Jamie van Rooyen. Comes in at a good pace over number 1, and it's a left-hand turn down to number 2 and a straight shot onto number 3. Olivia has been highly, highly competitive in these 1m30 and 1m35 heights for quite some time. Has just moved into the adult rankings within the last year or so, but before that she was a top junior competitor. It's a good ride down to number 6 from Caratu and Olivia. It's that dogleg right onto the second of the combinations. 7A and B proving to be no trouble at all. It's tricky coming out of the shadows then into number 8. This is looking like an absolutely wonderful ride from Olivia van Rooyen. Like we said, more than 70 competitors taking part. 1 round with a jump off here today. And as she comes down to the last, yes, it's up and it's over and it's clear for Olivia van Rooyen and Caratu Z, the first of our clears from this class. Of course, we are expecting many, many more along the way. 18 places on offer here today from our 71 starters. So 1 clear we have in the bag. Looking to make another will be Stenik Mochna and Calaho Le Padre, number 3. Le Padre owned by the Manador and Ronel Gilbert. Sten has had a wonderful week so far. If you tuned into the live stream yesterday, you would have seen that he came home victorious in the 1m30 championship on board Armageddon. He's back once more, the first of his rides in this class being Calaho Le Padre. He does have a few more to come a little bit later on. Calaho Le Padre, one of the many Lissabon babies currently on the circuit. Slightly slower pace than we have seen so far. This from Le Padre and Sten. Le Padre looking a little playful in the early morning here. Couple fences left to go, and it looks like Sen should be all right. Maintaining a decent pace. Hasn't been too economical through the turns, but I don't think in the first round of this competition, course designer Kevin Spratley will be looking to put too much pressure. Unfortunately, the A element down of that Aquila combination into the last fence, and unfortunately 4 penalties for Kalahola Padre and Stanek Mukhna. They will not be going through to that jump off. So from our first 3 riders, it's just the one clear that we do have so far. Kalahola Padre and Stanek Mukhna. 76.62 seconds, so he was 2.5 seconds inside that time allowed. So we are scheduled to take number 4, Gova Triggle, but it does look like he and Elaine RBFZ have scratched. So instead we take number 5, Erin Dos Santos. She's the owner and rider of Altador Z. Erin, yes, another young rider in these 1m35 ranks. Was a talented junior as well. Took a bit of a backseat from riding as she dealt with Matric a couple of years ago. But she has subsequently got back into her riding full swing and has been doing very, very well. 2 imports she does have, including Altador Z, very talented. Unfortunately, fence number 2 down early on the track is going to make things a little bit difficult for her. It's always difficult having it down early on. First of the combinations, nice and easy for Erin and Altador. A little bit deep into the A element there, and the B element coming down as well. Nice big jump over that Western Shop. Altador is very, very scopy when he gets it right, but unfortunately is a bit of a tricky horse. Does need to be put into the fences right. Does need quite a bit of guidance from the rider. No troubles with that final double down to the last fence. Falls over it nice and easy, but unfortunately those 3 fences down early on, number 2, and then the combination 7A and B going down 12 along the way for Altador Z and Erin Dos Santos. So from the first 4, it's just the one clear that we do have, Olivia van Rooyen and Karatu Z. The only riders guaranteed passage through to the jump off. We'll have that a little bit later on over fences 13, 10A, 5A, 5B, 7A, 8 and 9. Before then, another 65 riders still to come in the first round, including Johan Lotter on Nova's Honostrol's Forever Della Rocca Z. Johan's been in some fine form on this horse. About a month ago, jumped his first 1m40 in quite some time at the Rio Net World Cup in Kyalami. Was in the placings that day too. Today he has decided to drop down to the 1m35. Johan's been building up a steady string of horses lately, operates out of the setup at Stain City Equestrian. Of course, he does have the backing of Nova Zanstrol. They have been wonderful owners for him. They've allowed him a selection of some wonderful, wonderful horses, given him the time to produce them. And he has been doing an absolutely wonderful job. Johan does have an eye for these horses, and he has been at the top, but not in quite some time. Of course, once you have been at the top, you can't keep a good rider down, and Johan proving that he is working his way back up to the top. Do hope to see him in those ranks sometime soon. Thus far, a great round on Forever Della Rocca. Few fences left to go. Oh, a little hesitant over that Western Shop Oxa. Oh, slow roll out of the cup of that A element at 10, the Aquila A element. Well, Johan will be disappointed with that single fence down in what was otherwise quite a wonderful round from him. Good forward pace as well, 76.063 seconds inside the time allowed. But unfortunately today, not to be Johan's day. Just clipped the A element with his back legs, but unfortunately not coming to the party today. So that 10A is proving to be a bit of a bogey as things stand. Has gone a couple of times so far in the early stages of this class. And it's still just the one clear that we do have. Looking to add another will be Jonathan Clark. He's had a wonderful, wonderful run of form so far this weekend. Of course, you can never rule Jonathan out. He rides now on Data Science's Gringo de Thurin Z for owners Slade Equestrian. Gringo, one of the youngsters in the Slade Equestrian string, was brought in about a year and a half ago. Sancho Furman, the dealer that the Slades choose to go through. Wonderful selection of horses that Slades have acquired from him, and this is just one of Jonathan's many, many rides that he does have at this show. Relatively young stallion is Gringo, but of course he is very, very talented, very calm as well. Doesn't misbehave too much, should we say. Of course, Jonathan always just makes everything look so, so easy. Up and over the triple bar, no problems. Straight shot down to the Western Shop. It's looking like a wonderful round from Jonathan so far. Good pace as well, should have no trouble with the time. Up and over that tricky A element. Rattles the B, but it does stay in place. Yes, yes, Jonathan Clark up and over the last. It's a clear round, our second for the class. And folks, we'll have a jump off. So 2 clears we now have. Jonathan Clark joins Olivia Fenroyen in that jump off. My first 6 riders, 2 of them that have gone clear. Another handful of riders still to come, including number 9 on track now, Capital My Lady and Thomas van Rijkenvorsel. We're supposed to have Novazans Charles Calibro, who I do believe must have scratched. So number 9, Thomas van Rijkenvorsel. Young man based out of Plettenberg Bay, currently competes as a junior, but does of course have that dual license enabling him to compete as an adult. Unfortunately, coming around that corner there, it's number 4, My Lady, very talented young mare, but unfortunately she did not like the look of that wall. Up and over the second time round without too much trouble. First of the combinations, yes, absolutely wonderful there from My Lady. My Lady is absolutely a spectacular mare. She really is tiny. Production of this mare was handled by Yvonne van der Sade down in Plettenberg Bay before Thomas took over the ride. Absolutely wonderful mare. She really is tiny, a little more than 15 hands, but she is scopy, she is springy, she is alert, she has great forward movement. Really does have springs in her hooves, this little mare. A and B, and then right down to the last. Unfortunately, that 4 coming early on for the disobedience, and a second disobedience at the last. It's our first elimination for the morning, and unfortunately it does have to be that. Thomas van Rijkenvorsel and Capital My Lady. Really is disappointing because it's a wonderful, wonderful partnership, and they do have great pace. With My Lady being small, she can actually make those tight turns, so she is very, very exciting to watch in the jump-off. Unfortunately, though, today, not their day. So the second of the Slade Equestrian horses in today's class is Data Science's Gita von Het Elkenhoff, Jason Slade. The young man in the saddle. Another man rides in the junior categories, does have a dual license to compete in the adults. It was just a few weeks ago at the second leg of the World Cup qualifier series that Jason jumped his first 1m40 on Gita. Had a couple of fences down along the way. Has dropped down to the 1m35s for this show's championship. Oh, a brick out the wall. He'll be disappointed with that. But as owner Di Slade does say, this horse is a box of frogs all over the place. From one show will jump spectacularly, the next not so much. Keeping a tight line into that combination at 7. Jason Slade riding with Chad Cunningham, who's built up a wonderful string of students. Building up a strong string of horses as well, but of course Chad, one of those riders who's a fantastic, fantastic coach as well. Works wonders with the younger riders. Jason has been with him for a number of years, and there's been a major improvement in his riding in that time. He struggled a little bit when he got onto horses after a very, very successful career in ponies, but has been growing from strength to strength, has young Jason. Wonderful young man as well. As he comes down to that last up and over, he'll be disappointed to not have gone clear with that brick out the wall and 4 penalties for Jason. Means that it's still just the 2 clears that we do have 2 riders into that jump off. That'll be over 13, 10A, 5AB, 7A, 8 and 9. So they're just checking that wall, making sure the bricks are securely in place. Everything looks to be back in place. So next to go, Bronwyn dos Santos. Number 11 is Carlson 113, owned by Bronwyn. Carlson, one of the horses that Bronwyn's had in her string for the longest time of her current string. Of course, Bronwyn, no stranger to the top levels, had a very, very, very successful career right at the top on the thoroughbred Fountain of Love. Since Fountain of Love's retirement, though, she has been looking to build her string back up. Carlson was an import a couple of years ago and has proven himself to be a very, very good asset, especially in a speed class. He's quick, he's springy, not quite as scopy as some of the other rides in her string, but has been a fantastic campaigner for her. Earlier on in the show did well, competed in the 1m 40s and I believe 1m 45 class as well, was in the money there. That would have been one of his first outings in those higher grades. She's dropped him down to the 135 for today, and he's looking in absolutely fine form. Enjoying the fine morning air here in Hillcrest. There's never going to be any trouble with the time for Bronwyn and Carlson. Always a very forward-going combination. And he really is a super, super ride. Onto this last line of fences, no trouble at the A element of the Aquile B, and it's a straight shot down to the last, looking to give us our 3rd clear. And yes, Bronwyn dos Santos and Carlson 113 give us the clear. They make it 3 riders that are now into that jump off, and it's going to be an exciting jump off indeed. They came in just under 75 seconds, so 4.5 seconds inside the time allowed for Bronwyn. And it's going to be an absolutely exciting jump off now. 3 very competitive riders that we do have through in Olivia van Rooyen, Jonathan Clark and Bronwyn dos Santos. And of course we do have a number of strong competitors still to come in the first round. The next of those is number 12, Bianca Pitt, owner and rider of Azure Good Times. Bianca had a very, very strong career throughout her junior years. She's now progressed into the adult ranks, and unfortunately, pole early down, a little hesitant there from Azure Good Times. The A element of the front element of number 2 comes down. She's sitting on 4 already. Will look to recover, steel herself to make it through the rest of the track without too much further damage. 5 A and B, not too difficult. For a number of years, Bianca was under the tutelage of Johan Lotte, who you did see ride early on, but she's another one of those young riders that has moved to Chad Cunningham, based out of the Kowena setup in Sun Valley in Kyalami. Bianca does have a strong string of horses at this 1m 35 height, and I do see at this show she has also moved up to the 1m 40s and 1m 45s. Is going to be, unfortunately, a bit of a pity that Bianca will finish on 4 here today. Yep, just the 1 fence down as she comes through, finishes on 4 penalties. We will see her a little bit later on, though. She does have a few more rides still to come in this class and in later classes in the afternoon. But she finishes on 4 on Azure Good Times. We move on to number 13, Lorette Knowles-Taylor. Recent acquisition of hers being Foitskirch Sahara. Wonderful mare Sally, as she's known in the stables. Originally produced by Kirsten Wynne Smith out of the Winstead operation in Springs. moved on for a brief period to Bronwyn dos Santos before Lorette Knowles-Taylor took over the ride late last year. Number 2 down, has gone down a couple of times, that front element coming around the bend. And then the Disobedience coming at number 4. That wall is tricky, especially with the hollow underneath it. A lot of the horses not quite like it. The sun is behind them as they approach that fence. It does cast an awkward shadow that the horses can see through the bottom of that wall. Second attempt, come on Lorette, leg on. There we go, nice straight shot into that wall. Gives Sahara the confidence she needs to get over it. But unfortunately, she doesn't like those shadows hiding behind the A element at number 5. Second Disobedience spells elimination for Lorette and Foresyte Sahara. Second elimination we have had in this class from our first 11 or so riders. Lorette will be taking her elimination fence over fence number 1. Number 14 is Robin Shaw. She rides My Hercules. Robin, not the regular rider of My Hercules. My Hercules owned by Nicole Bates and regularly ridden by him. But he is a very, very tricky horse and of late has been giving Nicole quite a bit of trouble. So Robin Shaw deputizing, helping to try and get the wheels greased, get things going for My Hercules. He's a very, very special horse, very spectacular horse. Can jump very well, very scopy when he wants to be, but all good horses are tricky horses, and unfortunately he can jam on the brakes from time to time, which is why Robin is sitting on him. Robin, of course, a work rider for Nicole's instructor, Arnold Berta. Robin's a very hard-working young lady. She's she didn't have the strongest of junior careers, but she was always a steady fixture, and she's been very competitive now in the adult ranks, especially in these 1m30 and 1m35 heights. Picks a good line through 6 into the combination at 7A and B. Then it's a left-hand turn through those shadows as she makes her way to the triple bar. Triple bar, one of the easiest elements to jump, especially when it's a straight shot on down to number 9, the Western Shop Oxer. It's looking like a good round so far from Robin Shaw and My Hercules. Good confidence building round at these 1m35 heights. Bit of a belly rub over the Aquile 10A, but it does stay up. Everything's looking good down to the last. Nice and easy. Through in 75.81 seconds. It's a clear round for My Hercules. Robin Shaw makes it 4 riders that we now have through to the jump-off. So 4 we have from the first 12 that have gone through the start fences. We have had a couple of scratchings and a couple of eliminations so far. But we'll be looking for a few more clears, especially with 18 prizes on offer. Looking to give us that is Gabriella Lubner and number 15, Capital Costello. It's a combination that has been a little bit hit and miss at times. When they're on form, they can be absolutely devastating. Gabriella, quite a confident young rider. But Costello can be a little bit tricky as well. If I'm not mistaken, Capital Costello from the Capital started by Castigo. Has a little bit of a look at that wall, but jumps it clear. Nice and easy over 5A and B. Is looking like a little bit of a slower pace from Gabby and Costello. They might want to push on now in the second half of this track. Otherwise, they might be running into some trouble with the time. She does seem to have picked up the pace a little bit. She is taking a rather wide berth around to the last line. We'll keep our eyes on the clock. Currently at 70 seconds. Time allowed of 79. She's clear coming down to the last. Oh, just inside the time allowed there. 78.85. She did pick up enough of a move on down to that last fence. But unfortunately, it was the last fence that rules her out. That back rail coming down finishing on 4 penalties. Capital Costello and Gabriela Lubner will unfortunately not be going through to the jump off with that effort. So 4 riders that we do have through to the jump off at the moment: Olivia Finroy, Jonathan Clark, Bronwyn Dos Santos and Robin Shaw. All 4 competitive riders, but of course number 16 will be looking to secure her spot. Adaraine Ferguson, Tack and Tog's action girl. Adaraine, a very young rider. She is currently, I believe, turning 17 just this year. In December, if I'm not mistaken, but she is competing exclusively as an adult. She did ride as a junior for quite some time, but earlier this year at the Outdoor Grand Prix, she made a step up into the 1m50 categories. In doing so, she's basically elected to retire her junior career entirely. So now she competes exclusively as an adult. She's a very talented young rider, very confident. Does sit on some very, very tricky horses. She does, of course, have Action Girl here, but it's been a wonderful partnership that they have formed. She rides La Vita in the higher grades. Action Girl can be absolutely devastating in a jump-off, and even in a first round, they always keep a good forward rhythm. Adaraine, a rider that doesn't believe in altering her style for the different rounds. Unfortunately, though, Action Girl, the first of the horses to not agree with that triple bar, a disobedience there. Can be a bit of a hit and miss combination, unfortunately, because Adaraine is quite a forward rider. If things aren't quite settled as they come into a fence, and the horses, like I said, very tricky horses that she does sit on, if they do spook a little bit, unfortunately, often not much time to gather things back. And once again, Action Girl acting up, not liking that triple bar whatsoever, and unfortunately that does spell elimination, makes it our 3rd elimination for the class. Bit of a pity. It would have been wonderful to have Adaraine in the jump off. She always makes it exciting. On we go to number 17. It's James Lowe, one of the Kyalami-based riders. Rides out of Sellerhoff Stables with Dominic Alexander. He's on board number 17, Nordic Z. Nordic Z, an import from the Zangerscheide stud. Big, strong horse is Nordic Z, a very big, deliberate stride. Lots of power, lots of scope, and a wonderful action from this horse. Unfortunately, though, not coming right earlier on in the track. The top rail of that Hollard vertical going down. A brick out the wall as well to follow, and it's falling to pieces early on for James Lowe. He'll be looking to steel himself, try to mitigate the damage as he comes home further on the back half of this track. Of course, riding in the morning here at Chongweni can be a little bit tricky. The sun comes up behind the judges' box, and it does cast some long shadows over the arena, as you can see now, riding through those shadows on the way to the triple bar. As we move through the morning, though, those shadows will be changing, which means even the riders that have gone clear now, when they come back for the jump off, the conditions will have changed substantially. Down to that last line. Not quite on a good stride for the B element, but he does make it over. And a good ride from James, the second half of that track. He comes home with just those 2 fences down early on to finish on 8 penalties. Not a bad effort overall. We'll be disappointed that Nordic wasn't quite concentrating early on, but still happy with that effort. Nordic relatively new to these 1m35 heights. James, one of those riders who doesn't rush his way through the heights. He's been in the 130s for quite some time on his rides, the 120s and 130s, building up confidence, making sure that the horses are ready to move up the grades as well, not wanting to rush things. Now, number 18, it's Monique Erasmus. Many of you may know her as Monique Cadle before she got married. She rides Callao Conair. Very talented horses, Callao Conair by Callao Concarino. Of course, many Callaho's on the circuit, Lisbon and Concariano, the Two very prominent stallions that do have lots of progeny on the circuit. And while Lisbon was more successful in his competition career, many of the riders do rate the Concariano babies as the ones to compete on. Lisbon babies can be quite tricky, but Concarianos, even though they can be tricky as well, they do tend to mature quite well. They're a little bit more athletic and very, very scopy, as we can see from Conne here. Monique's been a relatively quiet rider on the scene. She doesn't cause much of a fuss. You never sort of see her out and about too much. She likes to be quiet, work in the shadows, then do what she needs to do in the ring. And she's been going from strength to strength in the 1m30s and now the 1m35 heights. Has been a very, very good competitor up and over the last, and she gives us a great clear round on Callahoo Conne, our 5th clear round for the class, and in 76.45, it's well inside the time as well. So that's 5 riders we now have through, 5 very quick riders indeed. So it is shaping up to be an exciting jump-off in this 1m35 championship class, brought to you by Aquile, Hillcrest Panel Beaters and Dunlop. Looking to add another one to that list is Helen Kritzkos. She rides at number 19 on Foresyte. Helen Kritzkos, one of the local Durbanites riding out of the Langley Equestrian Centre with Grant Langley. Super rider who had a wonderful, wonderful pony rider career. Has transitioned to horses quite nicely. She does have a type, though. She doesn't like them too big. She likes her horses small, athletic, quite dainty. Foresyte falls under that. And of course, Foresyte had a wonderful start to her career. Started out with Leona van der Merwe, who did all the production up in Polokwane out of the Bloberg stable setup. Was always being produced to sell. Went on to Helen Kritzkos, who's been forming a wonderful partnership with Foresyte. Oh, unfortunately, just getting a little bit flat into that B element at 7. When it starts getting to these heights, the small horses, we have seen many of them have wonderful careers in the open grades, but it is a little bit tricky if they're not quite on a stride. If they don't quite get themselves underneath themselves as they spring up, they can jump a little bit flat, take those fences, as we have seen so far with that one down. Up and over A and B at 10, and it's down to the last fence, a single fence down, so she won't be going through, but a very positive ride from Helen inside the time allowed, and just the 4 she has. Now, number 20 is Tamara Rueda. She's the owner and rider of JK Qantas 18. Qantas no stranger to these heights and in fact the higher grades as well. Qantas was one of her many 1m50 campaigners that she has had over the years. Super horse against the clock, but was out for some time, this mare, with a bit of an injury. Has been on the recovery, has been coming back, and since coming back into the competition ring has been doing fantastically. In fact, this week alone, Qantas jumped in the 1m45s. It was the 1m45 two-phase where Tamara and Qantas actually claimed victory. Of course, not wanting to push too hard too soon with this mare. Bigger things at play for Tamara and Qantas, wanting to get the mare back up to the 1m50s. So dropping down to the 135s here for today's championship class. Very scopy mare is Qantas. Relatively straightforward as well. Nice, easy ride for Tamara. Of course, unlike some of the other riders, Tamara does adjust her riding style slightly. So in the first round, she'll be taking it nice and steady. No point putting unnecessary pressure on Qantas. Won't be taking too many tight turns. Instead, relying on a good forward pace. Of course, she has competed in many World Cup qualifiers. Unfortunately, the A element down took off a little bit too far away from that fence. Big jump over the final. Oxa comes home in 4 penalties there. Time is 75.33. She'll be disappointed to finish on that 4. She would have had her eyes on that jump off already, but unfortunately coming down that last line, it was not to be for Tamara Rueda and JK Qantas.
4 penalties. Still 5 clear. Carrot 2, Gringo.
21 is Cloud 9 and Jessica Prince. They're next up.
On track now, number 21, Bell's gone for Cloud 9.
Jessica Prince, a talented young rider. She had her eyes set on the 1m50s last year at Champs aboard one of her other horses. Unfortunately, wasn't quite able to make it into the 150s, but at this 1m35 height, she is a very, very competent, a very confident, and a very competitive rider. Of course, a second-generation equestrian. Her mother, many will know from the eventing scene. Jessica instead opting to ply her trade in the show jumping ring. Based locally in KwaZulu-Natal, constant feature in these 1m35 heights. And Cloud 9, many 1m35 victories in their time. Wonderful jump over that triple bar, straight shot down to number 9, the Western Shop Oxer. And it's looking like a good, positive round. Jessica looking very comfortable in the saddle, smile on her face as she comes around ahead of my commentary position. But the A element at number 10, it is proving to be a bogey. It's been claimed 4 or 5 times so far. Jessica comes home a quick time, very quick time, 71.20. Quickest of the first rounds, but 10A, that bogey strikes again. Coming around that corner, it's as you come looking into the sun, the shadows there, especially with that Aquile plank underneath, does cast a bit of a forward ground line for the horses with the sun in its current position, many of them taking off just a little early, compensating for that. So it stays on 5 clears that we have at this stage, about a third of the way through the class, as Nicole Horwood, she starts her round on number 22, R&R Capital Night Star. Ross and Natalie Robertson, owners of Night Star, purchased off the Capital auction a few years ago. This was one of the horses that was pegged for great things. Nicole has done a wonderful production job with Night Star. Slow and steady, building him up the grades, and he's looking confident. It's looking like a good round from Nicole, who has had a wonderful show so far across all the grades. Night Star really is scopy. Jumps big over that ox, and it's now just down to that last line. Nicole needs to steady herself, get her eyes onto that 10A, make sure that she guides Night Star over it. But of course, Nicole, very experienced, a multiple Derby champion, World Cup qualifier, Outdoor Grand Prix, all beneath her belt, and the reigning South African champion. And a wonderful ride. Lovely stuff from Nicole Horwood and R&R Capital Night Star. They're clear, and they're our 6th combination going through to that jump off over 13, 10A, 5AB, 7A, 8, and 9. So 6 clears we do have, and of course Nicole will be one to watch in the jump off. She is a very good rider, devastatingly quick against the clock. Another rider that is quick against the clock is Charlie Ann Crockart, who you watch on track now on Serenella's Capital Lord Derby. Unfortunately, though, a little deep into number 1, she takes that first rail, which puts paid to her chances of going through to that jump off. Derby, one of the least athletic of Charlie's string. He's a big, strong stallion, lots of scope, but he can easily get distracted. He's not quite as nimble as the others. So Charlie takes a different course with him. She tends to not push him as quick as her other rides. But speaking to Charlie, she does say that Derby is one of the horses of hers that she is pegging for the big time. Unfortunately, the B element at 7 going down as well. I mean, she's currently on 8 faults as she comes to the last couple of fences on this track. Derby has struggled with soundness a little bit over the last couple of years, but has come right in the last 12 months or so. But he does like to play quite a bit. You spend some time in the warm-up arena and you see Charlie and Derby. She's often trying to get him just to concentrate because he is a very playful stallion, very good at what he does. But unfortunately today, with the very first fence and the B elements at 7 going down, Charlie finishes on 8, and we are denied the opportunity to see the master of Foster in action in the jump-off. 24 is Hope van Oorsel for Barry Taylor in the saddle for regular rider and owner Alexandra Wexler Snow. course, Barry will know Hope van Orshoff relatively well. Hope van Orshoff started off with the Neil family. Was shared around between the Neils. Started off with Sean Neil. Gareth also had a ride. Lara had the ride as well at some point, as did Catherine, before being sold on to Alexandra Snow. Barry in the saddle now. Do presume Alexandra out for some reason or another. Not too sure why. Of course, Barry, always wonderful to watch. He's been in the show jumping industry for many, many years. The A element there hasn't gone down yet. I do believe that is the first time the A element at 5 goes down. A little bit deep was Barry and Hope van Orshoff, but of course, I don't think Barry will have been on Hope for too long. And B elements at 7 proving no trouble for Barry. Barry has taken a bit of a backseat from his riding over the last couple of years, focusing on his coaching. But of course, that doesn't diminish the fact that he is an absolutely spectacular rider. There are few riders that can get what they do out of a horse like Barry does. Absolute master of the horseman. And a fantastic eye for a stride. Coming down to that last fence, should be inside the time allowed, even if only by a second or two. 77.92 seconds, just one down along the way, and it's 4 penalties for Barry Taylor. Hope van Orshoff completes his round, and he's running in this competition. But of course, Barry will be back a little bit later on. He is going to be jumping in the World Cup qualifier this afternoon. Time for that World Cup qualifier. They'll be walking the course at 11:30. First horse in, starting that class at 12 o'clock sharp. We go from one Taylor to the next. This time, it's Ashley Taylor, Barry's daughter, and the Berg equestrians Bibi Blocksberg. Ashley, a very talented rider. She's come through the pony rider ranks and juniors, now stepping up into the adults. Bibi Blocksberg, a relatively new ride for her. Owned by the Berg equestrian, Bibi Blocksberg has had a number of top riders sitting on her over the years. Started out riding career with Rainer Korber. Took a bit of an injury and had a couple of years of rest before being brought back into the ring by Charlie Ann Crockart. Charlie did absolute wonders with this mare. Had a fantastic run, winning everything in the 1 meter 35s and 40 levels. And the ride has now moved on to Ashley Taylor, who's striking up a wonderful, wonderful partnership. We've seen them in action at the last couple of major shows. I believe their first major show together was the President's Cup earlier on in the year at Maple Ridge. And they really have just been growing from strength to strength. Ashley building up a wonderful string. Very confident young rider, third generation rider. Of course, daughter of Barry and Lorette Taylor. And it's looking like a great round so far. Coming clear to the last, no trouble with the time. Up and over, and it's a wonderful ride. Ashley Taylor gives us the clear. The Berg's Bibi Blocksberg into the jump off. Oh no, unsighted we are from our commentary position. Unfortunately not a clear there. The back rail, the Oxer at number 11. It does go down for the Berg's Bibi Blocksberg. Second time that has happened. Of course, the same did happen for Capital Costello and Gabriella Ludner after coming home inside the time. It was just that back rail relaxing as they came home to the last. From one talented young rider to the next, we go to Jade Kutsia next up on Roto Flow Coutinho. Coutinho, a relatively new ride for Jade. She's built up a strong string over the years. Competes as a junior, but under that dual license, eligible to compete here in the adult classes as well. Number 3 has gone down. The Hollard vertical just rolling back in its cups. A couple of bricks out the wall as well, and Jade will be looking to steel herself, recover some composure through that combination at 5 without too much trouble. Jade now trained by Dominique Alexander. For a number of years she was with Kelly O'Connor, but Kelly of course has moved over to Europe to start the second or third of her European campaigns. So with that, Jade moved on to Kelly's own coach, Dominique Alexander, riding out of Sellerhoff stables in Kyalami. She's done well after a couple of fences early down on the track. She's maintained her composure now. She doesn't have many major victories to her name, does Jade, but she's a hard-working young lady. She absolutely loves her horses. She's very sweet to deal with when you talk to her outside of the competition ring. Very, very sweet. Oh! Unfortunately, a miss into the last there. It all comes undone for them. It's never what we like to see, unfortunately, but it does happen. This is the sport of show jumping, one of the most dangerous sports in the world, contrary to popular belief. Paramedics are on scene, though, so we do hope that Jade will be all right. So while Jade is tended to by the paramedics, we take a look at how things stand so far. With 26 riders down, we have had about 4 eliminations so far. But along the way, we do have 6 clears as things stand. The first of those came from Olivia van Rooyen at number 2 on Caratu Z, followed then by Jonathan Clark and Dancer Science's Gringo. Bronwyn dos Santos and Carlson have joined them, as have Robin Shaw, My Hercules, Monique Erasmus on Callagho Conner, and Nicole Horwood on R&R Capital Nightstar. 6 very competitive riders that will be returning for the jump off a little bit later on. We do, however, have another 50 or so riders, just fewer than 50 riders, still to come in the first round of this 1m35 championship class, brought to you by Aquila, Hillcrest Panel Beaters, and Dunlop. One of the planks in that final fence does look to be broken, so while they source a replacement for that, I do believe that they do have some in stock. Look at our next couple of riders that are going to be coming up. In the next 5 riders or so, you're going to have Jean Corba up next on Callagho Simone for owner Raina Corba. Very competitive combination. Jean, of course, has been doing very, very well in these open ranks. She'll be followed by Ronnie Healy. His second ride will be Blue Turtle Atmore. Of course, Atmore, no stranger to these heights and the open grades, was out for quite some time, struggled with a bit of an injury, but Ronnie has brought him back slowly, and he says the old guy is feeling absolutely fantastic as he comes back into competition. Following that, Olivia van Rooyen, she'll be back. Her second ride will be Stario. She'll be looking to give us another clear. She gave us our first earlier on at number 2, and she'll be looking to double up on her chances. After that, Lisa Williams and Perouge, and then a 31 will be Martin Spannepoel and Callagho Felvio. So it does look like they have found a replacement pole for the item that was broken on that final fence. I think it was a plank that went down. Looks like they might not have a plank in Ireland, replacing it with the pole. Move the yellow plank up to the middle. And it is wonderful to see Jade back on her feet. You can't keep a good rider down. She'll be back to fight another day. And aside from a bruised ego, I'm sure she'll be back all smiles. It is wonderful to see her back up and walking out under her own steam. So with everything now cleared and ready, the fence rebuilt, Jade safely out the way, we move on to Callagho Simone and Jean Corba. Callagho Simone bred by the Callagho Warm Blood stud, 9-year-old Hanoverian mare. Side by Stolzenberg, a regular sire for the Callagho Warm Blood stud, out of a Calando 1 mare, G. Cerise. Simone has been tricky. Jean, of course, the regular rider. Raina has, as the owner, he's also sat on Simone a couple of times. Being a bit of a tricky ride is Simone. Very scopy, but sometimes does struggle with her attention, does require the rider to have their wits about them. A little bit deep into the B element of 5, but gets out of it nice and clear. Time between 5 and 6 for Jean to steady herself and Simone. Oh, the B element of 7 goes down, just tipping out of that right-hand cup. Over the triple bar without too much fuss. Of course, the triple bar, one of the easiest fences to jump, but the Western Shop, the front rail of that Western Shop going down, it's the first time that's gone down this morning. Jean currently sitting on 8 penalties as she comes down that last line. Simone looking like she's getting a little bit tired after 4 days of hard jumping. Comes home with just those 2 fences down, finishing on 8 penalties overall. But it's valuable experience for Simone, who's been moving steadily up the ranks, hasn't been pushed too hard. Relatively new to these 1m35s, and Jean will be happy with that effort. As mentioned before, Ronnie Healy rides Blue Turtle Atmore. Atmore was out for quite some time with a bit of an injury. Atmore, formerly Ronnie's 1m50 ride, was his 1m50 ride for a number of times, or a number of years rather, before he brought Catweasel onto those 1m50 levels. Atmore came back into the competition ring late last year. Speaking to Ronnie, he said it's been a slow rehabilitation process, but he didn't want to rush it. Atmore, of course, a little bit older than some of the horses on the circuit. Ronnie says he's still feeling fresh and he's feeling absolutely wonderful. Did also say it's great to have the old man back in the ring. A little bit deep into 7A, but comes out clear A and B. And it's into the shadows past that Lamborghini Huracan Spider. Nice big jump over the triple bar for Atmore. And it's onto the last line. Of course, Ronnie did ride at number 1 with Blue Turtle's Capital Magic Boy. Had a single fence down. Things looking good for Atmore to go clear. He's clear coming up until that final oxer. Up and over, and yes, Ronnie, clear all the way. And that's our 7th clear for the class. Ronnie Healy on his 2nd ride, Blue Turtle Atmore, securing passage into the jump off. So Ronnie rode at number 1. At number 2, it was Olivia van Rooyen. She gave us the very first clear of the class. She's back on her 2nd ride. Stario, this time owned by herself, looking to give herself a 2nd chance at victory. 2nd chance of taking home 8,000 Rand prize money, which will be going the way of the winner, courtesy of our very generous sponsors. A big thank you goes out to Aquila, Hillcrest Panel Beaters and Dunlop. We do urge you, if you're sitting at home, if you are in the neighborhood for any of those. So Hillcrest Panel Beaters, of course, local to the Durban clan. But to the rest, don't forget to support Aquila and Dunlop. It is very, very difficult to get sponsors on board in these very difficult times financially. So, of course, it's wonderful when we can show our support our sponsors as they do the show jumping industry. Back to the task at hand. So far, it's looking like a wonderful ride from Olivia van Rooyen and Stario. They're clear so far, coming to the final 4 fences. And once again, it's a good forward pace. She's maintained that forward pace from her junior career. Often you see the junior riders are very quick, very brave. But unfortunately, when they move into the adult ranks, they tend to slow down a little bit as sensibility sets in. Takes off a little bit early, gets flat into that B element, rattles it, but it stays up. Super, super stuff from Olivia van Rooyen. True to the commentator's script. She goes clear. She's got 2 rides into that jump off. 2 shots at taking home victory in the 1m35 championship here at Shongweni. So 8 clears that we do have from our first 29 starters. Another 42 riders still to come, including Lisa Williams. Lisa Williams, absolutely no stranger to the show jumping circuit. She's a bit of a local celebrity. Of course, she has represented South Africa overseas, not only at the World Equestrian Games, but at the World Cup finals in Gothenburg a couple of years ago. She had that arduous journey with Campbell after winning the World Cup Qualifier Series 3 years running. Of course, that's a pair made in heaven. We'll see them back a little bit later on. They will be jumping in the World Cup qualifier class. Now she's on Peru. She's just taken that B element at number 5. Hasn't gone down many times. Peru does have a bit of an unorthodox jumping technique, though. Goes big in front, reaches out, and then can often take fences with the back legs. Bit of an awkward line coming down to 9, but she does make it over. So it's still just the 4 that she's on at the moment with 2 fences left to go. A, B, it's a straight shot down to the last. Lisa never, ever in trouble with the clock. Good pace she is on. She comes home with just the 4, just the B element down at 5 to finish on 4 penalties for Lisa Williams and Perouge. Unfortunate that we won't see them through to the jump-off because, of course, Lisa always a competitive rider in a jump-off. And she likes to produce her horses to be capable of riding well in a jump-off regardless of the height. So it's unfortunate we won't see them back. However, a rider that we might will be Martin Swanepoel. He rides at 31, the Callao bred Felvio. And, of course, commentators curse because we said he might be through to the jump-off. He takes fence number 2 early on in the track. Pity there for Martin Felvio, one of the bigger horses on the circuit. Loads of ground coverage, a big stride for this horse. Makes him deceptively quick against the clock. Always looks like he's traveling slower than he is, but in a jump-off, Martin a regular fixture in the top placings. Takes tight line into 6, sets himself up nicely for the curve around to the combination at 7. Up over A and B. Rounds the corner, steadies himself for the triple dog. Good ride there from Martin. Wonderful ride over the Western Shop, fighting a little bit as he comes around the corner, looking to settle himself ahead of this Aquile double. Through there, no problem. It's a straight shot down to the last for Martin. Makes it over the final fence with a big jump. Inside the time, 77.62, but unfortunately, fence number 2 goes down. 4 penalties it is, Callao Felvio and Martin Swanepoel. So for those that have followed the 1.35 heights, they are arguably the most competitive height on the local circuits. Callao Lansing has had many, many championship victories with Rainer Korber. But of course, Lansing has been sold on to Zandi Elcock, who you see now. Zandi Elcock, talented junior rider who's just recently moved up to the adult ranks. Does ride with Rainer Korber. So, of course, she has had the benefits of spending some time with Lansing in the years leading up to his purchase. Purchased Lansing towards the end of last year. One of 2 rides that she does have at these heights. Lansing was a stallion for a number of years, was owned by the Callao Warm Blood Stud with the potential to be retained for breeding. But after a few years, they decided not to retain him. He was subsequently fixed and sorted, and he has calmed down since, but he's still a very tricky ride, does like to be placed very carefully. He's a very tricky ride in the warm-up as well. Doesn't like being around too many other horses, can get a little frantic and a little frazzled. Also doesn't like when there's too much activity in the arena, so you'll often see when Lansing comes in, rider asking photographers to make sure that they do stay out of the way of certain fences. Very easily distracted, but a very, very talented horse. And it's looking like a wonderful round from Zandi so far. She's been a winner of a number of junior titles, and of course, as she steps up into these adult ranks, she has acclimatized very, very well. And of course, a clear round there from Callao Lansing means it's going to be a very exciting jump off indeed. Zandi very quick against the clock, one of those young riders that is very brave. And of course, she'll be looking to claim victory at 8,000 rand here this morning. 78.56, so it was just inside the time for Zandi. She'll be looking to up the pace in the jump-off. Makes it 9 riders that we do have going through, 9 very competitive riders, but with 18 places on offer, there's still a little bit of space. Another 9 riders that we'll be expecting through to the jump-off to give us that 25% clear rate we always aim for. Carl Boonzaier, he'll be looking to give us another clear. He rides at number 33. It's Callao Luc Doyen, owned by Chart Courier. Chart, one of the owners that has been very supportive of Carl over the years. And Carl does have a wonderful partnership with Luke. One of the less tricky rides that Carl does have in his string. Carl, the master horseman, operates the Carl Bunzai equestrian setup out of Kyalami in Johannesburg. He had a wonderful end to last year when he won the Kowena Masters event. He won the Burlington Cup, and he started off this year with a win at the Rionet Cup in May, Rionet Riders Grand Prix. That was aboard Callagho Casperon, who will be competing in the World Cup qualifier a little bit later on today. Callagho Luke Dime being a regular fixture in the 1m30s, has acclimatized to the 135s well. Oh, rattles that B element, but it stays in the cups. And he's coming clear to the last, clear and up over the last. It's a clear round from Callagho Luke Dime. Carl Bunzai makes it 10 riders into the jump off.
Bell's gone for Caracas and Mandy Johnson. Clear round for Carl Bunzai, Callagho Luke Dime. This is our 10th clearance 135 championship round.
Of course, Carl would naturally be no stranger to these 135 heights. Has competed in the open grades for quite some time, as has Mandy Johnson, who you watch now. It's been a while since she's been in the 1m50s. Previously competed up there with Lambus. In the 135s now, she rides Caracas for owner Anne-Marie Esslinger. Unfortunately, though, a brick out the wall. Caracas can be a bit of a tricky horse. He's very bouncy, very explosive when she gets it right, but is a very careful horse. Needs to be placed very particularly. Unfortunately, brick out the wall. The B elements at 5 also going down. Means it's 8 penalties already on the table for Mandy. And at times it can be a bit of a hit and miss combination for Caracas. When Caracas and Mandy are on form, they are absolutely flying. They are devastating against the clock. Has recovered nicely on the second half of this track, but it does look like it is hard work for Mandy. Caracas can be quite strong. Was brought in by Anne-Marie Esslinger to compete herself, but unfortunately the partnership not quite gelling. After that, she gave the ride to Mandy, who was looking for a ride at the time. Comes home over the last, and it's just the brick and the B element at 5. Means that it's 8 penalties overall for Mandy Johnston and Caracas. So we are going to be taking a rake midway through this class, but before then, we do have Kyla Brumacombe. She rides at a number 35, Mampro Callagho Floyd. Callagho Floyd really has been a wonderful partner for Kyla. Was competed by instructor Ronnie Healy at one stage, jumped up to the 1m40 grades. Picked up many victories in their time. Kyla has now taken back the ride, and since then she's had a number of victories of her own on Floyd. A little bit hesitant coming into 5A, backs off a little bit. She shouts him over A, but unfortunately the front rail of B comes down. Settled herself around the corner to 6, no trouble there. Second of the combinations, clear through 7A and B. No trouble with the triple bar, which has only caused trouble for one rider, that earlier elimination that we did have for Adrienne Ferguson at the triple bar. Adrienne Ferguson from the same stable yard as Kyla, both of them riding with Ronnie Healy out of RH Equestrian in Kyalami. Just the one down as she comes through to the last. Up and over the final fence, 4 penalties it is to bring us to the midway point. Mampro Callagho Floyd finishing on 4. So as we come to the midway point of this class, there'll be a 10-minute break for them to rake the arena, make sure that the arena is sorted for the second half. 35 riders have started. We currently have 10 clears. 10 clear rounds going through to that jump off a little bit later on over 13, 10A, 5A, 5B, 7A, 8 and 9. Hasn't been the trickiest of tracks laid out by Kevin Spratley, your FEI 3-star course designer for the show. The bogey does definitely appear to have been 10A, but a number of riders have taken down 2 as well. A few bricks out the wall have gone down, and the combination at 5 has claimed a few victims as well. So far, though, from those first 35, 10 starters have gone clear. Gives us a clear round percentage of about 33%, so it puts us in good stead to meet our 18 required for the jump off a little bit later on. So we'll be back broadcast in about 10 minutes time. Don't step away, or if you do, grab yourself a cup of coffee. For all the dads out there, happy Father's Day. Get your kids to spoil you, make your breakfast in bed as you enjoy a fine day of show jumping here, brought to you by Aquile. back underway. The second half of our class. First to go is number 37, Athena, and Domini Alexander. We're supposed to take Genelata and Novazon Astral's Change Your Mind. Do believe that they have scratched. So Domini rides Athena for owner Simon Murray. Domini's been having a great run of form on his rides. Of course, Athena has flitted between 135s, 40s, 45s, and even for a time the 1 meter 50 ranks. Back down to the 1 meter 35s for today's competition. They're starting off the round wonderfully through the first 5 fences without too much trouble. Unfortunately missing into number 6 there, takes that top rail. First time that's gone down this morning. Recovers nicely through the 7s, rounds the corner now. The sun's starting to peel back, has exposed that triple bar, no longer hiding in the shadow as it was when we started off about an hour or so ago. Now it's down to that last line of fences for Domini, up over A and B, coming down the line to the last. Should be well inside the time, leaves the final fence standing and finishes on 4. Dom will likely be a little disappointed with that. It was an otherwise lovely, lovely round, just missing, of course, that rustic element against the sand, possibly not quite contrasting. Some of the horses may be finding a little bit more difficult to see, of course. Also, with the changing light conditions as we go through the morning, we will see a number of the riders encountering different challenges along the way as the shadows move. We're on to number 38 next, Liam Stevens, riding Guillaume. Guillaume owned by Elizabeth Ladera. Of course, Guillaume has been a regular fixture at these 1 meter 35 heights, but Liam has been building them up to something bigger. At last year's Easter Festival, despite the fact that it happened near Christmas, the outdoor Grand Prix show before that event was cancelled due to COVID cases. Guillaume and Liam did step up into the 150s. It was Liam's first 1 meter 50 outing since he retired that wonderful mare of his, Wonder. He and Guillaume looking to build up a steady partnership to get back there again. Unfortunately, 5B goes down. Has taken over the right as the bogey fence on this track. At first it was 10A, but 5B has gone down a number of times in the last 15 horses or so. Both B elements, 2 from 2. Currently sitting on 8 penalties for Liam. Up and over the triple bar, but not sure if it's just from where I'm sitting, but Guillaume looking perhaps a little bit tired. A long week's worth of show jumping, of course. The travel down from Johannesburg as well, taking its toll. Not quite as usual, springy self as he comes down to the last. The 2 fences down already. Up and over the last 8 penalties overall, Guillaume and Liam Stevens. 80.09 seconds, just outside the time allowed as well. So not quite on the pace for Liam and Guillaume. Adds further fuel to the argument that perhaps Guillaume looking a little bit tired after a full week of show jumping. Finishes on 9 penalties. 1 of those is for time. First rider we've had so far that has picked up time faults in this class. Rainer Corbin now. He goes at number 39. This is the first of his rides in this class. Beauty van der Pannenberg-Huber. Now, Beauty not regularly ridden by Rainer, normally ridden by one of his students, the owner, Jackie Cochran. Of course, Jackie not competing today. And Ray has stepped in from time to time for the ride on Beauty. Beauty is a very, very strong horse, does have the tendency to tank and run away with Jackie. A little bit of a miss coming into 3 there, but Ray, an expert horseman, knows exactly what to do. Beauty makes it over 3. No trouble over the wall. Oh, maybe this is why Rain is on it instead of Beauty. Jam still holds coming into number 5. Come on, Ray. Up and over the second time around, but unfortunately didn't quite get the ride in that he would have wanted. not able to get over the B element, ducks out, and it means elimination for Beauty van der Pannenberg-Hoover. So since we've come back from the break, we're still in search of another clear. It's still just the 10 that we have so far. But of course, someone that will be looking to give us another is Amy McCow. Number 40 is Go to Blue. Amy McCow, a very, very competitive young rider. Hailing from the KwaZulu-Natal area, she rides with Graham Swanson. Of course, all Graham Swanson's riders, they are known for their devastating speed in a jump-off. And Amy, well, she's no stranger to speed. She's won many speed classes, many championship classes in her time. Last year at the SA Show Jumping Championships that were hosted here at Shongweni, she claimed the 1 meter 40 victory on her 18th birthday. Earlier on in the week, she claimed a first place in the 2 phase of this 1 meter 35. Of course, today, her chances ruined by an early pole down fence number 2, the front rail of that Oxa. She really will be disappointed with that Go to Blue, one of her top rides. Another pole down, 5B, once again proving why it's becoming the bogey in the second half as of this class. The shadows have moved. And it does seem after the A element, the horse is not quite settled enough coming into that B element. Good ride through that second double from Amy. Pushes on over the triple bar. Down the line to the Western Shop as she heads towards the Shongweni branch of Western Shop. Easy as you like over the final double. It's a straight shot down to the last for Amy McCow and Go to Blue. They finish on 4, clearing the last inside the time allowed. But that early rail on will be a disappointing round. 5B also down along the way. So disappointment there for Amy McCow. She'll be unhappy not to be through to the jump off in this 135. And as things stand, still the 10 clears we have, still looking for a few more going through to that jump off. As we head to number 41 on the program, Kayla Gertenbach and Lucano Ballard. Had a decent ride in the 1 meter 30 championships yesterday afternoon. Ballard a regular fixture in these 1 meter 35s, perhaps not quite scopy enough to go to the 140s and 145s. Definitely far happier at the 135 level where he has been for quite some time. Of course, Kayla herself has competed higher up in the ranks. She operates Kayla Gertenbach equestrian out of the Reba stable setup in Kyalami. She recently rejoined the 1 meter 50 ranks unlike Mike van Pellegrasso, who'll be competing in our 1 meter 45 championship a little bit later on. But so far, it's a wonderful round from Kayla, up and over the double at 7. Unlikely to ever be in trouble with the clock. Kayla, a good forward ride. Great momentum she's carrying as she comes to the last 3 fences. She now needs to set herself up nicely coming into 10A. Locks onto the fence. Ballard looking in fine form. Come on, Kayla. Yes, yes. Yes, there it is. First clear round back from the break. Lucano Ballard and Kayla Gertenbach are into the jump off. Our 11th clear combination for the morning. A little less than 25% of our riders that are clear at this stage. Ronnie Healy is back once more. It's his 3rd ride for the class. From the 2 that he's had so far, he's given us 1 clear aboard Atmore. That was his most recent ride, number 28. He's back this time on Elmo for owner Caroline Lear. Caroline Lear, the regular rider, the owner of this horse. She's out due to motherhood duties, and Ronnie, coach in her place, has had a wonderful run of form on Elmo. Has claimed numerous victories, of course. Very, very quick against the clock is Elmo. That seed will come in handy for Ronnie a little bit later on if he can navigate this first round clear and get through to the jump off. Of course, Ronnie's run thus far this morning, just a single pole down between his 2 rides. And it is looking good so far. Four fences left to come. Make that three, and Ronnie's looking good so far. Clear, up and over. No, the front rail of the Western Shop. Unfortunately, had to be Ronnie, a Western Shop sponsored rider. It's funny how that always happens. Riders seem to take their own sponsor fences. 10A goes down once again. That bogey fence striking for Ronnie Healy and Elmo. And as he crests the last, he comes home with 8 penalties. Means that he will not be going through the jump off on Elmo. However, we will be seeing him back a little bit later on Atmore. One ride from his 3 that have now gone through to that jump off. For those who might be interested in the jump tracks, 13, 10A, 5A, 5B, 7A, 8 and 9. First jump on that track will be fence number 6 in reverse, the rustic vertical. Do have another 30 or so riders still. Those include Lauren McLaren and number 43, Paws Locano Nandi. Lauren McLaren, relatively under the radar rider. She rides out of Sunny Park Stables under the tutelage of Nicholas Riley. Has been growing from strength to strength though. She finished first, I do believe, in the FEI Gold Tour for that FEI Jumping Challenge. That was last year. It means that she has qualified for the final event, which will be taking place in Jakarta a little bit later on this year. Unfortunately, she won't be going through to the jump off today, though, with a brick out the wall. Big effort over the combination at number 5. A little far off from the B element at 7, but she makes it clear over that. So it's still just the 4 penalties she's on. That brick out the wall early on if you missed it. Down to the last line. Things are looking quite good for Lauren. New to the 1 meter 30 did have quite a bit of 1 meter 30 category. Step up. It's just a single hole on those uprights that it does change. The technicality gets much trickier here at the 1 meter 35 height. Lauren adapting well. Just outside of the time allowed, just past that 79 seconds. So she finishes on 5 with a brick out the wall and 1-time fold to add. All about experience though for Lauren. And she'll be looking to build up her repertoire and become a strong fixture in the open grades. 44 is Jessica Willem, owner and rider. Sanjati Bunny Clyde. Sanjati Bunny Clyde, originally produced by Martin. Jessica Willem taking over the ride now. Being a steady fixture in 1 meter 35s. Hasn't really achieved too many victories. Unfortunately, unlikely to achieve one today. Disobedience at fence number 3. The purple and white Hollard equipage fence, that big plank at the bottom. And of course, he's getting on the way to the gate. Lots of activity at the gate to distract the horses. Makes it over the second time around. There comes around the corner and clears the wall without too much trouble. Ears back on Bonnie Clyde as she comes over the first of the 3 doubles on this track. Had a little look at 7A, but makes it clear through that combination as well. Slightly wayward coming into 9, but makes it over. Now around to the final line of fences. Has recovered nicely from that early stop. If she can come home clear from here, she'll be happy with that effort. Down to the last fence. We'll have time penalties after that stop. Last fence standing. And an 88.30 means that it's 3 for time, 4 for jumping. That's 7 overall for Zanjati, Bonnie Clyde and Jessica Willem.
Total 7, 3 being for time. 1 disobedience there for Bonnie Clyde and Jessica Willem. Number 44 over the 30.
Bonnie Clyde having a look at the edge of the arena as she goes out. Possibly something on the outside that distracted Bonnie Clyde on the way down to number 3. Over the page on our running orders, we go to number 45, Ashley Fox and Artavs Lakonda. Artavs Lakonda regularly ridden by Amy Engelbrecht, who sits this one out, but Ashley Fox has deputized a couple of times before for Amy. Very talented rider is Ashley Fox, daughter of Deirdre Fox, instructor and show organizer for a number of events down here in Durban. Oh, unfortunately, 5B gets a little deep. Gets the height on it, but clips it with those back legs. 4 penalties it is at that element. Has gone down a few times since we resumed this course. Fares much better at the second B element on the track. Artavs Lakonda, wonderful, wonderful mare. 13 years old this year. Oldenburg mare, sired by Contendro out of a Landerdale mare. A element as well going down at number 10. So far, 2 of the 3 combinations that have caused trouble for Ashley Fox and Artavs Lakonda. Makes it over the last fence though, comes home inside the time allowed, but with 2 down along the way, it's 8 penalties. So it's still just the 11 clears, only 1 clear that we have had since we resumed this class about 15 minutes ago. We do have another 25 competitors still to come. We'll be looking to fill up that jump off with 18 prizes on offer here this morning. Next to go and looking to secure a spot is Ashley Healy, Hausberger's Capital Madly. Ashley's had a relatively quiet last year in the show jumping ring, of course, all through 2020. Not only was the start to that season delayed, but Ashley was pregnant. She has subsequently given birth to a wonderful young little boy. And now she's back in the saddle, and she's been absolutely loving it. Got back in the saddle towards the beginning of this year, and she's already started in fine form just a few weeks ago in Brits. She claimed victory in the World Cup qualifier there. Made our second winner from our first 2 qualifiers. Hausberger's Capital Madly, who she's on now, she has already had 1 down early on. Fence number 2, it's gone down a couple of times, that front rail. Steady pace from Madly. Ashley might be in a little bit of trouble with the time if she doesn't get a move on. Capital Madly off the same auction as Ronnie Healy's Blue Turtle Capital Magic Boy. Both of them progressing at a nice steady rate. Madly perhaps not quite as flamboyant as Magic Boy, but definitely a good workman. Very good sort. .10A as well, clears 10B, so she's sitting on 8 penalties coming to the last. Finishes on 8:79.09 as we predicted. A little bit of trouble with the time. Time allowed of 79 seconds. She was just outside of that. Finishes with 1 time fault on 9 penalties. So aside from those 2 bogey fences, 5B and 10A, hasn't really been any element that's proven to be particularly tricky on this track. Fences coming down. A good spread of fences all over the show aside from those 2 bogeys. And of course, they have just been the odd pole, tipping out the cups here and there. Nothing sort of major going wrong for most of the riders. Still just the 11 clears, though. We're looking for a few more, and looking to give us one of those will be Belinda Martin. Brannick Cassiopeia, who she rides. Bred by Linda Rabi of the Brannick stud. This has been a wonderful partnership to watch grow. I've watched them from the right from the start when they were jumping the 80s and 90s. Belinda Martin, of course, the owner, operator, and chief instructor at the Penbrit operation in Eikenhof, south of Johannesburg. Has competed up at these 1m35s and 40s before. Previous ride, Courts van Genneheerse, who has subsequently retired. Looking for her next ride up the top, and Brannick Cassiopeia is looking good for it. She trains with Oscar Klube out of Linro. This really has been a wonderful partnership to watch. Of course, both of them, they've been good for each other's confidence. A lot of trust building up. when it does come time for a speed class, both of them willing to chip in where the other fails, and it's wonderful to see the sort of level of horsemanship, especially from Belinda. She absolutely loves her horses. Such a dedicated mom, instructor, and rider as well. And you know what? It pays off. Wonderful, wonderful clear round. Her dedication and her hard work pays off here this morning. She gives us clear round number 12. Belinda Martin and Brana Cassiopeia, welcome to the jump off. So, 12 clears we do have. Looking for another, Sean Neal. Number 48, Callao Conchero. Callao Conchero, no stranger to the KZN crowd. Coming off the Callao auction, originally went to Shelley Moore. Late last year, though, Sean Neal acquired Conchero. Quickly moved up to the 1m30 ranks and has been building up a steady partnership. Conchero by Concariano. Gets a little deep into the A elements at 5, but recovers nicely, does Sean. Got a lot of experience under his belt. Has represented South Africa overseas, competed at the World Cup finals before. Has won numerous World Cup qualifier classes here in South Africa. Very few titles that Sean hasn't won. Unfortunately, one of the ones that did elude him, South African Derby. Of course, he did bring on Clyde Z, took Clyde Z right to the top. Won just about everything there was to win on Clyde, including South African Championships. Derby was the only title to ever have eluded the wonderful Clyde, who retired late last year. But so far, it's looking like a great ride from Sean on Conchero. Coming down the last line, he is clear so far. Up and over the B elements of the penultimate fence, down to the last. Come on, Sean. There we go. Sean Neal for Delmont Mining and Civils gives us another clear. Callao Conchero is through to the jump off. Oh, unfortunately, though, beaten by the clock, 79.11 seconds. It looked like he was a shoo-in for a spot in the jump-off. 1/10 of a second outside, though. Sean Neal finishes on 1, and it stays on 12 clears we have. So still in search of clear number 13. We thought Sean had it in the bag. Unfortunately, his effort ruled out by a single time penalty. This stage could mean that he is in the running for a prize, considering it's only the 12 clears that we do have. Emilia Cockrell looks to add to that. And as I say that, unfortunately, a brick out the wall means she won't be through to the jump-off. She rides Lancaster Court. Takes the B elements at 5 as well. Emilia no, I believe this is not Emilia, sorry, apologies for that. Scratching through Emilia, this is number 50, NCT is Capital Athena and George Kootlis. George Kootlis rides with Ronnie Healy out of RH Equestrian. Got his start with Marion Clough out of Four Ways Riding Centre. Had a good start to his pony ride career. Through the juniors, wasn't very prominent, but built up a good string of horses and has moved into the adult ranks. Unfortunately, today, not his day. Has had quite a few positive results in the last while. There has been in the prizes in the 135s and the 140s. Capital Athena, a bit of a hit and miss horse today. Seems to be more hit than miss, if you count fences down so far. 3 down, 12 penalties inside the time, though, in 75.78. Finishes just on that 12, 2 fences and a brick out the wall. Shake of the head from George as he came around the corner after pulling that western sharp fence. Knows that his effort today not where he'd like it to be. Erin Dos Santos back once more. Her second ride for the class is Imka. Imka, one of her imports, came in at the same time as Altador Z, who she rode earlier on. Of course, Altador Z coming home with 12 penalties, 3 fences down. She will look to do better here. Give herself a clear, potentially go through to that jump off. Imka a little more straightforward than Altador. Up and over fence number 1 relatively easily. Scopy horse is Imka. Not the quickest against the clock, so Erin will want to get a move on. Takes a wide berth into that wall. Coach Chad Cunningham will no doubt have walked her through how to take on that wall. Through the fives, no problem. Have presented quite a few issues. Have those has that combination at five, particularly the B element, but Erin having no trouble there this time out. Halfway through this track and things are looking good. She will want to get a move on though. 44 seconds as she crosses 7B means that she might be in a little bit of trouble with the clock as we near the end of this round. Come on, Erin, pick up the pace. 3 efforts left now. Takes a wide line into 10A, adds in a stride, but she's clear over A, clear over B, coming to the last. Eyes on the clock. Clear for jumping, 78.84, she makes it. Squeaks inside the time allowed by 16/100ths of a second. It's clear round for Imke and Erin dos Santos. Stenek Muchner now back on his second ride. Lord Ad Astra. Lord Ad Astra, one of the 2 Lord Z babies that Sten rides. The owner Kirsty Muchner. Not the biggest is Lord Ad Astra. But then again, not the biggest is Stan. Doesn't need the size though. Very scopy little horse. Keen loves jumping, as Addy as they call him. Very quick against the clock as well. So if Sten can hold it together, come home with a clear, this will definitely be one to watch in the jump off. Lord Ad Astra, this 11-year-old gelding, sired by Lord Z out of Davenport Peter Pan mare. Unfortunately, though, commentator's curse strikes again. It's 5B that goes down for Sten along the way. A number of riders have found that B element tricky. Perhaps the shadows coming off of A, forcing the horses to land slightly out of sorts, and then, of course, the long shadows over that oxer. Sten realizing with one down, not necessary to put any additional strain on Addy's legs. Elects to retire, come back another day. So scratching at number 53 was scheduled to be Govatrick at HL Symphony. Looks like he scratched all his rides in this class. He'll no doubt be focusing on the World qualifier to come later. We're going to sit at the top of the World Cup qualifier rankings. Instead, we move on to number 54, Amanda Moore, riding Dr. Rod Blade for Crystal van Mava. Amanda Moore, another of those quiet riders. She likes to keep to herself. She enjoys the show jumping, though. She's through the fives without too much hesitation. Rod Blade finding the city through the second combination. He goes to Dutch warm blood side by Dr. out of a northern guest down arena. Has competed regularly in the 130s, quite new to the 1m35 heights. And if I'm not mistaken, coached by Jason Phillips, who's done a great job with the man. She's been consistent, never loses her cool, doesn't get flustered. This 1m35 has been a long time coming. It's an absolutely wonderful ride. 74.46, it's clear all the way. It's another one through to the jump off. Now makes it 14 or 15 that we do have through. Dr. Blade and Amanda Moore joining those riders. 13, 10A, 5A, 5B, 7A, 8 and 9. That'll be the jump off track a little bit later on this morning. Will be ideal conditions for the jump off. The sun now starting to move overhead. The shadows shortening, making it easier for the horses and the riders. Hopefully that means we'll have a few more clears along the way. Number 55, Pomois, Johan Lotte, his second ride for the class. Pomois owned by Nova Zonnestrahl. Unfortunately, a little deep coming into fence number 2, takes that front rail, recovers over number 3 with a bit of a rattle, but it does stay up. Unfortunately, a fence early down in the round means that Johan will have no rides through to the jump off. Brick out the wall as well. Pomois not quite lifting the front legs enough. Perhaps a little bit of fatigue setting in over the last couple of days as well. Takes a lot out of the horses to travel that 7 or 8 hours down from Joburg, go through the trot up, all the exercise sessions. They jump 2 classes in the build-up to this final day, and sometimes, despite the horses coming down from Joburg technically having an advantage in the denser coastal air, unfortunately sometimes fatigue does set in over the course of these long shows. Humidity does have a role to play in that as well. Air might be a little more saturated with oxygen, but it's also a little some of the horses struggle with that. Has recovered nicely after those 2 early elements going down. Has left the rest standing so far. Leaves the last standing. Johan Latzer comes home with 8 penalties on Pomois. Jonathan Clark gave us a clear earlier on. He gave us our second clear on Dot Science's Gringo Thurin Z. He's back once more this time, not for a later question, rather for a Silhouette Park, Tamsin Vac's next outfit. This is Morgan Font Hiker. Jonathan's had a fine week so far, not only in the top grades. He only needs 1 meter 35. With Morgan, he finished second in the 2 phase a little bit earlier on in the week. We'll do one better today, of course, in that 2 phase. He was beaten by Amy McCow. Amy McCow not going to be going through to the jump on go to 2, as she did have a couple of passes down. Jonathan really is building up an absolutely formidable string of horses across the 135s through to the 150s. Very busy rider, but a very, very dedicated rider. Arguably one of the best on the South African circuit. Morgan Font Hiker, an absolutely wonderful Belgian mare. 9 years old she is this year. Sired by a Plaisir Font Hiker out of a Raphael Dam. Princess Morgan, as she's known. Running clear so far for Jonathan Clark, coming down to the second to last element, the Aquila combination A and B. Come on, Jono. He's already got 1 in the jump off. Can he make it 2? Yes. Jonathan Clark in 74.97. He's into the jump off 2 for 2. 2 opportunities at claiming victory in this 1 meter 35 championship. Wonderful, wonderful ride. We expect nothing less from Jonathan the Magician Clark. Number of riders still to come with their second or third ride in this class. That includes Thomas van Rijkenvorsel, rode the very scopy Capital My Lady earlier on. Unfortunately, My Lady was eliminated at that final fence for second disobedience. He's back this time out on Gledsmeyer's Red Ivory. The owner, Hetty Potgieter. Hetty Potgieter is Thomas's grandmother. Very supportive of this young man's career. Thomas, one of a few of the Van Rijkenvorsel boys that all ride across various age groups. Despite residing in Plettenberg Bay, trains with Dominic Alexander, Oom Dom as he calls him. Thomas not just a wonderful rider in the saddle, but a fantastic young man out there. Always so polite, so friendly. Really dedicated to his craft. Unfortunately, he gets a bit deep into B. You get the feeling that coming down the hill, they just need to hold a little bit, and some of them aren't doing so. Takes that B element as it goes down yet again in this class. Up and over that second combination without too much trouble. Slightly longer combination, that second one is. Triple bar posing, no threat for Thomas van Rijkenvorsel. Straight shot down to the western shop, no trouble there. Flat into the A element and into the B. He takes both of those down as well. Currently on 12 penalties as he makes his way down to the last. Finishes the track, 75.53 seconds. 3 fences down, though, 12 penalties for Thomas van Rijkenvorsel. able to improve on his earlier effort by completing a track, but unfortunately that will not see him through to the jump-off, and we remain on our current 14 or 15 riders that we do have through. 15, I do believe it is. So space for at least another 3 more in that jump-off from our remaining 13 riders to come, including Bianca Pitt and number 58, Bakato. Bianca's second ride in this class, previously on Exert Good Times. She had just a single fence down. Of course, she has won in many classes on Bakato. He's a bit of a fireball. Likes to be ridden forward, likes to maintain a good pace, but of course does need to be put into the fences right. He's willing to chip in a couple of times. Willing to help the rider out. Unfortunately there, Bianca getting a little bit deep, clips that front rail of number 2. Gets deep into the wall, but comes out without a brick. Holds nicely for the B elements at 5. Forward ride through the 7s. Sets herself up nicely with a wide turn down that straight shot from 8 to 9. Over the triple bar. Little flat into the A element, recovers nicely for the B. She's coming home on 4 so far. The time will be no trouble. She makes it home, and once again, her second ride, Carter, comes home on 4. Bianca unable to improve on her earlier efforts. Quick time, though, 72.39. Means should we not have enough clears, she could be in the running for a prize here this morning. So you can put a line through number 59 that was supposed to be Lorette Knowles Taylor and Lacano Chuckawello. Instead, we move to number 60, Debbie Last, one of the travelling contingency of Burlington riders. Very good morning to all the Burlington fans sitting at home watching this. We know they brought down a small contingency of riders and horses. Debbie Last rides under the tutelage of David Wilkin out in Kyalami. Adds in an extra stride coming into 5A, but recovers nicely. Up and over 6. Through the 7s, she's travelling a little bit slowly. 50, 51, 52, the time on the clock now. She's going to want to up the pace. Is looking good so far. It really is just that pace that I'm concerned about now for Debbie. On this 12-year-old South African warm-blood mare, started by Courts to Eclipse out of an Acclaim mare. Clear for jumping, but in 80.75 seconds, as we predicted, not quite quick enough for Phoenix Courts, and Debbie Last 1.5 seconds outside the time allowed. Means that she comes home with 1 time penalty. On to 61 we go, Kirsty Muchner. While Stenik Muchner has been riding Kirsty's horses, Kirsty rides one of Sten's, Permelia. Of course, Permelia, no stranger to the KZN circuit. Started life out here in KZN, was actually bred by Grant Langley out of the Foresyte stud operation. Sten, of course, served many years with Grant, and as a reward for his service, he was given his pick of the breeding. So Permelia, a South African warm-blood mare, signed by Preamble D out of Apolodictus from the Hellemare. Sten and Permelia won a number of 1m30 classes, but of course, a better ride, a better partnership rather coming from Kirsty, who gets on really well with Permelia, or Millie as they call her. And it's looking good so far. Kirsty was also out of action much of last year and early this year. due to motherhood duties, but she's back in the saddle. She's absolutely loving being back. She jumped at the Brits World Cup qualifier a few weeks ago. She's back in action here. She's been in the prizes this week as well, and it's looking like a wonderful round. Had a great junior career, did Kirsty. Been competitive as an adult as well. Has never quite reached the top heights, but has been a very, very strong fixture in the 130s, 35s. Clear so far, coming to the last. Could we have another one through to the jump off? The time is good. Come on, Kirsty. Yes, up and over the last. Clear she goes into the jump off for Pamelia and Kirsty Muchner. Jingle played, signifying that she has gone clear. Aidan Lithgow, the man in the judge's box. My compatriot on microphone duties there. That jingle indicative that was, in fact, a clear round. Nothing we missed here from our commentary position. Did tap a brick in the wall, but it didn't go down. Kevin Spratley fixing that, putting the mortar back in place.
Well done, Kirsty Muchner, Pamelia through to the jump off. That makes 60.
We're scheduled to take 62 Capital Hemingway, but it looks like Sophie Teed has scratched, or perhaps not here. Don't see Sophie Teed in the arena. Judges don't either, so we'll be moving on to number 63, Jacob Peach, Capital Chatman.
We'll give you another bell, Jacob. Jacob Peach, in the arena known as Foresyte.
Jacob Peach, very talented young man, member of the Peach family, Jacob and Louis, both boys riding. Miles Peach, they're very supportive of their riding career. Still registered as a Zimbabwean rider is Jacob. Of course, Jacob has subsequently moved down to Johannesburg to further his riding career. He rides with Chad Cunningham out of the Kowena setup in Sun Valley. This wonderful Capital Chatman for a long time was ridden by Chris van der Merwe. Chris does an excellent job of bringing on the youngsters. Jacob has now taken over the ride, and it's been going very, very well. Unfortunately, I speak too soon as the B element of 5 goes down. Capital Chatman by the Capital Stud Stallion Conlank. Another element down there at number 6. Just the second time that's gone down, but it is unfortunately falling to pieces. 7A and B both going down. Makes it 4 down so far for Jacob Peach. Jacob and the Peach family do have a strong affiliation with the Capital Stud. Jacob, until recently, competed on the aging stallion Chicoletto Z. Saw him out to his retirement. Hedging his bets on Chapman, but they also have a few Capital youngsters coming up as well. On his way down to the last still, just the 4 fences he's on. And clear over the last. So he finishes on 16, does Jacob. Unfortunately, will not be going through to jump off with that round. In 76.47, 2.5 seconds inside the time allowed. To 64 we go. It's Tasman Mayer. She's the owner and rider of Rivervale's Peregrine. Tasman Mayer under the tutelage of Tossie Raynor, one of Tossie's many students. Tossie has built up a strong following of students in the last couple of years. Tasman's been with her for quite some time, even deputised by riding Tossie's Assegai Storyteller when Tossie was out due to a back injury. Rivervale's Peregrine has been one of Tasman's strong fixtures in her string, though, bred by the Rivervale stud down in Bay, if I'm not mistaken. Looking on in the can be a little feisty. You see that in the impression that a number of the riders are using these days. Equipment, some riders find that it does work, horses down. Others that can make it far too excitable, a little bit more gets you than they might like, but of course you find a tactical work for your horse. This case seems to be working very, very well. Three-quarters of the way through the track, things are looking good. Just the last line of fences, last 3 efforts. Of course, the bogey still to come. 10A has claimed many a victim. Not Tasman though, she's up over A, she's up over B. It's a straight shot down to the last. How's the time looking? It's looking good. Clear she goes, 78.18 seconds. It's less than a second inside the time allowed, but clear is clear. Rivervale's Peregrine Tasman Mare through to the jump off.
Beautiful clear round there from Tasman Mayer. Lots to like about that. The time before that super well judged, 78.18, time allowed 79.
So it would turn out that we do have Sophie T, number 62, riding a couple of horses late, it seems. Capital Hemingway. Hemingway by the Capital Stud Stallion Homerus. Homerus has jumped up the big grades, has won a number of 1 meter 50 classes. Hemingway's been a very, very good servant for Sophie. Of course, Sophie made her way up to the 1 meter 30s, 35 ranks on Spice Age. A little deep there into the wall. Hemingway have to chip in, put in a bit of extra effort. Does so, comes through the combination at 5. Not sure who Sophie's training with at the moment. Do know that she started out her riding career with Charlie Crockett. Unfortunately, disobedience into the B element. Hemingway perhaps not liking something he saw at the gate, and with that, Sophie comes off. Minor fall, does look like she is all right. She'll be checked and cleared by the medics in any case. But she gives a thumbs up, and she is all right. We are glad to see that. Unfortunately, does happen, but that spells elimination and the end to Sophie Teed and Capital Hemingway's competition here today.
Sophie, once you've been checked out by the medic, won't you pop up to the judges box? Tanya Chilling goes next, Capital Colo.
Just a few more to come. Less than 10 we have left to go in the first round of our 1 meter 35 championship. If you have just joined this broadcast, a very good morning to you. Join myself, Roger Beerman, live from the Durban Shongweni Club, nearing the end of the first round of the Aquile, Hillcrest Panel Beaters and Dunlop 135 Championship. You're with rider number 65 now, Tanya Challenge. She had one ride earlier on, back this time on Capital Carlo. Capital Carlo owned by Jeanette McCarty. Carlo, a very, very competitive horse at this level, has won many 135s with Cheyenne de Beer, who previously had the ride. Tanya building up a formidable partnership with Carlo and a number of other rides owned by Jeanette McCarty. Carlo seems to be a good partnership for her. Can be very tricky, but is very, very quick against the clock. So she'll be looking to guide him around clear here in the first round. Save that speed for the second. The time not too tight here. Kevin Spratley has been generous enough that as long as riders do maintain a steady rhythm, they should come home in time. She's up through the 7s without too much trouble. Four fences left, come over the triple bar, a straight shot down to the western shop towards our commentary position. She's over that without too much fuss. Steadies as she comes around the corner. Holds for 10A, gives it a rattle, B as well, but both stay up, and she's coming to the last. The time is looking good. And it's a clear round. Capital Carlo and Tanya Chell on a super, super ride into the jump off. She goes, and with that, I do believe 18 clears for 18 places. Means that any more clears that we do have means there will be an exciting jump off, and somebody will unfortunately be missing out. Looking to cause that problem will be Lauren Hill. She rides Glen Fox, Colorado for Delmont Mining and Civils. Glen Fox, Colorado, of course, was brought into the country by the Neils, I do believe. Another one of the rides that has been shared around between the family. Found a good partnership, though, with Lauren Hill. Laura's been on fine form lately, has produced Ultimo, her self-bred horse, up to the 1 meter 50s. We'll see Ultimo in action a little bit later on in the World Cup qualifier class. Here with Colorado, a little bit more orthodox than Ultimo. Unfortunately, gets a little deep into that B element, doesn't quite hold as she needs to. And once again, 5B goes down. Will not be going through to the jump off with that F, but we're looking to come home clear, put some good mileage on Colorado's legs. Second combination, no trouble, 7A and B around the corner. Shadows now receding in that corner, lots of light on the triple bar. which hasn't really caused any issues today. Just the one rider that we did have having disobediences there. A, 10B, it's looking good. Aside from 5B, it's looking like a good round from Lara. And I think she'll be happy with that. 75.04 the time, so it's inside the time allowed by nearly 4 seconds. Just a single fence down along the way and 4 penalties. Good experience. You can see she gives a pat. Very, very happy with that effort as Lara Neal. So 5 left in the first round. 5 left before we head on to that exciting jump off. Over 13, 10A, 5AB, 7A, 8 and 9. James Curtin now, another one of the Burlington riders. It's Mr. to you. James spent a lot of time in the 1m20s getting accustomed to its Mr. to you. They didn't want to rush their partnership at all. They've gone up to the 130s and done well. They've done only a few 135s. I do believe this is his second show to meet a 35. Unfortunately, a pole down early on the track. Fence number 2 going down for James. Over the wall without too much trouble. 5A, hold, and B, nicely ridden, James. Of course, while he got used to the 1m30s, the step up to 1m35, it brings with it added technicality. Coach David Wilkin, lots of experience at the higher grades. A fantastic coach is David Burlington. James is a great rider and an all-round nice guy as well. Maintains his composure, doesn't let a lot of things fluster him when he is in the saddle. It's a good mentality to have. Shaken off that early pole. Coming around to the last. Nicely done over 10A and 10B. Down to the last fence on the 4. And he leaves with 4. 74.39 the time, so it's just the 4 for its Mr. To You and James Curtin. Valuable mileage, valuable experience. I think we can look forward to some bright things in James Curtin's future at these 1m35 heights. 4th to last, 35 height, but can be a very, very tricky ride. You'll see quite a strong bit of equipment in the mouth there. He does have a tendency to run away. Jenny does have to hold on for Noble Leopard. Up and over the wall nicely. She's going to have to hold now through this combination. He gets strong. Big jump out at B. Smooth over number 6. She takes that right rein down to 7A, B. 4 fences left to come, and things are looking good for Noble Leopard. Big jump over the triple, has to steady. Oh, unfortunately, after landing a little bit wayward after the triple, doesn't quite recover in time for the Western Shop, comes down on that back rail. Otherwise, hasn't been a bad round. Oh, gets a bit flat into 10, clips the A element. Down to the last. And finishes on 8. 75.13, so a decent effort from Noble Leopard. Just the 2 down. Back rail of the Western Shop and that bogey A elements at the Aquile 10. Three riders still to come. Tamar, Glixman and Otaniqua. Of course, Tamar, owner and operator of the Farnham Riding School in Kyalami Equestrian Park. To all of Tamar's students that are watching, hope you're sitting at home cheering her on if you weren't able to make the trip down here to Shongweni. Tamar, one of South Africa's top pony rider and junior coach. Is a good rider herself, has competed up to the 1m40s before on New Rossi. Unfortunately, Rosie, as she was known, did pass away in an untimely fashion. And Tamar's been looking for something special ever since. You saw in the 130s yesterday on Capital Carlisle. She's here on the thoroughbred Otaniqua. Feisty, fiery thoroughbred is Otaniqua. Very quick against the clock, but does have a tendency to run as well. So Tamar often having to work very hard, holding on. But she does also allow Otaniqua to have a bit of freedom, unfortunately, there. Gets a little bit deep into that B element. Doesn't quite hold as much as you would have liked. That is, unfortunately, the downside of a hot horse like Otaniqua that does like to run. Tends to get a bit long at times. Suits that longer combination at 7, though. 4 fences left to come. Just the one down so far for Tamar. Unfortunately, will not be good enough to go through to the jump-off. Otaniqua always looking ready to explode. Again gets a little bit flat. Unfortunately, towards the end of the track, Otaniqua getting away from Tamar. Down to the last, and it's the 2 fences down. 5B and 10A, no trouble with the time. 70.08, very, very speedy. Some 9 seconds inside the time allowed. But unfortunately, 2 fences down will not be good enough for a placing here today. Penultimate rider in this class will be Nicola Syme Riley on Kay Schofield's Contessa. Nicola was out of the saddle for quite some time. Of course, she did have a fantastic end to her 2020 campaign. It was a delayed start to 2020 with the global pandemic. Nicola had a fantastic end to that, though, when she claimed victory at the President's Cup, that delayed President's Cup, winning that on a single time fault. She then came back a few months later in 2021 when that event happened as scheduled, and she won it again, also with one time penalty. That very morning, though, she had hurt her shoulder. Of course, Nicola is an avid athlete, not just in the saddle of horses, but she's also a cyclist as well. She had fallen and hurt her shoulder, and due to that, she did take a couple of months off from riding competitively. But she is back in the saddle now, and she's back with intent. Will be competing in the World Cup qualifier class later on today. But Contessa, one of her regular partners at this 1m35 level. Nicola not just at Shongweni in her capacity as a rider, but also a coach with a number of competitors here under her tutelage. She owns and operates the Sunny Park Stables operation in Benoni up in Gauteng. It's a good ride down to 7 from Nicola, up and over A and B. Things are looking good so far. She has a wonderful eye for a stride. She really does have a great partnership with these horses. Superbly balanced. Nicola does, of course, have the benefits of being quite tall, able to wrap her legs, get a good seat, hold herself in position, very, very steady lower leg. Rattles the B elements of the Aquile combo. She's coming down to the last load, has stayed up. She is clear so far. Super, super stuff. Clear all the way. Despite only recently being back in the saddle competitively, Nicola is proving that you can't keep a good woman down. She's into the jump-off, and she'll be another one to watch. Can be very, very quick in a jump-off scenario. One left to come in the first round before we head on to that jump-off. It's Bradley McCarty, Consuelo Carlos. Unfortunately, getting a little bit deep into number 2. That front rail comes down. Has done so a few times in this class.
So now yours is 79. What did I?
135 is a category that Carlos has spent quite some time. It has jumped in the 140s as well. Of course, looking a little bit fatigued today, perhaps. Second element down there, the B element's at 5. Carlos, a Namibian warm-blood gelding, side by Lorio out of a Consuelo mare. Of course, the Consuelo bloodline's no stranger to South African breeding. They have done fantastically for both Namibian and South African warm-blood bloodlines. It's not looking too bad, despite having 2 and 5A down, but he might need to watch the clock. Up and over 10A in 70 seconds. He's got about 7 seconds to come home. Up and over the final fence, but beaten by the clock. 79.07 means 1 time fault, 8 for jumping. It's 9 overall to bring to an end the first round of... Up and over the final fence, but beaten by the clock. 79.07 Means one time fault, 8 for jumping. It's 9 overall to bring to an end the first round of competition for Bradley McCarty and Consuelo Carlos. So that's how we bring to an end the first round of competition for the Sequela Hillcrest Panel Beaters and Dunlop-sponsored 1m35 championship class. We'll be heading on to the jump-off in a few moments' time. Necessary course adjustments to be made. That will be over fences 13, 10A, 5AB, 7A, 8 and 9. Looking at the riders going through, first up will be Olivia van Rooyen and Kara2Z, followed then by Data Science's Gringo and Jonathan Clark. Bronwyn Dos Santos and Carlson 113, after which we'll have Robin Shaw and My Hercules. Following that, Callagho Conair, Monica Rasmus, R&R Capital Nightstar, Nicole Horwood, Blue Turtle Atmore, Ronnie Healy, Stario, Olivia van Rooyen, her second of 2 rides going through to the jump-off. Then we'll have Zandi Elcock, Callagho Lansing, who squeaked through just inside the time in their first round. Carl Boonzai and Callagho Luke Duayen. Lacano Ballard and Kayla Gertenbach at number 41, they're going through as well. Followed then by Brana Cassiopeia, Belinda Martin, Imka and Aaron Dos Santos, Dacherard Blade and Amanda Moore. Jonathan Clark and his second of 2 rides, Morgan Fontheiker, Kirsty Muchner on Permelia, Tasman Mayer and Rivervale's Peregrine, 65 Capital Carlo and Tanya Chellan, and last to go in the jump-off, the prime spot to look for all those last-minute turns will be Nicholas Syme Riley and a Contessa. Taking a look at that jump-off track, once again it'll be over fences 13, which is 6 in reverse. So they start at the rustic vertical at fence number 6. After that, they make a left-hand turn heading on to 10A. The B element comes out, so it's a tight turn to the combination at 5A and B. That element did take a couple of victims earlier on, but as we watch Kevin Spratley making some adjustments to that fence, let's see what he's doing. Going a hole up on the front, so it's going to be even trickier this time around. After a tight turn from 10A to the 5s, the B element has gone up in height. It's going to force the riders to take that tight turn. Hopefully that means that they won't be too long coming into the B element. After 5B, they take a tight right-hand turn as they make their way around to the A element of 7. That combination with the trellis gate underneath it. From there to left-hand turn, the final line, it's the triple bar at 8, after which the riders will have the opportunity to drop a stride down to the Western Shop Oxa. Western Shop Oxa, your final fence for this jump-off, a length of 270 meters and a time allowed of 47 seconds. So final adjustments being made. Don't go away, folks. We'll be back in a moment with a jump-off of this 1m35 championship class. third World Cup qualifier show, proudly brought to you by Foresyte Shows in partnership with Aquile Water. "19 competitors that did go clear from the first round, 18 places on offer, which means, folks, one will be missing out. Unfortunately, that is the case, but it does mean there's all to fight for here this morning, with 8,000 rand going the way of the winner, courtesy of sponsors Aquile, Hillcrest Panel Beaters and Dunlop Tyres. That jump off over 13, 10A, 5AB, 7A, 8 and 9, length of 270 metres and 47 seconds. First to go will be Olivia van Rooyen, 2 rides. She has qualified for this jump off. Karatuzi, the first of those, for sister and owner Jamie van Rooyen. Competitive young rider who'll give it a go right from the offset, knowing that there are another 18 speedy competitors still to come. Bell sounds for that first rider. Let's see how she goes in the first of our jump-off rounds over 13, 10A, 5A, 7A, 8 and 9. Olivia van Rooyen, Karatuzi. Fence number 13 is that rustic vertical in reverse. She comes in, she's got a good pace going, jumps straight towards that commentary position, up and over. Keep it tight as she rounds to 10A. Oh, unfortunately, a little bit too tight, jams on the brakes. That plank does Karatuzi. A very, very twisty jump off track set out by Kevin Spratty. Not much space to really gallop. Only down to the last related line you can drop a stride. She takes a deadline in this time today, but recovered nicely. The front element of B did go up slightly higher. She made it out well. 7A, then it's a left-hand turn, and it's down the last line. The triple bar at 8, and a straight shot down to the western shop, which will be the last. Big jump over the triple bar. She comes down the line. Comes home in 41.
So one disobedience there. Interesting jump off track. 4 penalties for Karatu and Olivia van Rooyen. Espen to start.
So it looks like there's a slight error with the timing.
Then it's the double.
So she picks up 4 jumping faults there, awaiting the time on that round.
Triple bar. 6 strides down the line with the western shop to finish.
So on we go to number 7. It's the second of our riders in this jump off, and Jonathan Clark on the first of his 2 rides. Takes an interesting line into the first jump on Dancer Science's a Gringo de Thuren Z. Gringo relatively new to these heights. Jonathan will be working on the turns more than the pace. Jonathan, of course, prepping all his rides for the biggest stage. Big kick over the A elements at 5, but he keeps it tight. Goes inside the orange fence, number 1, inside 6. It's looking good for Jonathan. It's not the quickest pace, but he has kept the turns tight. Foot on the gas now as he comes round to that last line. Count the strides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Over the last, and it's clear from Jonathan Clark. A wonderful, wonderful ride he's had. Waiting on that time.
Super ride there from Jonathan Clark. Into the lead he goes. 36.12.
36.12, the time for Jonathan there. 36.12. It was a good forward pace. Time out of 47 seconds, but of course that time could be in danger with number 11. Bronwyn dos Santos and a Carlton 113. Sunny, as he's known in the stables. Can be very quick. She's taking a measured approach to this first turn, knowing that that turn into 10 is tight. Fence number 10 has caused more than its fair share of problems. Not quite as tight as Jonathan at this point. A little better pace. She's picked up the pace now. This is where she'll gallop. Settles herself for the ox at 7A. Not looking to angle it, though. Tight turn, Bronwyn. Come on, come on. Let's see how many strides she takes down this final line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down the last. Clear round, Bronwyn dos Santos. Time to beat 36.12. We'll wait to hear what her time is.
Having a few issues with
Some technical gremlins that do seem to be afflicting the timing there.
She goes. 37.09.
So despite picking up pace early on the track there, about a second off Jonathan's pace she was.
Time to beat, 36.
Robin Shaw now, she'll give it a go. She's taken a slightly wider line around to 10A, looking rather to rely on pace on My Hercules. Good ride through the combination there. She'll take a tight turn here. Leg on, pick up the pace. Will she set up for the angle? Is anybody going to go inside 11 to the triple bar? Not Robin. Clear she comes. Clear round. Super ride from Robin Shaw. Clear she goes. The sting sounds in the background to signify that clear round. 38.64 seconds. So unfortunately, those wider turns are not paying off. 38.64 seconds sees her into third place as things stand. Callaghan Conair, Monica Rasmus, they had a wonderful ride in the first round. Conair was looking scopy. He was looking fresh. There's a bounce in his step. She comes in on that wider line to number 13, sets herself up for that inside turn to 10A. Steadies, need to maintain pace. Good jump. Good ride there. She's going slightly wider in the turn to the combination, knowing that she's going to need to jump big out of it. In and out. Good ride from Monique. Picks up the pace, really now between 5A and 7A, or rather 5B and 7A, really is where the time can be made up. You need to hug around fence number 11, as she's doing. Over the triple bar, down to last. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strides. Up and over the last. It's clear round there for Monique Cadel, or Monica Rasmus rather, and Callaghan Conair. 39.03. It's not quite quick enough, but like we said, she's relatively new to these heights, so Monique will be absolutely thrilled with that effort. Super ride, she goes into fourth place. Jonathan Clark still leads in 36.12, but looking to challenge that will be Nicole Horwood and R&R Capital Night Star. Does look as though she's not quite on the pace. She's taken the wide turnaround to number 10. She's going wide again to 5A, and you get the impression she's giving Night Star mileage here rather than trying to push for the win. Big things to come from Night Star. Night Star, very brave, scopy. Definitely a potential Grand Prix challenger in future years to come. And of course, Nicole will have that in her mind, not wanting to push Night Star too hard too soon. It's looking like a wonderful measured ride from Nicole. She comes down to the last jumps. Clear. R&R Capital Night Star.
Super clear round. 40.29 into fourth she goes.
40.29 seconds, so she goes into fifth place with that effort. 40.29 seconds. Ronnie Healy now, and a Blue Turtle Atmore. Of course, like we said earlier on in the broadcast, Atmore having come off an injury, Ronnie will be wanting to ease him back into the swing of things, not going to push him too hard. Can already see taking the wide turn. A good pace, though. Looking to rely on momentum, get a smooth flowing round. Jonathan was taking all the inside turns, kept it very tight into this combination at 5. Had to put in a big effort from Gringo to get out over 5B. You can really see Ronnie taking it easy, though, not wanting to put too much pressure on Atmore. Bring him slowly back up the grades. Nice confidence building round. Oh, unfortunately spoke too soon, coming in on an off stride into that triple bar. Jams on the brakes and takes out the first couple of elements. So the timekeepers will add 6 seconds for that disobedience, but Ronnie electing to retire instead. Finish off Atmore's round on a relatively good note, a confident note. No doubt we'll see Atmore back at the next show. So Olivia van Rooyen is scheduled to go next, the second of her rides. She rode earlier on Karatu Z, finished on 4 penalties in this jump-off. Of course, we are just going to give her a few moments' time, let her hop over between those two rides. She will be back. Leading time as things stand, Jonathan Clark, 36.12. He's nearly a full second clear at the top, ahead of Bronwyn Dos Santos and Carlson in 37.09. Robin Shaw in third on My Hercules in 38.64. And rounding out your top five, Monica Rasmus, Callagho Conair, and Nicole Horwood on R&R Capital and Nightstar. 6 have gone. It's another 13 still to come in this 1m35 jump-off. Proudly brought to you by our sponsors, Aquile Water, Hillcrest Panel Beaters, and Dunlop Tires.
Jonathan Clark 36.12 in second at this stage. Carlson 113 37.09. In third, Robert Shaw, Mark Hercules 38.64. Fourth place at this stage, Callagho Conair 39.03.
Looking down the list at who still is to come, Olivia van Rooyen and Stario, they'll definitely give it a good go. They have been very competitive, claimed numerous victories in their time together at these heights, so they'll look to challenge Jonathan Clark. After that, we'll have Callagho Lansink, Zandi Elcock, a relatively new partnership there, but Lansink devastating against the clock. So too can Zandi be, so hopefully the two of them will do well this afternoon. Carl Boonzaya and Callagho Luke Doyen, a relatively straightforward ride is Luke, at least compared to some of Carl's trickier rides. So they'll look to give it a go as well. Lucano Ballard and Kayla Gertenbach can never be ruled out from a jump-off either. So lots of excitement still to come from the remaining 13 riders. But in the meantime, we are back with Olivia van Rooyen. Stario, her second ride, hunting down Jonathan Clark's leading effort of 36.12. Winding up, where will she save time? Will she take Jonathan Clark's route and take all the inside turns? Or will she look for the gallop, take some of the outside turns but maintain good pace? She's gone inside from the first fence to the second. And unfortunately, just like before, she's had the disobedience. Unfortunately, thought maybe she could try it a second time round, but as before, just like with Karatuzi, Stario says, no thanks, Mom. A little bit too tight. Sets herself up nicely for the reapproach, and easy as you like from Stario. After clearing the fence, then electing to retire, decides that there's no point putting further mileage on his legs.
Stario, she comes out next to go. Zandi Elcock on the speedy Callagho.
So Zandi Elcock, Callagho Lansink. Zandi Elcock has won many junior titles. Lansink has won many month 35s. But like I have said a few times already, it's a relatively new partnership. She does, of course, train with Raina Korber, who guided Lansink to many victories in their time together. Will Ray have given her any insights, any things that can give her the edge with Lansink? She's nicely over number one. She's taken the inside turn to number two, leg on Zandi. Oh, there we go. Lansink puts in the effort, clears it. It's going to be another tight turn to 5A. Tricky combination on such a tight turn. Lansink does it, though. He's up over that bigger B element for this jump-off round. Doesn't pick up too much pace on the way down to 7. But a good jump. She'll hug it tight around number 11. No one's gone inside. Not sure if anybody will. Will she drop a stride down to the last? She's over triple bar. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 down to the last, and it's clear. Super, super ride. As we wait to hear the time. Jonathan Clark leading effort 36.12 for Zandi. And Callagho Lansink. Into the lead. Super, super effort, 34.41 seconds, some 2 seconds quicker than Jonathan Clark. Super ride in what I do believe is Zandi Elcock's first 1m35 championship class, moving up the ranks steadily now as an adult rider. Callagho Luke Doyen and Carl Boonzai have already started at a great pace, taking the inside turn, keeping things tight, but also a wonderful smooth flow for Carl. Picks up the pace here. Zandi had a steady ride from 5B into 7. Carl picking up a little bit more pace. Good ride. Keeps it tight. Over the triple bar. Come on, Carl. Leg on, leg on. 34.41 the time to beat. Carl jumps clear. It's quick as well. How quick will it be? The newly minted leader's time, 34.41.
35.37.
35.37 for Carl Boonzai. It's quick, but it's not quick enough. He goes into second place on Luc Doyen. Just less than a second ahead or behind Zandi Elcock, and a little ahead of Jonathan Clark and Gringo. Of course, many quick riders still to come. Kayla Gertenbach now. Lacano Ballard. She's taken the inside turn to 10A. Keeps it tight to 5. Over A, over B. Picks up some pace now. From 5B to 7, really the only place that the riders can pick up pace. The rest of it, it's about being economical through the turns. Not necessarily going inside, but keeping things tight. For my money, it's not going to be quick enough. It is clear, though, for Lacano Ballard and Kayla Gertenbach.
Take a bow, Kayla Gertenbach into the lead she goes.
Well, I was wrong. Into the lead. 33.59 seconds. It's nearly a second quicker up at the top of the order for Kayla Gertenbach. Super, super ride. It must have been between 5B and 7A that she picked up the time. A few still to come. We're on to the second page of the running order. Another 7 or so still to come. Belinda Martin, Brannick Cassiopeia. They had a superb first round. Not really looking for the pace here in the second. Of course, like we did say, it's a good partnership, trust building between the two. She's got a good flow going, but a little bit wide through the turns. She's definitely off the pace of the top 4. Good ride through that combination. She's gone around, though, so she's missed that inside turn. Even if she does pick up the pace, she's not really going to be on the pace for a top 5 finish here, for my money. She'll be looking to go in at around 38 seconds. That's where Robin Shaw currently lies in 6th place on My Hercules. But she's left all the fences up. It's a straight shot down to the last. And a good ride. Belinda Martin will be pleased with that effort.
Super class, Belinda, lovely, well done.
Super, super effort. 40.56 seconds, so she did lose the time there. She goes down into 9th place at the moment. So as things stand, Kayla Gertenbach leads in 33.59 from Zandi Elcock in 34.41, Carl Boonzai in 35.37. Imka and Aaron Dos Santos now, the number 51 on the program, riding with Chad Cunningham. The instructions from the coach will have been take the inside turn to number 1. Set yourself up steady as she's doing now for the combination. You don't want to get in too tight there and come up short at the B element. It's a good ride from Aaron, but unfortunately a bit of a big jump over B. She comes out of the saddle, unfortunately not able to make that inside line. Goes very wide on her way down to number 7. Not going to challenge for the lead at this stage. Backs off after going wide, decides that there's no point in trying to risk it, with Imka clearly jumping very big. But it's the last fence down. 4 penalties there as the final fence comes down for Imka and Aaron Dos Santos, as we wait to hear for the time.
I don't know why I didn't have you on my running sheet there. Of course you were clear, but I'm afraid 4 penalties in this round at 42.12 Aaron Dos Santos.
42.12 seconds, so the time, one of our slower times as well after going wide, after jumping big out there out of the combination. So she did lose the time, comes home with 4 penalties, drops further down the running order. Duckrod Blade you watch on track now, number 54 and 6th to last in this jump-off. Amanda Moore in the saddle. She'll be looking for a smooth clear here. Unfortunately, a miss into the A element. Comes up short at the B element, however, manages to make it out both elements down. Shake it off, Amanda. Focus, steady yourself. It's a good ride into 7A with the B element coming out. It's a straightforward oxer. Up and over the triple bowl right for Amanda. She comes home. She's recovered nicely. Comes home 8 penalties it is.
8 penalties for Amanda Moore. Duckrod Blade. Jonathan Clark was leading for a while on Gringo. He's slipped down to 4th.
So Jonathan Clark back once more. His second ride for the class is Morgan van Heike. Of course, Morgan with a little bit more experience at this level than Gringo. Jonathan currently lies in fourth on Gringo in 36.12. The leading time is nearly 3 full seconds quicker. 33.59, the target set by Kayla Gertenbach and Lacano Ballard. Zandi Elcock second, Carl Boonzaya third. What will Jonathan Clark do? Comes in wide into the first, wants to set himself up for that inside turn. Have seen a couple of riders come up short at the Aquilo, but not Jonathan Clark. Morgan's looking good, slightly wider turn as he comes to that combination. Loses a little bit of time there, but as he comes out of the B, he'll be inside, picks up the pace, leg on. Come on, Jono. It's a good effort. Come on, Jono. Keeps it tight around 11, down to the last. What will he do here? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strides down to the last. No one's attempted a drop. It's a great effort from Jonathan Clark. 35.18, I do believe. Good enough to put him into third place.
Good effort, 35.18. Morgan van den Heyck and Jonathan Clark into.
So it's a good effort. Third place. 3,000 rand going the way of third place if Jonathan can hang on to that for a few riders longer. But of course, looking to displace him, looking to do one better will be Kirsty Muchner and Permelia.
Next to go.
Kirsty always been competitive right through her junior career into her adults, of course newly back in the saddle. Not quite looking on her usual formidable pace. She'll be looking for a good steady clear. Takes a tight turn into the combo. Permelia jumps well to come out. Picks up a little bit of pace on the way down to 7. Hugs 11 well, one of the tightest turns we have seen through there over the triple bar. Good ride, very good ride indeed. Comes home clear. 35.35 seconds, just ahead of Carl Boonzaya. With that, into fourth place she goes. Deceptively quick was that round from Permelia and Kirsty Muchner. So 3 left to come. Tasman Mayer had a superb first round to go clear on Rivervale's Peregrine. Will she be able to hunt down 33.59? That's the leader's time as Kayla Gertenbach leads, Zandi Elcock second, Jonathan Clark third, and Kirsty Muchner now into fourth. Carl Boonzaya is back into fifth, and rounding out your top 6, Jonathan Clark and Dancer Sciences Gringo. Still to come, Capital Carlo and of course Nicholas Syme Riley and Contessa. Tasman electing to go wide to the second element, goes around fence number 1. Don't think she'll be challenging for the top 6. Instead, she'll be looking for a steady clear. Clear will get you into the money. 18 prizes on offer for this class. And of course, with a few riders in this jump-off having dropped out, means that if you can complete the track, you'll get some money. Up and over the triple bar with ease. It's a straight shot down to the last. Should be easy as you like. Oh! Commentator's curse strikes once more. 41.07. 4 penalties it is for Rivervale's Peregrine and Tasman Mayer. For the Tasman Mayer supporters at home, sorry folks, you can pin that one on me. Tanya Chillen, Capital Carlo now for owner Jeanette McCarty. Carlo's won a number of 135. So has Tanya. Bases herself in Kyalami, rides with Chad Cunningham, but she's always competitive. No doubt Chad would have had some wise words for her. Words to challenge for the victory. 33.59, that's the target. She goes inside from fence 13 to 10A. Good ride, slightly wider, following the same line as the rest of Chad's students have as she comes into that combination, sets herself to jump, out to the B element, but it's the A that goes down. It's a little flat for Carlo. She'll be disappointed with that as she now slows right up, sets herself up for a straight shot at 7A. Had the inkling that she was going to try and angle that. Down to the last, carrying the 4. Comes out on 4 for Capital Carlo. Time of 37.76 seconds. So it's a good effort. Quickest of the 4 falters that we do have so far, I do believe. So, last to go, Nicola Syme Riley, based out of Sunny Park Stables in Benoni, riding Contessa for Kay Schofield. 33.59, that's the target. Kayla Gertenbach leading, Zandi Elcock second, Jonathan Clark in third. It's a good tight turn from Nicola. Kicks out big over that 10A, but she's gone wide and she's going quite slowly as she comes around to the combination at 5. Takes the A element, and unfortunately that ruins her chances, which means, folks, it's a guarantee. Kayla Gertenbach has claimed victory in this 1m35 championship class. Nicola not letting up, though. She's looking like she's on pace for a good time. Realizes that with a good time, she could still be in some decent prize money and a well-sponsored 1m35 championship. Down to the last on the 4. Big jump over the Western Shop. 4 penalties it is in 39.04. For my money, that is the second quickest of the 4 falters, just behind Tanya Chellen's effort for Nicola Syme Riley. Brings to an end our 1m35 championship class, proudly sponsored by Aquila, Hillcrest Panel Beaters, and Dunlop. We'll await confirmation of the final result from the judges' box. But tentatively, for your money, it's Kayla Gertenbach and Lacano Ballard who claim victory in 33.59. Zandi Elcock picks up second on Calaho Lansink. Jonathan Clark in third on Morgan Fontheiker. Kirsty Muchner and Permelia in fourth in 35.35. Carl Boonzaya, Calaho Luke Doyen in 35.37 pick up fifth place. And Jonathan Clark rounds out your top 6 on Data Sciences Gringo in 36.12 seconds. Prizes down to 18th, so many more in the prizes. Bronwyn dos Santos goes into 7th, Robin Shaw into 8th, Monique Erasmus into 9th, and Nicole Horwood, the slowest of our clears, goes down into 10th place. R&R's Capital Night Star in 40.29 seconds. Of course, if you have just joined us, a very good morning to you. Father's Day morning. Sunday, the 20th of June. You join us live from the Durban Shongweni Club here in KZN for the third leg of the World Cup Qualifier Series. That will be the next class for the day. They'll be doing a course walk for that at 11:30. First horse in at 12. So you've got some time to have the kids make you breakfast in bed, dads. Make it a champagne breakfast. It's your day after all. Grab yourself some breakfast, some coffee, sit back, relax, and join us once again. We'll be back with this broadcast a little bit closer to the time for the third leg of this World Cup Qualifier Series here in Shongweni. So confirmation of your full result for this 1m35 championship class. It is indeed Kayla Gertenbach and Lacano Ballard who claim victory. 33.59 seconds, their winning effort in this exciting jump-off here in Shongweni. Second place went to Zandi Alcock and Callao Lansink. Their first 1m35 championship class, 34.41 to pick up second place. A very, very good effort. Jonathan Clark picks up 2 prizes in the top 6. Third on Morgan Fontheiker for Owners Silhouette Park in 35.18. He also picks up 6th on Data Sciences Gringo. Fourth place going to Kirsty Muchner and Permelia in 35.35. Carl Boonzaya picks up 5th on Callao Luke Duayen. Bronwyn dos Santos picks up a 7th place on Carlson 113. Robin Shaw and My Hercules picking up 8th place. 9th going to Monique Erasmus and Callao Conair. Nicole Horwood R&R Capital Night Star picking up 10th place. Then in 11th was Belinda Martin and Brana Cassiopeia. 12th place going to Tanya Chellan in 37.76 with 4 faults. Nicholas Simon Riley picks up 13th place with 4 penalties in 39.04. 14th going to Tasman Mayo, Rivervale's Peregrine. 15th to Erin dos Santos and Imka. 16th to Amanda Moore and Dacharad Blade. And rounding out your placings was Olivia van Rooyen and Karatu Z. That's your full prize lineup for this class. Big congratulations to all those prize winners. And of course, a big thank you goes out to our sponsors, Aquile Water, Hillcrest Panel Beaters, and Dunlop, proud sponsors of this 1m35 championship class. Don't forget, folks, to go and support our sponsors as they support us. It's wonderful to have them on board in these very, very difficult financial times. Once again, Aquile Water, headline sponsors for the show. Joined for the 135s by Dunlop Tires and Hillcrest Panel Beaters.
Nothing out there could ever stop me from chasing after the way you love me, keeping me up 2 cups of coffee. Baby, you make me feel so lovely. I keep on running, no, I shouldn't want it. I keep on falling right into your thought, I can't get you off my mind. So sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands on you, sweet, everything I want is sugar like yes, please, love is like candy. Sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands on you, sweet, everything I want is sugar like yes, please, love is like candy. Oh, what a rush each time you catch me. Chasing
Ladies
after
and
the
gentlemen,
way you
coming in on the far side of the arena, Domino's Circuit School.
baby, Baby, you make me feel so lovely. I keep on wanting, no, I should've wanted. Keep on pulling right until you're gone. I can't get you off my mind. So sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. Love is like candy, sweet. Yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. Love is like candy, sweet. Yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. Love is like candy, sweet. Yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. Love is like candy. Nothing out there could ever stop me
Domino's 7.
from chasing after the love.
Competition in 2 phases. Those with better tape is ready.
I'm Ruth Combrink, the General Manager of Foresyte, and it's just been such a delight to be involved in this event. It's been so lovely in coming to display what Foresyte is really about. We are owned by a mission organisation was his Abantu mission, and all the different projects that we run on the mission are purely to support the work so that everybody that comes can be helped freely. So we've come to just show everybody why we exist, understand what we really are about. Over and above it, we've been able to launch our new cooler range, which is just so exciting.
My name is Busiso. I'm in the sales and marketing team. Wow, what a day. I think a lot has been kept closed during this COVID time, and we've been looking forward to go out again, enjoy such a day. I was blown away. It's not something I'm used to. When I saw this, it was smooth, it was beautiful. The cooler, the name of the product means grow in isiZulu. And Akwele is growing, it's going from strength to strength, and the name goes together. And to come and, so to say, launch it on such a day, beautiful day that we've got, and such a beautiful event has been amazing.
New leader, ladies and gentlemen, Sven Rockner and the wonderful Armageddon into the lead in the Dunlop sponsored 1 meter 30. Time to beat 31.08. Thirty-one 4-0, the race time. 31-4-0.
So hi, I'm Nombuso Ngapai. I'm the brand and advertising manager at Dunlop Tires. And we are so excited to be here today as part of this prestigious event, and the consumers that are here, they're outdoorsy people. They love being out in the open and partaking in outdoors events, and we've got the perfect tire for those type of terrain. This is the first time that I've been to an event like this, so it's really, really exciting that I was here and to experience it. It's quite thrilling. It keeps you at the edge of your seat.
Feel mad cold nights, feel heavy. Same place, going in the heart of the city, nitty. Eyes feel shifty. The shit we're in, yo, it's all mad risky.
back-to-back. It qualified her to compete overseas, a feat that she did. She went overseas, campaigned in Europe, went across to the USA and represented South Africa on the highest levels at the World Equestrian Games in Tryon before moving across to Europe once again, going to Gothenburg, where she represented South Africa in the World Cup show jumping finals, finishing 17th out of 32 of the best riders in the world. Class starts in about 4 minutes' time. A look at the course information for this. It's a 2-round Grand Prix where the top 25% of our riders go through to the second round, unless more than 25% are clear. For the first round, a course length tentatively measured at 480 meters. We wait for verification on that. Gives you a time allowed of 77 seconds. Speed for this class, 375 meters per minute. Makes it quicker than the running of any of our other classes at the show. Total of 12 obstacles, 15 efforts, including 2 verticals, standing 1.60 meters in height. For my money, it's definitely going to be number 6, the rustic vertical with the wagon wheels. That will be standing at 1.60 meters. Potential as well for the wall to be at 160, although for my money, I would definitely say fence number 12, last fence on the track. Very empty fence with 2 poles and a wavy plank in the middle. That will be your second 1.60 meters vertical, so 6 and 12. That's the ones to watch. Other potential problems on this track, we're looking at fences 7A, B, and C. Triple combination that comes late on the track. It's a 1-stride into 2-stride. And while many of the riders at this level, they are accustomed to the triples, they have caused problems in the past. A few short weeks ago at Stokkiesdrive, Gonda Beatrix famously walked the course. She had a look at it and she said to course designer Anne-Marie Esslinger, she said, no, this triple's too easy. But it took out no fewer than 60% of the riders on that course. So could we see a repeat today with the triple combination being the trickiest element on the track? Of course, today's course designer, it's none other than Kevin Spratley, FEI 3-star. Kevin renowned not just on local shores but abroad as well. He regularly competes or regularly designs overseas, particularly in Spain for the Sunshine Tour. Never includes any one element that's particularly dangerous, but he's relatively tight on time and asks the riders a couple of questions. So we'll have to see if they're willing to answer them today and how many of those riders will be able to gift us a clear round. Reminder, top 25% do go through, regardless of their penalties. However, if we have more than 25% of our riders jumping clear, all of those will go through to the second round. Second round will be ridden in reverse order of merit. With 26 starters we do have, 7 riders will be going through. So now's your last chance to grab something to drink. We do hope that you're enjoying this live stream broadcast so far. Of course, it is brought to you proudly by our many sponsors. Your headline sponsor for the show and for this class is Aquile Water. If you have been around the showgrounds, you've no doubt had a chance to sample the wonderful new range of Aquile products, including the Aquile Cooler fizzy drinks. Don't forget to pop down to your local grocer, have a look at the Aquile range of products. We do urge you to try it out. I've had a taste of mine today and it is absolutely delicious. Less sugar than conventional fizzy drinks as well. So not only is it tasty, but it's healthier as well. So folks, sit back and enjoy. A few moments time before we get things off. When we do, Nicole Horwood will be first in on Mark White Nissan's Capital Chantilly, followed by Carl Boonzaya, Callagho Casperon. At 3, Michelle Fleming, Plasticalla's Masterbat Shigori. At 4, Lisa Williams, the Evergreen Campbell. And at 5, Govert Triggle, the first of his 2 rides, a Volca 334. Govert, one of a couple of riders that do have 2 in the running. Of course, he does have a Volca and then later on Cadiz van der Pitsenberg. Nicole Horwood has 2. First in on Capital Chantilly, a little bit later on Mark White Nissan's Capital Hitoshi at number 16. It's wonderful to welcome Nicola Syme Riley back to these top echelons. 2 rides she has here today. At number 11, Sunny Park Stables in Sagi DB, the reigning back-to-back champions of the President's Cup. And then a little bit later on, relatively new to these levels, is 25, Sunny Park Stables, Eagles Laser. So folks, sit back, enjoy. You're in for a wonderful afternoon of show jumping. The sun has moved overhead, minimal shadows falling across this Kevin Spratley designed track. Looking like it's going to be an exciting afternoon of show jumping. And of course, we'll be giving you the live updates as we go. Will anybody be able to displace Govert Triggle at the top of the current standings? 31 points he sits on. Or could Ashley Healy repeat her magical effort that she displayed a couple of weeks ago on Hausberger's Eldo? She claimed victory there to move into second spot on those rankings, while Nicole Horwood has been consistently in the placings to currently occupy third. So look down the running order and the current run of form that many of these riders have been having this week. A couple of riders to keep your eyes on. Carl Boonzaya and Callagho Casperon started their week off fantastically. Third place in the first of the FEI competitions at 1:45 meters. Of course, Lisa Williams and Campbell are always ready to go, finishing second in the two-phase early on. They'll be having their eyes on the win here today. National anthem now being played before we kick proceedings off with our main event for the afternoon.
Round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen, the Domino Foresyte School playing the national anthem. Thanks so much.
So the Domino Foresyte School playing the national anthem, and with that, folks, the clock strikes 12. We're ready to go. We're ready to get things underway. The third leg of the World Cup qualifier series, the third of 7, and the first of 2 that we'll be hosting down here at Shongweni. Nicole Horwood will be first to go. Mark Wynissen's Capital Chantilly. They've had a memorable time here at Shongweni before. Late last year, South African champions. They started off this year with the first major event, the South African Outdoor Grand Prix. They claimed victory there and have been consistently in the placings in our first 2 legs of the World Cup qualifier series so far. Of course, it's never easy coming out first in a World Cup qualifier. Not only is the speed higher, 375 meters per minute, but this, the first of Nicole's 2 rides, means that it is her nominated horse. So these are the points that count towards the FEI standings. If for whatever reason she doesn't perform well on Chantilly, she can still win the class on her second ride, Haitashi, but those points do not go through to the FEI and do not count towards her rankings. So, folks, first to go, Nicole Horwood, Mark Wynissen's Capital Chantilly. Capital Chantilly owned by the Capital Stud and Henning Pretorius. This wonderful 15-year-old mare sired by Cassell out of a Calando 5 mare. Slight delay to the start as the judges box and the grand jury just make sure everything is in order. Electronic timing accurate to within the 1,000th of a second. Of course, FEI only requiring accuracy to the 100th of a second. That's where they take their times. So, Ryan, reminder that the second round will be in reverse order of merit. That's based on both time and penalties. So those in the top 25% that will come back. If we do have multiple clears, speed will play a factor, as the quickest of the first round clears will have the benefit of coming in last. So we'll look at those first 5 riders that we'll see in whilst they finalise whatever they need to before they get the show underway. Nicole Horwood, followed by Carl Boonzaier, Michelle Fleming, Lisa Williams and Gova Triggle, your first 5 of 26. Does look like they are ready to go. So first up, Nicole Horwood, Mark White-Nisson's capital Chantilly. Let's see how she goes. 12 obstacles, 15 efforts, including that triple combination at 7A, B and C, as well as a combination at 9A and 9B. Nicole makes her way in. It's a nice, easy first line. Up over that Oxa, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strides down to the Hollard Equipage vertical at a number 2. It's then a left turn to the tall vertical with a water tray underneath. It's plank on top, lightweight elements here. Nice and easy over that for capital Chantilly. Then on the right-hand bend, an Oxa over number 4. Over that wall, I believe at 1.55 meters in height. Right-hand turn to the first of the 1.60 meters verticals, number 6, easy as you like for Nicole Horwood and Chantilly. It's a good pace as well. Looks like she'll be on track for the time through the triple. Super ride there. 1 stride, then 2 stride. That triple from Kevin Spratley. 8's an Oxa, then it's down the line to a vertical-to-vertical combination, the Western Shop vertical at 9. Fence number 10, a big spread over that Oxa. And then it's down to the last 2 fences, the Aquile triple bar. And then it's up to the riders to set themselves up for a good stride down to the last, the final vertical at 1.60 meters. Oh, absolutely wonderful ride, but not to be for Nicole Horwood. Super ride down to the last, but unfortunately the final fence goes down. 4 penalties at the last. Waiting on verification for that time, but it did look like she was on a good pace. 7:083 her time, so well inside the time allowed for Nicole Horwood and Mark White-Nisson's capital Chantilly. A reminder that she could still go through if we do not have enough clears to make up that 25%. Carl Boonzaier rides up next. Callao Casperon. It's a wonderful breeding stallion for the Callao Warm Blood Stud. Callao, one of the arguably top 2 breeding outfits in South Africa, located out on the cusp of the Northwest and the Northern Cape. And Christiana. Casperon's been a wonderful servant for them, both in the ring and at stud. Carl has been on a wonderful run of form with Casperon. They were winners of the Burlington Cup last year. They started off this year with a win at the Rionet Riders Grand Prix. They go now at number 2, having had a good week where Carl finished 3rd in the 1.45 meter A2, the first of the FEI build-up classes. Over the first 3 fences without too much trouble, but the pace looking a little bit slower than Nicole's was. Of course, she was well inside the time. Over that 1.60 meter vertical with ease, there can be absolutely no doubting Casperon scope late last year, the Coena Masters Series. Saw Carl and Casperon come home tied for victory there. That wonderful Masters event with Jonathan Clark and Hammer van Het Bevreithof splitting the money with him. Of course, those fences went up to 1.80 meters and Casperon cleared them with ease. Down the line to the double of verticals. And on the doglegs, number 10, no problem for Carl. Last line, last 2 fences. Of course, Nicole was clear at this point as well. Takes off a little bit early, but comes up right. Last fence now. Come on, Carl. Yes, Carl Boonzaier clear for jumping. We await the time. But it would appear that everything is all good for Carl and Callao Casperon. Super ride. With a clear, he is guaranteed passage through to the second round. All the clear round riders are guaranteed passage. And of course, 1 from 2. It sets us in good stead for this remaining 24 riders. Of course, Michelle Fleming, Plastic Colors Master Batch Shigori. They've been around a World Cup qualifier several times before. Michelle rarely does have a type of big, deliberate horses. They cover ground. course, she does have to worry about the time sometimes if she doesn't keep the turns as tight as need be. He's not a quick horse across the ground, is Shigori, but he does a quick horse across the ground, is Shigori, but he does cover ground with that big stride. Big, powerful horse. Let's see how she goes. If she can mimic Carl Castron's wonderful clear round there. Straightforward start, open fence to these World Cup qualifying tracks, normally slightly easier for the first round. Of course, designers don't like to put that first fence too high. 1 meter 45. Fence number 3, fence 4 like as well. The wall not too here, shows not too long behind it. Second combination not proving to be too tricky at all for Michelle and Shigori. But unfortunately, the follow-up fence to that, both the front and back elements of that big Oxat fence 10. Bit of a rub over the belly over fence 11, but it does stay in place. Final fence clear at 1 meter 60, so Shigori comes home with 12 jumping faults. Not the quickest round, so we'll have to see if there were any time penalties there. Seems to be inside the time allowed, so finishing on just the 12. First 3 riders have gone, no interrupted rounds. Course designers and ground jury seems to be inside the time allowed, so finishing on just the 12. First 3 riders have gone, no interrupted rounds. Course designers and ground jury will be consulting to see whether the time needs to be brought in. Kevin Spratley makes his way out of the judges' box. Can see him heading down the stairs, so it looks like agreement has been reached. So it looks like the time will remain on 77 seconds, but that course length of 480. Next to go, number 4, Lisa Williams and Campbell. 3 times she finished second in the 2-phase, fourth in the A2, beg your pardon. Sets herself up well to potentially claim another victory, move up the standings here today. Campbell, affectionately known as Dennis the Menace. Of course, he can be naughty, as can any good horse. But what a super, super horse he is. Of course, even with the tallest fences at 1.60 meters on this track, Campbell has experienced higher at the World Equestrian Games and the World Cup finals in Gothenburg. Those fences were standing at 1.60 meters to start with a couple of 1.65 meter efforts. Climbs over that first 1.60 meter obstacle with no trouble whatsoever, down to the triple A, B, 2 strides down to C. Easy ride for Lisa Williams and Campbell. Nine A and B clear. Time is looking good as well. Of course, Lisa was always one of the quickest riders at these top levels. It was that speed that meant that she could quite easily claim victory in those 3 back-to-back successive season wins. Down to the last fence now. The time's looking good. And there you have it, folks. Your first clear round for the class in 70.98 seconds. Lisa's had a fine run of form all week. She continues that here with Campbell. Makes it 2 clears that we have so far. Puts her in a wonderful, wonderful position. Lisa Williams and Campbell take a bow. Triggle, yet another one of the South African riders that has represented overseas, wears his green jacket with pride for this World Cup qualifier series. Aboard Volker 334, they've had a great start to the season where they claimed victory at the Rionet World Cup qualifier in Kyalami. Of course, Volker was acquired whilst Govert was competing in Europe, where he did campaign, represented South Africa at a Nations Cup event or 2. That's where he earned his green jacket, and since he and Volker have come back, They really, really have upped their game. Now one of the quickest riders on the circuit is Govett. Very accurate, able to compensate when he needs to. Got a little bit deep to fence number 4. Recovers nicely, makes it down to the wall. Onto the 1.60 m vertical fence number 6. Volker puts in the effort. She's a super, super mare, is Volker. 7A, B, and C. We're all clear past the halfway mark now. At that World Cup qualifier in Midrand after Govett claimed the victory. Tears in his eyes, he said that Volker really is the mare of a lifetime. Govett does favour the mares, but unfortunately getting a little bit deep into fence number 10. Clips that back rail on the way down. Of course, on 4 faults, if he's quick enough, he might still make it into that second round, but back rail of the triple bar down as well. Finishes on the 8. It's a quick time, 70.26 seconds, but unfortunately, the chances are unlikely that he'll be making it through to the second round. The top 25% will be going through. Currently, we have 2 clears. The clear rounds are guaranteed passage through to that second round. Nicole Horwood and Mark Wineson's Capital Chantilly on 4 faults. They could be in.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have been told that we are being watched in terms of COVID. Please, 2 things, everybody masks on.
Of course, Govett does have another ride still to come. We'll see him back a little bit later on his second ride, 19, Cadiz van der Pitsenberg. But with Volker likely out of the running, unfortunately it doesn't do Govett any favours in terms of the overall standings. Only a nominated horse, if a rider does have 2 or more, only a nominated horse can pick up points for those overall standings. So Govett will stay on his 31 points in the overall standings from the first 3 legs. Number 6 is Sean Neal. For Delmont Mining and Civils and Quinton Janssen, he rides the aptly named Campanero Son, sired by Campanero. Formerly the ride of Barry Taylor. Barry campaigned him up to the meter 45s after Sean Neal took the ride. He's moved into the 1.50 m ranks. Has been doing quite well with Campanero Son, Nero as he's known in the stables by the grooms. Of course, Sean has won this series before on a couple of rides, including, of course, the evergreen Clyde Z. Clyde then moved on to wife Catherine Neal, who went on to win the South African Championships a few years ago down in Sonera in Plettenberg Bay. Of course, she no longer has a ride at the top. Sean now moving on to Campanero's Son. Scopy gelding he is. They're through the first of 5 elements onto that 1.60 m vertical at number 6. Up and over that with ease for Nero. B element down, clears the C. So it's just the 4 so far from the first 7 fences as he rounds that corner, that line. Tricky line, going from 8 down to 9 and on to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4 strides down to the Western Shop double. 3, 4, 5, 6 strides on to fence number 10. 2 fences left to come now for Sean Neal. He's a little bit off the pace. Time might be an issue. Unfortunately, that back rail of the triple by jumps a little flat there. Take off a little early. Finishes on 8, 75.30. He's inside the time allowed. But unfortunately, 8 penalties is time far slower than Govett and a Volker.
2 down, 8 for jumping, 1 for time, and 75.30. Time allowed 74 seconds.
So I do believe the time was actually brought in after those first few riders down to 74 seconds. So with that effort, Campanero's Son and Sean Neal picking up a time penalty as well. So a total of 9. That's very likely to rule them out of the running. Unlikely to see them returning for that second round. To number 7 we go, Michelle Hobbs. Number 7 is ZM Okinawa. Michelle, a recent re-addition to these 1.50 m ranks. Of course, many years ago, she did campaign up in these heights. She's had a wonderful career tied in with the Elzu stud for many, many years. Okinawa, of course, a product of that, formerly Elzu Okinawa, bred by Optimum van der Wellington, that wonderful South African sire. It has served the South African warm blood bloodline so very well. Over the first 3 fences, relatively easy. Unfortunately, the front rail of 4 going down. Taps a brick on the wall, but it does stay in place. We'll keep eyes on that. Of course, if it does fall, that could count towards her tally. Okinawa new to these heights, so the 1 meter 60 fence is potentially a little bit too tall for what he is used to. Takes the first of those down, as well as 7A. So things not looking too good at the moment with 12 penalties for Michelle. Over the big offset fence, number 10, she jumps straight towards our commentary position here at Western Shop. Final 2 fences, I think she's likely to have time penalties, but I think she'll be happy if she can get around. It's valuable mileage, valuable experience for both Michelle and Okinawa. 74-37. She picks up 1 time penalty, adds that to the 3 fences down to finish on 13, but she's very, very happy with that Pat Sol round for Okinawa. 13 penalties overall, but it's valuable experience, and she'll be looking straight onto the next show. So from the first 7, it's the 2 clears we have. 2 riders that are guaranteed passage through to that second round. As we move on to number 8, Lara Neal and the skipping sensation, Ultimo WC. Ultimo not the most orthodox. You'll see that alternating gait in the canter. Gives the impression of skipping behind, but of course what makes the feat more impressive, not just that Ultimo with that unorthodox ride is jumping at these levels, but it makes it even more special for Lara that she bred Ultimo herself. Little more than 8 years old is Ultimo. Has done very well so far throughout the course of the week, picking up a 5th place in the first of the FEI competitions at 1 meter 45. Oh, puts in a big effort over fence number 4. Unfortunately, a run out at the wall, though. Didn't quite have the best jump over fence number 4. Didn't set herself up well. Had to try and reach for it, and Ultimo not quite happy with that effort. Second time around proved successful, though, for Lara. Over the 1 meter 60 at fence number 6. So that newly adjusted time allowed of 74 seconds. It does mean that there is no room for error. Disobedience like that means that Lara is guaranteed to have time penalty should she see the end of this track. At 4 strides down to the Western Shop, coming easy for Ultimo. 6 it is down to the ox at number 10. Lara won't be rushing. She'll want to set Ultimo up nicely for the final 2 fences. Does so over fence 11, that triple bar, no problem. And the cooler vertical at 1 meter 60 in height. Clear. Time of 85.26 seconds. 3 for time, 4 for jumping as a result of that disobedience. It's 7 penalties. Of course, it does put her in good stead as things stand. Puts her currently in the running in 4th. So top 25%, 7 riders will go through. So at this stage, Ultimo in with a shot. Only the clears are guaranteed passage. That's Carl Boonzaya and Lisa Williams at this stage. Hometown hero Grant Langley will be looking to add to that list. He rides now at number 9, Foresyte Bengston. Foresyte Bengston, one of the byproducts of the Foresyte breeding stud operated by Grant and ex-wife Carla. He hasn't rushed the production of Bengston, brought him into the 1 meter 50s briefly about a year and a half ago. Then let him go back down to the 1 meter 40s, 1 meter 50s, let him get a little bit more experience, and has brought him up slowly where he's now a steady fixture in these heights. Has jumped the first couple of legs of the World Cup qualifiers. Unfortunately comes up short there, gets a little bit deep. Oh, recovers to jump the wall, unfortunately just taps a brick out. So 2 fences down early on the track, and we're looking at 8 for Grant so far. Of course, Grant shouldn't have trouble with the time. It's something that he instills in all his students as well. They always have a good forward pace. Four strides down to the Western Shop through that double verticals. Makes the subsequent oxer as well, and it's down to the final 2 fences. The Aquile triple bar, big stretch from Bengston. Down to the last, it's a good time from Grant, 68.79 seconds. As predicted, he was quick. So quick does count. 8 penalties, unfortunately. He is into the top 25% as things stand. But of course, we do still have another 17 riders to come. So with the top 7 riders going through into the hot seat, it would appear Sean Neal and Companiero's son, 9 penalties and 75.30. And next to go will be Dominique Alexander and number 10, R&R Yilla S. We've seen a couple of R&R horses. There will, of course, be a slight delay looking for a replacement pole for the back rail of fence number 4. Of course, that was the pole that Grant and Bengston came down on. Can hear the jump shed underneath us as they look for that replacement effort. So we'll look at how things stand. Carl Boonzaya and Lisa Williams, they're the only 2 clear, so they are guaranteed passage through to the second round. Also at this stage through, you have Mark Whitenesson's Capital Chantilly, Nicole Horwood on 4 penalties. We do also have Govertriggle Volker with 8 penalties, Companiero's son 9 penalties, as well as Laura Neal on 7 and Grant Langley Foresyte Bengston on 8. Have Govertriggle Volker with 8 penalties, Companiero's son 9 penalties, as well as Laura Neal on 7 and Grant Langley Foresyte Bengston on 8. Of course, you would like a couple more players looking down the running order who might be able to give us that. Dominic will be next once that is replaced. On yellow, needs to be 2 face opposition. Only the best equipped lightweight poles that are drilled through to make sure that they are right at that lower end of the spectrum. It makes it tricky. Also, these World Cup qualifiers, shallow cups, lightweight poles, just a touch can bowl them out the cups and result in penalties for our riders. Currently 64, 65, 66 seconds, time out 74, so Dom might be in trouble there, but time could be enough to see him through the second round. clock's currently 64, 65, 66 seconds. A time allowed of 74, so Dom might be in trouble there, but a time penalty could be enough to see him through to the second round. He leaves them all standing, 73.94. It's exceptionally judged. That time allowed, 74 seconds, means he comes just inside the time allowed, guarantees himself passage through to the second round as our third clear for the class. Super ride from Dom. He had to wait till right at the end to see if he would be clear. Right on the cusp, 6/100ths of a second inside the time allowed. With that, we say goodbye to Companheiro's son. 9 penalties will not be good enough to see you through to the second round. As we move on to number 11, Nicholas Syme Riley and Sunny Park Stables in Sagi DB. This wonderful breeding stallion has moved up to the 1m50 ranks with aplomb, taking back-to-back victories of the President's Cup last year and this, both of them on one-time penalty apiece. Makes Nicola the out-and-out leader in the President's Cup standings. 4 of those titles she has to her name. She's over the first 4 fences, but a problem at the wall in Sagi, not looking the liking the look of that hollow at the bottom. And riding in Sagi first, it does. Some fashion with that. Placing in the previous World Cup qualified. Ashley's regained her composure well as she makes her way down to the final fence. Aldo clears it in a time of 80.39 seconds. Means 2 time faults added to the 8 for jumping. 10 in total we have for Ashley and Aldo. Of course, if you've wondered where Aldo hails from, Aldo was brought into the country by Di Burtis down in PE, was then bought by Ashley. She's done the production since. Of course, Aldo was going in the competition ring, and many of Aldo's progeny currently in the ring, bred by Di Burtis down in PE. So lots of progeny still to come. And of course, Aldo's still a stallion. Ronnie and Ashley doing a bit of breeding of their own. So look out in a couple of years for Aldo's progeny. That will definitely be on the circuit. And for my money, if one of those comes up for sale, you'd better try and get your chances in, because they are going to be something special. Aldo growing from strength to strength. On we go to number 14, Kylie Stain. She's the owner and rider of the Back on Track sponsored Legato, Lego as he's known in the stables. Kylie riding out of the Northland Stables, set up under the tutelage of Rogan Askin. Rogan's been around a number of World Cup qualifier tracks. Of course, Legato with scope for days. Kylie relatively new to this level, but she's looking to become a firm fixture. Has quite a few of these under her belt. Hasn't done too well in the placings just yet, but of course, as a young rider, loads of potential. Just taps that tall 1m60 vertical there. It rolls out the cups on the right-hand side. But Kylie and Lego on a good pace so far. If they can come home with just the one down, they could have a shot at being through to that second round. Current cutoff is 8 penalties, Govert and Volker, so anything fewer than 8 means you're into the second round at this stage. .65 seconds as she lands after that time allowed, 74. She should be good as she comes to the last. Leaves it standing inside the time allowed in 70.92 seconds. It's a superb ride for Kylie Stain and Back on Track Legato. means that on 4 penalties, it's a superb ride. Goes into that top 25% and knocks Govert, Triggle and Volker out of the running. 3 clears we do have.
Penalties at 68.79. It's Foresyte, Bexton and Grant Langley, which means on that time 68.79, if they have 2 down, they're going to have to be pretty quick to beat that time.
So it's 3 clears that we do have at this stage. Into the hot seat moves Grant Langley and Foresyte Bengtsson with 8 penalties and 68.79. It was a very quick effort from Grant. So if riders want to be in the top 25% and they do have 2 down, they're going to have to motor. They're going to have to really push on to meet that time. Of course, clear is the goal. And a man who knows all about a clear round when it counts is Rainer Korber. He's the reigning South African Derby champion. Of course, that was a couple of years ago. That was on this wonderful ride, Clooney, owned by Linda Ellerine, formerly the ride of Rogan Askin, who does train Rainer. Over the first 3 fences, big jump over fence number 4, down to that narrow wall. First few elements, no trouble. Sets himself up for the 1.60 m vertical at number 6. Clears it nicely. A, B, 2 strides into C. Looks a little bit slow, but he's clear so far. Perhaps riding for the clear, regardless of whether he gets a time fault or not, knowing that a time fault may well be good enough to see him through to the second round. Oh, B elements the first time it's gone down, the second of the Western Shop verticals. He's on 4, so he's going to need to pick up the pace now. Comes down to the last time, looks to be good. Comes home in 72.43 seconds with just the 1 down. It goes into the top 25%, and we say goodbye to Grant Langley and Foresyte Bengtsson, knocked out of the running. So we're now past the halfway point of this class. 15 are down, 11 still to come. Nicole Horwood gave us a wonderful ride in at number 1, had just the last down. 4 penalties on Capital Chantilly. She's back with her second ride, Mark Wynissen's Capital Haitoshi. Wonderful grey stallion that has been of service to her for a number of years. She handled his production, was given the ride on him when he was a youngster by Henning Pretorius of the Capital Stud. And he really has been super for her. Former winners of the President's Cup, this combination. Now, for the competition itself, Nicole will want to go clear. She'll want to guarantee herself a spot through to that second round. But if she does that, she risks not picking up any points on Chantilly. Of course, it's not in Nicole's nature to not give it her all. Gives a rub over fence number 6. It stays in the cups. A, B. Oh, back rail of fence number C. You could see Haitoshi just lost a bit of impulsion as he came to that C element. 4 strides down to the Western Shop. A, B. Over number 10, so it's down to the last line. Final 2 fences, the time is looking good. There'll be no trouble there. Big efforts over the triple bar. Coming down to the last. Wonderful ride. Clears both of the 1.60 m elements, no trouble. 70.11 seconds. It moves her ahead of her earlier ride on Chantilly. Chantilly's time 70.83. Haitoshi 70.11. Moves into 4th place at the stage, quickest of the 4 falters, and just the 3 clears we have had. Ronnie Healy now. We've seen wife Ashley go a little bit earlier on Eldo. Unfortunately, 10 penalties rules her out of the running here today. So for Healy honours, Ronnie will be looking to do his best. Blue Turtle Catweasel finished 3rd in the 1.52 m phase earlier on in the week. Has been doing relatively well in the standings as well. Of course, Ronnie now down to just the 1 ride. You saw earlier on he was competing on Atmore, his previous 1.50 m ride, who's just come back from injury. Ronnie currently sitting in 14th on the overall standings after 2 legs of the World Cup qualifier series. But of course, a win worth 20 points. If he wins here today, it could elevate him in those standings quite substantially. Catweasel imported from Germany. This wonderful gelding, sired by Cristallo 1 out of Silvio 1 mare. Originally brought into the country, if I'm not mistaken, by Philippa Baxter. One of the smaller horses on the circuit, but he really is explosive. When he needs to, he can put in a fiery jump. He's a little firecracker of a horse, is Catweasel. And it's looking good so far for Ronnie. He's on a good pace as well. The 375 pace coming easily to him. 2 fences left to come. Come on, Ronnie. Could we be looking at our 4th clear here? Yes, Ronnie Healy. Wonderful ride, exceptionally judged. He gives us a clear. Sneaks within a second of the time allowed in 73.22. But it means 4 clears we have and a guaranteed spot in the next round. So 4 clears we have, 7 riders that do go through, which means 3 of our 4 falters are in the running. Kylie Stain and back on track Legato. They're in the hot seat at the moment, 70.92 seconds. It's very tight amongst those 4 falters, with most of them in that 70-second region. Nicole Horwood currently with both of her rides going through. 4 penalties each for Capital Chantilly and Capital Haitoshi. Jonathan Clark now, he was a former winner of this World Cup qualifier series. I believe it was in 2018 when he was top of the South African logs. Was 1 point behind overall, behind Marlene Sinclair on Camaro, but Marlene riding under the American flag meant she qualified to represent the United States, whilst Jonathan qualified to represent South Africa at the Las Vegas World Cup finals that were supposed to happen last year before the pandemic hit. Of course, the wonderful stallion he rides, Slayed Equestrian, Data Science's Hummer van Het Bevreithof. Hummer's matured as the years have gone by. Used to be prone to getting distracted as he went around these tracks. But now he's just absolutely magnificent to watch. Not the easiest ride, not the easiest horse. You watch them in the warm-up, you watch them in the paddocks and in the secure stabling. Very, very tricky, but Jonathan gets an absolutely magnificent tune out of the stallion. Up and over the triple with some clearance to spare for Jonathan and Hummer. Four strides down to the Western Shop double. 6 onto the Sunflower Oxer. It's looking good for Jonathan Clark. Jonathan seldom ever has to worry about time penalties, and he's on the pace here. 65 seconds, another 9 to go. Last fence. Come on, Jonathan. Yes, Jonathan Clark, the magician, the master. An absolute masterclass there from here on Data Science's Hummer van Het Bevreithof. A clear round in 70.39 seconds. Super, super stuff. Unfortunately for Kylie Stain and back on track Legato, it knocks her out of the running. And it does mean that Nicole Horwood, she's going to be watching on the sidelines, her heart in her throat as her 2 rides move into the hot seats. Chantilly in 4 penalties, 70.83 seconds, currently in the top 25%, in 7th spot, but 5 clears we now have. Govert Triggle returns next. His second ride, Cadiz van de Pitsenberg. Cadiz, another one of Govert's acquisitions whilst he was campaigning over in Europe. Brought back to South Africa as a youngster, produced it up to these top levels. For a while, the ride was given to Govert's wife, Aisling, who handled commentary duties yesterday. Aisling, if you are tuned in, big thank you very much for covering. Unfortunately, Govert and Cadiz That tall vertical at 6 down, the entrance to the triple as well. So he's currently on 8 and unfortunately will not be going through to that second round. As it turns out, leg 3 will be one that Govert will want to write off of this World Cup qualifier series. He does have the option to do so. Of course, it's only the best 4 legs that do count towards the overall score. And Govert's nominated horse being Volker already out of the running. Back rail of that triple as well. Well, you can see why Cadiz was not Govert's nominated horse, definitely not as experienced at these heights. Unfortunately today coming home with 3 fences down, a final score of 12 penalties puts paid to their chances of claiming victory here today. Nicole Horwood and Mark Wynesson's capital Chantilly, they can breathe a small sigh of relief with that effort. Does mean that they live to see another round. Guaranteed passage at this stage are only the clear rounds. 5 of those we do have. As we move on to a newcomer in this World Cup qualifier series, White Waters on Time. Sponsored by Vermate and Thermal Muds. It's Annelies Comfort. She's jumping today in her first World Cup qualifier. She's very new to the 1m50 ranks, having only jumped her first late last year at President's Cup. This year she's done a few of the 1m50 classes, but was yet to do a World Cup qualifier until today. It's not easy for a rider like Annelies. She's based out of White River, so of course not much going on there in the way of 1m50 competition. Trains with Mom, owner of the White Waters stud Cry Comfort. And she has been very competitive since joining the 1m50 rank. She's a bit of a hit or a miss rider. She is very competitive, which means that when she goes clear, she's clear and she's quick. As we've seen earlier on this week when she picked up a 2nd place in the first of the FEI qualifying competitions, 1m45 A2. White Waters on Time, this wonderful stud stallion, coming up short at the first of the 1m60 obstacles. Pulls the B element of the triple as well. Unfortunately, with 2 fences down, not going to be going through to the second round, but it is valuable mileage for Annelies at this stage. Aboard this wonderful stallion, sired by Beach Haven on track out of a Kit Double Dam. Oh, unfortunately a miss there for Annelies. Sees her come undone. She goes head over heels after the triple bar. She is on her feet, looks to be a little tender, a little bruised, but we do hope that she is all right. The paramedics on hand to check her out. It is unfortunately not what we like to see, but at these levels there is the risk of it happening. We do wish Annelies a speedy recovery. Hope that there is not too much damage done there, but she is a fighter. She will be back. And of course, a bright future ahead for a young rider, no older than about 21 years old. So we do look forward to seeing Annelies back in the ring, back at these heights sometime soon. So it's the 5 clears that we have so far that are going through to that second round, along with 2 of our 4-faulters. Nicole Horwood on both of her rides, Chantilly as well as Haitoshi. But we do still have another 6 riders to come in this first round. Those do include Tara Lowe, who's on track now, riding Charmaine Hewitt's Akuda Insurance, a foreigner. For this wonderful Hanoverian gelding. Out of a 4 edition mare by 4 edition out of a Ramiro's son mare. She's over the first couple of fences without too much trouble. Over that plank. The plank has not gone down at all today. Unfortunately gets a little bit deep coming into fence number 4, clips that front rail. So with 1 down, she's now going to need to pick up the pace. If she wants to make it into the second round, she has to go quicker than 70.83 seconds, and she cannot afford to drop another rail. Jumps big over the A elements at 7, steady over B. Oh, unfortunately, the front rail of C down means a penalty. She's out of the running. Could still retain a place, though. While only 7 riders do go through to the second round, there are 12 prizes on offer in this FEI competition. And of course, qualification points at stake for the overall rankings. She has slowed down somewhat as she comes to the second last fence, nearly in time penalties already. Clips the back rail, so she's on 12 for jumping, will have time. Turns out at the last, not happy with her stride, not willing to risk it. (85.33), she comes home with a total of 19. 3 of those being for time, but she is happy to come home. A wonderful horseman is Tara Lowe, hailing all the way from Cape Town. So she's one of the riders that has traveled the furthest to be with us here in Shongweni.
Get your cameras out, get ready. Star Fragrances, Caliho, Lexington.
5 left to come. Those do include Jean Corba. She's next up on Style Fragrances, Caliho, Lexington. Lexington is absolutely fantastic, is relatively new to these World Cup heights, jumped her first World Cup qualifier on Lexington about a month and a half ago in Kyalami. Decided not to take a step down for the Brits World Cup qualifier. Jumped there as well and didn't do too badly, did Jean. Of course, very, very special for Jean competing on Lexington. Lexington sired by Lissabon out of Caliho Fiorella. Caliho Fiorella was, of course, another ride that Jean did compete up to the very top. Fiorella herself by Caliho's For Joy. So wonderful pedigree here for Caliho Lexington. A little bit finer of build, and unfortunately comes up a bit short of the B element of 7. Recovers nicely for the C, but of course with 1 down, she'll need to put the pace on if she wishes to qualify for that second round. It's 4 strides down to the Western Shop, double the verticals. Now in the lower grade, Jean normally is quite a quick rider, a little more apprehensive at these higher grades. As she comes to the last 4 penalties on the board and make it 8. Tips that final vertical, stands 1.60 m in height. 8 penalties it is. 73.64 the time. It's just inside the time allowed. So she finishes on the 8. Does not make it through to the second round, but she'll be happy with that. It's valuable experience for both Jean and Lexington at this level, and you can bet that they'll be back to fight it out another day. So the 5 clears we have: Carl Boonzaya, Lisa Williams, Dominic Alexander, Ronnie Healy and Jonathan Clark. They're guaranteed passage through to the second round. And at this stage, Nicole Horde is still in the running on both of her rides, both Chantilly and Haitoshi. Elzu Lombard and Anya Moller might have something to say about that. Lombard, one of the more seasoned campaigners in the running here today. Just shy 19 years young is the old man Lombard, and has had a great season so far. Anya finished in 3rd at the Kyalami leg of the World Cup qualifier series. Said at that show that she didn't know if Lombard would be jumping the World Cup class. Coach Dominic Alexander said put him into the secure stable, see how he feels, and as it turned out, he felt great. Things are looking good so far as well as they crest fence number 6. All clear so far through the first half of this track. Looking good as she makes the 6 strides down to fence number 10. Lombard knows his job and he loves this fresh air down here at the low altitude. It's absolutely jam-packed with oxygen, makes it easy for his old bones. Never say he's nearly 19 years old. Comes to the last, yes! Super ride, Anya Moller, the old man Elzu Lombard comes through with a wonderful clear round. 71.65 seconds. It knocks Chantilly out of the running, but it does mean that Anya Moller and Elzu Lombard are guaranteed passage into that second round and makes it 6 clears. 6 super rides we've had to give us those clears. Of course, Nicole Horwood does have a bit of a trick up her sleeve. She's got 2 rides in this class, while Chantilly is no longer eligible for the second round. Haitoshi is. 4 penalties in 70.11 seconds. It's the quickest of the 4 falters. 3 riders are still to come. Desiree Davidson will be looking to stamp her mark. She rides the wonderful Le Cadeau, bred by the Callao Warm Blood Stun Lisbon out of a Heartbreaker mare. Made the move up to the 150s earlier on in the year at the Outdoor Grand Prix. Jumped her first World Cup qualifier in Brits a few weeks ago. Was in the placings there, so she'll be looking to continually move up the ranks, get one better each time. She spent her formative years coming up into the open ranks under the tutelage of Mandy Johnston. Has subsequently moved to Tossie Raynor, ably assisted by Mikkel van Eck. Unfortunately, fence number 4 gets a little bit deep for Le Cadeau. Takes that front rail. She's on 4, so she'll need to go quick. Oh. That 1.60 m vertical comes down to fence number 6. She's on 8 penalties. Won't be going through to the second round, but she'll be happy to just pick up the mileage and see the finish, will Desiree Davidson. B element of the triple combo as well. So she's on 12. She makes her way to the final 3 fences of this track. He's a very feisty horse, is Le Cadeau. Not the easiest horse to ride. But he does love his job. Absolutely loves what he does. Comes home with just the 3 down, so it's 12 for jumping. 70.36 seconds. It's inside the time allowed. And she'll be very, very happy with that, will Desiree. Chalk it up to extra mileage, getting used to the heights, the technicality of these tracks. She'll be back another day. Of course, there's a remarkable story behind that. She'd never ridden Le Cadeau when he went on auction in the 2014 Callao auction. She says that her dad had a couple of glasses of wine and just got excited with the bidding and kept going and going and going. They came home with Le Cadeau, having not ridden him. Who would have thought that he'd be able to become a top 1.50 show jumper? So on we go. Our second to last horse of the first round is Sunny Park Stables' Eagles Laser, Nicola Syme Riley. It's her second ride for the class. Had 9 penalties on Insagi earlier on after a disobedience at the wall. She's shown Laser the wall now, hoping to not have the same problem as she had before. Unfortunately, doesn't get her round off to the greatest start with the front rail. Lowest rail on the track at 1.45 goes down at fence number 1. Laser is, of course, her newest ride to these heights. She has been up here many times before, originally on the Thoroughbred Stallion Sharp Colt. More recently, Connoisseur and El Paso have done their duties, both of them now heading into their older years, doing breeding duty. Takes the front rail of fence number 4 as well, a brick dangling on the edge. Fence number 6 down, so she's on 12. Through the triple combination without too much fuss. It's down now to the final 4 fences of this track. Western Shop A and B clear. That back rail at number 10, that big oxer comes down. Means that so far, Nicola on 16 penalties. Comes home over the last. She'll pick up a time fault as well by the looks of it. 75.57 seconds. 16 jumping faults, 1 for time. You're looking at 17 penalties and 75.57. It's good mileage on the odometer though for Eagles Laser. He's another one to watch for the future. Nicola, a remarkable horsewoman, does all the production of all her horses. And it's remarkable just how many of them she has managed to bring up to this top level of the sport. Big things to come from Laser in future. Last in the first round, a man that needs no introduction, is Barry Taylor. He's earned the nickname as the godfather of South African show jumping, has more titles than almost any other rider in the sport. Hails from a golden era in the 70s and 80s where he was competing against the likes of Annelie Vuckevenig, Gonda Beatrix and many, many other top riders. Barry, the last of those competing. He's in his early 60s, but you'd never say it the way he makes his way around a World Cup course. Rides Govertriggle's Krista G campaigned this horse up to the 150s through a number of World Cup qualifier tracks. The ride then went to Aisling Triggle, and now with Aisling on motherhood duties, Barry back in the saddle. Has had one down already, that front rail offence, number 3. A second one down, number 6 puts him on 8 penalties, so he's not going to be going through to the second round. C elements at number 7 hasn't gone down many times, but it does go down for Barry. He'll still be looking to complete the track, I would imagine. It's still rather special to watch Barry ride after all these years, still able to compete at the top. Has won World Cup Series, has campaigned in Europe where he acquired the wonderful Nabab Forever, recently deceased Nabab Forever, a legend of South African show jumping. Nabab came back and Barry won many a World Cup on Nabab as well. Makes his way to the last, carrying 12 penalties. Makes it over the last 78.43 seconds. Looks like he'll have time to add as well. Total then of 14 penalties. Brings us to the end of the first round for Barry Taylor and Krista G.
Which means, ladies and gentlemen, that we have all clears, bar 1 going through to the second round. The only one going in that top 25% dog in the clear is Capital Hitoshi van der Krayenvelden, who will come in first. Nicole Hall, unfortunately, Sean Tilley, who nominated horse. Points on offer, but we do have prizes all the way down to 12. We'll give you the minor prizes.
So we'll now be readying the track for the second round of this Grand Prix. There will be a course walk for the remaining riders that do come back. 7 riders do return. That will be your top 25%. We'll have your reverse running order in a few moments' time. However, it does mean that all our clear round riders do go through, as well as one of our 4 falters, Nicole Howard and Mark Wine-Nissen's Capital Hitoshi. So they'll be in first as the 4 falter. Then the clear round riders will return in reverse order of time. Do believe that we did have a couple of technical issues with the stream earlier, so if you were watching and there was a bit of problems with that, we do apologize for those issues. We do hope to have those all sorted. Of course, you haven't missed too much of the action, as we do still have the second round to come. From our 26 starters, 6 riders went clear. First of those was Carl Boonzaya and Callagho Casperon, followed by Lisa Williams, Dominique Alexander, Ronnie Healy, Jonathan Clark, and Anya Moller. Joining them in the second round, Nicole Howard and Mark Wine-Nissen's Capital Hitoshi, who will be going first in the second round of this competition. We'll now be taking a few minutes break whilst we allow the course designers to ready the course for the second round. Go grab yourself a drink and don't go too far. We'll be back with you in just a few moments' time with the second round of the Aquile-sponsored FEI World Cup qualifier here at Shongweni.
Potremmo scappare dal privé o tu farci in acqua rubato un
So very good afternoon to everybody and welcome back to our live broadcast of all the action here at the Durban Shongweni Club as we ready ourselves now for the second round of the Ekwele 1m50 World Cup qualifier class. 7 riders went through. We had 6 clears that all return, as well as the quickest of our 4 falters. If you missed any of the action from the first round, those 6 clears, they were Carl Boomzai on Callagho Casperon, Lisa Williams on Campbell, Dominic Alexander on R&R Yilla S, Ronnie Healy on Blue Turtle Catweasel, Jonathan Clark on Data Sciences Hummer, and Anya Molla on the season campaigner that is Elzu Lombard. Also going through was Mark Wine Nissan's Capital Haitoshi and Nicole Horwood, quickest of the 4 falters. So those riders, the 7 of them, all come back for the second round of competition. They ride in reverse order of merit on both time and penalties. So the order of going for that second round, first in will be Nicole and Mark Wine Nissan's Capital Haitoshi. They bring forward their 4 penalties from that first round, and their final result will be the tally of penalties across both rounds and their time in the second. Following that will be the slowest of the clears. That was Ronnie Healy and Blue Turtle Catweasel, followed then by Dominic Alexander and R&R Yilla S, Carl Boomzai and Callagho Casperon, Anya Molla and Elzu Lombard. Second last to go then will be Lisa Williams and the Evergreen Campbell. And last in, the quickest of the clears from the first round, will be the master himself, Jonathan Clark, and Data Sciences Hammer van Het Bevreithof. They'll be vying it out for top honours for our top 7 placings here today. But of course, as an FEI class, we do have prize money all the way down to 12th. The lower placings in this class, Nicole Horwood picks up 8th place on Mark White Nissan's Capital Chantilly with 4 penalties in 70.83 seconds. In 9th place was Kylie Stain back on track Legato with 4 faults. Raina Korba picks up 10th on back on track Clooney 3. In 11th on 7 penalties was Lara Neal and Ultimo WC. And rounding out your placings, the hometown hero Grant Langley and Foresyte Bengston. So the riders completing their course walk now for the second round of competition. Once again, we'll have Haitoshi and Nicole Horwood in as our first riders. Second round over a shortened track, just 8 obstacles, total of 9 efforts. The speed remains 375 meters per minute, but a course length of 370 meters gives us a time allowed of 60 seconds. Let's give you a rundown of the track fence. Number 1, it stays where it was in the first round. It's that ox on the right-hand side of the arena as we looked at from our commentary post. It's a straight shot down to number 2, which also remains as it was the Hollard vertical. From there, they loop back to number 3. The planks have moved with that water tray underneath it. The 3 planks in the red, white, and blue. Of course, no one did have any issue with that in the first round, really. But now, of course, fatigue might be starting to set in for both the horses and the riders. It's been a hard 3 or 4 days of show jumping so far. The sun's beating down on us here in Shongweni. It's a very, very hot day despite it technically being winter. They then make a loop back to fence number 4. It was previously the A and B elements of the triple combination at 7. It's now labeled as 4AB. It's a left-hand turn then to the wavy plank at number 5. Dogleg left to the Ekwele Oxa. Was fence number 11, the triple bar. Now it's in reverse, has been turned into an oxa for that, and then it's on to the final 2 fences. Fence number 7, the Sunflower Oxa in reverse, and it's a straight shot down to number 8, where they'll finish in front of the fans over a tall vertical right in front of the clubhouse and heading straight down towards the judges' box. Course length 370 meters, time allowed 60 seconds, and with 6 riders coming through on clears, it's all to play for here today. Of course, we have seen in the past that a rider coming through on 4 penalties, if they can maintain that, jump the second round clear, put the pressure on the remaining riders, they could come out victorious. The first leg of this World Cup qualifier series, hosted at Kyalami about a month and a half ago, saw Gova Triggle claim victory on 4 penalties. So it has happened, and we have seen titles claimed on just a single time fault as well. So it's all up to our riders now. Do they ride for the clear or do they ride for the speed? Knowing that towards the end of the second round, you have the likes of Lisa Williams on Campbell and Jonathan Clark on Hummer. 2 very, very speedy riders to come in at the end. And of course, a couple of speedy riders in the middle as well. Dominic Alexander and R&R's Yilla S. They've been forming a formidable partnership throughout the course of the year. They've been known to be very tight through the turns. Of course, there are a couple of places where turns could be taken, not necessarily inside turns, but there's definitely space where time can be saved. Our riders now completing their warm-ups as we look forward to hosting them back. Take your seats, grab a drink, grab a cup of coffee, something to eat, settle in for the rest of the excitement. The second round of the Aquile World Cup qualifier here at Shongweni. Of course, there's more action still to come later on in the day. We do still have the 1 meter 40, 1 meter 45 championships still to come. So tell your friends, tell your family, if they haven't yet tuned in, make sure that you send them that link. Get them to tune in and watch the action of this final day, third leg of the World Cup qualifier series. Of course, as you may have heard, my compatriot Aidan Lithgow over the mic, he's in the judges box. The announcer on the day has just said so. It's a 2-round Grand Prix at the end of the second round. Penalties across both rounds, but it's the time of the second that counts. If in the unlikely event there is a tie for both penalties and time, then we will have a jump-off. It is very, very unlikely that that will happen, but of course, who can forget the 2-round competition at last year's South African Championships? A rain-soaked event it was. A number of riders, they went clear, they withdrew from the jump-off, but 2 riders remained. Both of them recorded the same time, so in a 150 competition, we did have a tie for first place. Stranger things have happened, so don't take your eyes away from your screen. Of course, many exciting things could still yet happen. Much could still unfold here this afternoon.
Others need to protect their 0 penalty scores, but also...
Of course, looking at the current World Cup qualifier standings, a couple of things have been shaken up. Gova Triggle, Ashley Healy and Nicole Horwood on all of their nominated rides are out of the second round. Nicole will, however, be picking up points from her earlier effort because she has finished in 8th place. There is still points for 8th place. 8th place will be picking up 10 points. So with that, Nicole Horwood looking likely to move into the top spot. The live standings show her moving up into first place on 40 points, but Jonathan Clark, he currently lies in 4th on the overall standings with 27 points. If he can claim victory here today, he'll add another 20 points to his tally with Data Science's Hammer van Het Bevreithof, which will move him up to the top of the order. Chris van der Merwe currently lies in 5th, but he's not taking part here today. A notable absence from that list. Lisa Williams currently lying in 6th on the overall rankings on 21 points. If she can claim victory, she'll leapfrog to the top of the order with 41 points. Of course, it will depend on how Jonathan Clark does on Hummer. Also in the running, Carl Boonzai currently lies in 7th in the overall runnings. Anya Moller currently lying in 8th. So this is the 3rd of 7 legs of this World Cup qualifier series. Riders will have the opportunity to drop their 3 worst scores, but it's very exciting in that current standings as things look. And of course, today could be a pivotal moment for a number of our riders. With Gova Triggle and Ashley Healy out of the running, the riders that are slightly lower down in that order, they'll be looking to capitalize, secure their spot, secure a good result, so that later on in the season they do have a bit of a buffer if they do want to withdraw from a particular venue that they don't like, or if for whatever reason they don't have the greatest round. As we've seen today, it can happen. Both Govert and Ashley bombing out with multiple penalties that have seen them out of the running and unfortunately out of the prizes. So Nicole Horwood makes her way into the arena. This is not her nominated ride, so the points of hers will be going to her 8th place ride of Chantilly. She's back though this time, the quickest of the 4 falters from that first round. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicole Horwood and Mark Whitenison's Capital Haitoshi. A time allowed of 60 seconds here in the second round. First couple of fences just as they were in the first round, so it's a straight shot from 1 down to 2, repeating that effort without too much trouble for Hitoshi. Fence number 3 has moved. It's a slightly tighter turn over those planks. She navigates that with ease. She's then going to take an inside turn to the only combination of the second round. One stride double for AB, easy as she goes. Left-hand turn, the wavy plank, relatively empty fence, but it's clear. The Aquila Oxa, 2 fences still to come. Nicole is clear so far in the second round. Oh, back rail of fence number 7 taking off a little bit early, not quite getting the hair time that she would have wanted with Hitoshi. Down to the last, she finishes on 4 in the second round. Time of 45.43 seconds. Quick efforts, but unfortunately with 1 fence down in either of those rounds, she finishes on a total of 8 penalties across both. She can do no worse than 7th here today, but could still do a lot better than that depending on how our remaining riders do. So second to go, apologies, a slight miscommunication earlier. It will be Dominique Alexander and R&R Yilla S in at number 2. They gave us a stupendous clear in that first round of competition, and they'll be looking to do the same here. Of course, a little bit less pressure now that Nicole has already had a second pole. On 8 penalties she is. Rattles the planks, but they do stay up. Oh, the B element there, unfortunately, just getting a little bit deep to that. Yilla unable to get himself out of this wonderful gelding that has served Dominique so well throughout the course of the last 12 months in these top grades. 5 and 6 clear. Coming with 4 to the last line over that big oxer that Nicole managed to knock. Comes down to the last, not the quickest effort, but it's clear. Clear in 46.11 seconds, so beg your pardon, 4 penalties in 46.11 seconds. Dom moves to the top of the logs as things stand, with a handful of riders still to come. Ronnie Healy now, he'll be looking to do one better, of course. You'd think that with 1 clear in the bag, it would be easy to replicate over a shortened course, but the pressure now mounts. It's happened to Ronnie before, where he has been unable to replicate that clear. But Cat Weasel is looking fresh. He's looking in high spirits on this hot winter's day down here in Shongweni. He'll be looking to go clear, or at the very least, beat a Yilla's time, 46.11 with 4 penalties. Springs over number 1, straight shot down to number 2. Good pace through that turn. We'll want to set him up nicely. There we go, a good ride. Angling those planks does make it easy to get a good turn through to the combination. You want to be approaching the straight. Gets the A element, gets the B element. Wonderful ride from Ronnie. Oh, unfortunately that wavy plank, it's a tall vertical there with that pole above the plank. That comes down, so he's on 4 penalties. He's going to need to put on the pace now if he wants to come home quicker than Dominique and Yilla. Oh, unfortunately, fence number 7 going down as well. Comes down to the last. Over it he goes in 45.18 seconds, so the time was quicker. But unfortunately, it is 2 fences down, 8 penalties, 45.18, goes into second place, ahead of Nicole Horwood and Hitoshi, but just behind Dominique and Yilla. So Dominique still leads, 4 penalties, 46.11. That's the benchmark time to beat for our remaining riders. But of course, anything could happen. A double clear is not a given here today. So while we might like to see it, it isn't a given. Carl Boonzai now, Callagho Casperon. Casperon is a very, very tricky stallion. Of course, he's been great in the first round, and he's done this before. At the last derby held 2 years ago, he jumped a superb clear in the first round, but then in the jump off it came undone. He starts acting up sometimes. Carl will be hoping that Casperon can maintain his concentration here today. He's good through the first 2 fences. Looks to be concentrating a slight stutter ahead of those planks, But Kasparon, shake of the head. Unfortunately, he does this from time to time. Let's hope that Carl can hang on, keep him going forward. 4A, 4B. Navigates 5 clear, a bit of a rattle, but it stays in place. 3 fences left for Carl and Kasparon. It's down to the last line now, and he's clear so far. Silence falling over the crowds. He's clear, coming to the last. Come on, Carl. Come on, Carl. Yes! Carl Boonzaya, 49.36 seconds. He didn't go for speed. Instead, he went for the clear, and he gives us our first double clear, moves into the top spot. An expert ride from Carl. You get the impression he wasn't looking for the speed. He just wanted to go for the clear, knowing that it puts a lot of pressure on the remaining 3 riders. So 49.36 seconds, that's the time to beat. And now, if you go too slow, incur a time penalty, you'll be out of the running. If you take a pole, you are out of the running. Anya Moller, she's been great at these World Cup qualifiers so far, had a 3rd place finish in the first leg, finishing on 4 penalties that day, despite managing to give clear in the first round. Today, she needs the clear. Lombard, a seasoned campaigner. The only thing he doesn't like is the water jump. Fence number 3, it's that water tray, shouldn't give him too many issues. She sets him up nicely, though, not wanting to angle it. He jumps it easily. It's a good ride from Anya halfway through this track. Not going too quickly, though, so she might be a little bit slower than Carl if she can go clear. But clear will be good. Even 2nd place today, picking up 15,000 Rand. Oh, unfortunately getting a little bit flat over the back of fence number 6. Clips that back rail. It's a very square axis. She's on 4, and a slower effort now means that she might not be able to make it all the way to the end into the top 3. Comes home clear over the last. 49.31 seconds, so it was a slower time. Would have been quicker than Kasparon's time. 49.36 was Kasparon, so 49.31. She goes into 3rd place. Carl and Kasparon leads, clear in 49.36. Domini and Yilla are currently in 2nd, 46.11 and 4 penalties. Lombard now into 3rd. Lisa Williams, though, Campbell, she's won 3 World Cup qualifier series, back-to-back events. She's represented South Africa overseas, and of course she knows her way around Shongweni at last year's championships, the adults show jumping championship. She finished 2nd in a lightning quick jump off. She sets off with great pace on Campbell. The pace is already looking good. If Campbell can put in the effort, keep the fences up, Lisa will want to position him well, knowing that he does cover ground, knowing that Carl wasn't the quickest, but Jonathan Clark still to come, could be very quick. A, B, onto the back half of the track now. Very scopy is Campbell, son of Katoki. Fence number 6, it's on to the last 2 fences. Campbell looking good, Lisa looking good. Good jump coming down to the last. She's clear. The time is good. Can she beat Carl and go into the lead? Yes, she does. It's a clear round. 44.44 seconds. Campbell and Lisa Williams move into the top spot. 1 step closer to claiming victory here today. Superb ride. Well, you can't keep a good woman down. You know what they say. Form is temporary, but class is permanent. And Lisa and Campbell, well, they're an absolutely magical partnership to watch on their day. And you have to ask, is today their day? Or could Jonathan Clark pull a rabbit out of the hat? He goes last on Data Science's Hammer van Het Bevrythof for owners Slade Equestrian. Time to beat Jonathan, 44.44. Can he do it? Campbell leads. Kasparon in 2nd, currently in 3rd. Domini and Yilla in 46.11. Jonathan steels himself, making sure that he comes in nice and steady, not wanting to upset Hammer with any pace that Hammer's not used to. He should keep the turns tight. Not always the quickest in terms of outright pace. Picks up some pace there after the turn, gets his leg on straight away, settles Hummer around the turn. It's a good ride from Jonathan over those planks. Hummer, scopy. Who can forget it? Stocky strike. He dug himself out from very deep under the wall. Oh no, folks. Unfortunately, tight turn into the combination at 4. Hummer says no, not today. And it's a very, very rare sight indeed that you see Jonathan come unseated. He's normally stuck to that saddle like glue, but unfortunately not to be today. Means he's eliminated from that second round of competition at fence for a 4 that fall. And it means that he moves into 7th place overall. And unfortunately, that is where we finish the Sequele-sponsored 1m50 World Cup qualifier here at Shongweni. Not how we'd like to end it. We would have loved to have seen what sort of time Jonathan could have set. Hummer possibly a little bit unsettled. You can see now he's a bit of a feisty stallion, is he? He's won the series before, and he will be back today. Not Jonathan's day, but whose day it is? Lisa Williams and Campbell. Campbell claims victory with an absolutely stellar double clear. First place in 44.44 seconds. Carl Boonzai, an absolutely spectacular ride he gave. Not looking for the speed, but he comes home clear to pick up second on Casperon. Third place then goes to Yilla and Dominique Alexander. 4 penalties in 46.11. Fourth place then going to Lombard and Anya Molle in 49.31 with 4 penalties. Fifth place going to Ronnie Healy and Catweasel. 8 penalties in 45.18. Sixth then going to Mark White Nissan's Capital, Haitoshi and Nicole Horwood. And for Jonathan Clark and Hummer, they pick up 7th place. They'll still pick up points for their efforts. We'll have a look at those points in just a moment for you. In the meantime, take a breath. It's been an exciting class here at the Sequele-sponsored 1m50 World Cup qualifier, the third leg. We'll be back with those World Cup qualifier standings and the recognition ceremony for our top 3 place competitors in just a few moments' time. So the confirmed results for this class, it is in fact Lisa Williams that does claim victory. That wonderful double clear in 44.44. Second going to Carl Boonzaya and Calaho Casperon. In third, it's Dominique Alexander and R&R Yilla S. Fourth place going the way of Elzu Lombard and Anya Molla. In fifth, Ronnie Healy and a Blue Turtle Catweasel. Sixth going to Mark Wynesson's Capital Haitoshi and Nicole Horwood. Seventh going to Jonathan Clark after that unfortunate fall, and Data Science's Hammer van Het Bevreithof. So with 20 points for the win, it moves Lisa Williams to the top of the current World Cup qualifier standings. Overall, she's sitting on 41 points. Overtakes Gubba Triggle, who was at the top at the start of this. Into second place, Nicole Horwood. Despite finishing in 8th place on Chantilly, she picks up 6 points for that effort. 9 points for that effort, moves her up into second place on 39 points. In third, Jonathan Clark. He completed this class, finishes in the points placings, so he picks up another 10 points for his efforts. Into third place he goes on 37 points. Fourth place currently is Carl Boonzaya after his stellar effort here today that sees him come home in second. He's into fourth on 35 points, while in fifth on 31 remains Gubba Triggle, manages to hang on to a spot in the top 5. So just 10 points separate our top 5 riders in the current World Cup qualifier standings after 3 legs, the third of which here at Shongweni. Of course, there will be another Shongweni leg. That will be leg 4 in about a month's time, following which we'll also be going to Revel Stables in Polokwane, followed then by the Kromdraai event, that's at Maple Ridge, and a new venue for our World Cup qualifiers this year, as our riders will be heading down to Plettenberg Bay to that absolutely spectacular venue, Sunera. Of course, in the meantime, the riders will be making their way in for the recognition ceremony. If you haven't been to a show since the COVID pandemic hit, recognition ceremony, it's what we do for our top 3 place competitors. They are invited into the arena. They bring their grooms in to hold the horse so that they can make their way down to the podium. They make sure that they have their masks as well. All the prizes that are brought forward are sanitized beforehand, and of course we do have to have a socially distanced prize giving as our riders stand on those podiums for photographs and for trophies. Lisa Williams and Campbell, they are no strangers to that top podium, no strangers to being winners. Dennis the Menace, as he's known, prancing around as he comes into the arena here. That wonderful Foresyte equestrian and Aquele blanket looks absolutely gorgeous on good old Campbell. Lisa will be absolutely thrilled with that effort from him today. Good old reliable is Campbell. You can never rule him out against the clock. He's always quick, and he's always willing to put in an effort to jump the highest fences, the trickiest fences. Today, Lisa took it easy. She made sure that she lined herself up, didn't take any unnecessarily tricky turns, knowing full well that just a clear could be good enough. It was one of 2 double clears that secures her victory. It was some 2 seconds quicker than second place Carl Boonzaya, who managed to hold on with Calaho Casperon. Didn't ride for the speed, just wanted to guide him home clear, and it was an absolutely stellar effort for Carl and for the Calaho Warm Blood Stud. Of course, the Calaho Warm Blood Stud does have a number of offspring from Casperon coming up in their second of 2 auctions. Their first just happened, their winter collection, but they do have another auction coming up later on in the year. So if you like what you saw from Casperon, if you've watched him before and seen what he's capable of, keep your eyes on the Calaho Warm Blood Stud auction that will be happening later on in the year. Get your hands on one of those beautiful Casperon progeny. Of course, there is still more action to come. After this prize giving, this recognition ceremony, we'll head on to a larger class. It's going to be an action-packed one, in fact, with 46 competitors lining up for the 1 meter 45 championship, proudly brought to you by Aquele and Bradcore Armature Windies. So don't disappear, or if you do, go grab a drink and make sure that you join us in about 20 minutes' time. The course currently being readied for that. We'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes with all the action from our 1 meter 45 championship class.
Yeah, old boyfriends kinda scare me, cause they all got a little bit of history. Even when you try to tell me I got no real reason to worry, my mind starts to imagine things that never happened. I start to believe that you're still in love with some other has-been. Baby, I'm just asking, do you think I'm gonna be the last one? Last one. I've heard stories about exes calling up brides on their wedding day, professing all the love from a once upon a time that they threw away. And the fear that I'm fighting is constantly rising in the back of my mind, is that you'll finally open up your eyes, that you'll leave me for another guy. Yeah, it's a scary truth that maybe I don't know you in the way they do. You always tell me I'm the only one you wanna be with, so why can't I believe it? Yeah, old boyfriends kinda scare me, cause they all got a little bit of history with you. Even when you try to tell me that I got no real reason to worry, my mind starts to imagine things that never happened. I start to believe that you're still in love with some other has-been. Baby, I'm just asking, do you think I'm gonna be the last one? Do you think I'm gonna be the last one? Baby, the hardest part is fighting back this anxious heart. But I've come to realize that if we don't have trust, then we might as well have nothing. But old boyfriends still scare me. They all got a little bit of history with you. Even when you try to tell me I got no real reason to worry, my mind keeps on imagining things I know aren't happening. I start to believe that you're still in love with some other has-been. Baby, I'm just asking, do you think I'm gonna be the last one? Last one. Do you think I'm gonna be the last one?
Son of a southern man, daughter of a freedman, children of the Civil War. Blackbird on a limb, both of them diving in deeper than they've been before. And down a red dirt path, covering their tracks, strangers in the light of day. Can't fight it, can't stop, and if they get caught, it's gonna be hell to pay. So baby, meet me down by the Roanoke River where the cool dark water meets the full moonlight. If we can sneak away, maybe we could be together. Candlelight, stop love tonight. Didn't know they'd been followed down through the hollow till a hand grabbed her by the arm. Blood's thicker than water, but even his father ain't never gonna do her no harm. And whiskey on his breath, they were scared to death, and he was meaner than the devil himself. It was him or them, and you can call it a sin, but the Roanoke River won't tell. So baby, meet me down by the Roanoke River where the cool dark water meets the full moonlight. If we can sneak away, maybe we could be together. Candlelight, stop love tonight.
fuori questo caos, mi mette in paranoia, stampo e faccio un get out. Se corri come me o corri con me, magari io e te lo sai. Potremmo star soli da me, magari stanotte buttarci in spiaggia con un narghile. Vieni con me, cerchiamo un altro club, solo io e te, dai. Oh, sai ci sono cose che non vanno dette, non vanno dette, no, ci sono cose che non vanno dette, non vanno dette, non vanno dette, no, ci sono cose che non vanno dette, non vanno dette, non vanno dette, dette, dette. Fammi ballare, ai casini ci pensiamo domani, porta l'estate, tuo profumo tra i capelli, baci quelli belli che sanno di rum, i baci belli che sanno di rum, i baci belli che sanno di rum. Menta fresca, nuovo sound, mi sento in
that empty field, just you and me and time to kill. First kiss I didn't know would come. You laughing at my stupid jokes, both of us wishing we were old right then, cause we knew it was love. And everybody says take it slow, but I think it's true when you know you know. Yeah, we could be dancing all night, waking up for the sunrise, late cause we're losing track of time. Yeah, we're in young love, cause when I'm with you it feels like falling in love for the first time. It'll always be true, yeah, I know we're in young love. Oh, 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 yeah.
Nothing out there could ever stop me from chasing after the way you love me, keeping me up 2 cups of coffee. Baby, you make me feel so lovely. I keep on wanting, no, I should've wanted a I keep on falling right into your thought, I can't get you off my mind. So sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet, everything I wanted. Sugar like yes, please, love is like how you love me electric, like you do. Love it how you love me electric, always you. Love it how you love me electric, electric. I love it how you love me a lot, love me a lot.
I'm Ruth Combrink, the General Manager of Equale, and it's just been such a delight to be involved in this event. It's been so lovely in coming to display what Equale is really about. We are owned by a mission organization, Foresyte mission, and all the different projects that we run on the mission are purely to support the work so that everybody that comes can be helped freely. So we've come to just show everybody why we exist, understand what we really are about. Over and above it, we've been able to launch our new cooler range, which is just so exciting.
My name is Foresyte.
Gwenny Club ahead of our final event of the afternoon. This, our 1m45 championship, proudly brought to you by Equale and Bradcore Armature Windies. It's a strong lineup of competitors taking part, a total in this class of 46 riders. Like the World Cup before this, this will be a 2-round Grand Prix. So 1 round, all the clears are guaranteed passage, but in any case, the top 25%, if we don't have enough clears, will be going through to the 2nd round. It's going to be an exciting class. A number of competitors are stepping up to this top level, or rather to the second from the top 1m45 level. Looking down the running order, a few riders that have moved up do include Tanya Chillen on Lambus, marking this as her first show at 1m45. We also have the likes of Rochelle Cook on Moonzapper, who will see in at number 9. However, we start things off with John Boer and Callahow's Lord Granis. They're in at number 1, tackling this Kevin Spratley designed and built track. A first round measuring 490 meters, time allowed of 84 seconds. Getting his round off to a great start so far through the triples at number 4. No trouble there for John Boer. It now makes his way down to the triple bar, and then it's on to the Western Shop. After the Western Shop on that left rein, comes over the Oxer. Back rail down, unfortunately, does mean 4 penalties. Not a bad effort so far for John, who has been spending a little bit of time in this 1m45 category. Did flirt with the idea of moving up to the 150s at one stage, but decided to hang on a little while longer. And I definitely think with 2 fences down thus far is proving to be a definitely a good idea. Give himself a little bit more experience on a very, very tricky ride that is Callahow's Lord Granis. Very feisty and difficult to warm up. Doesn't like being in the presence of other horses too much, but not a bad effort there. Comes home with 2 fences down, making it 8 penalties to get things off in this 1m45 championship class. In at number 2, it's a very good afternoon to George Kootlis. We saw him yesterday afternoon on NCT's Capital Athena. He's back now on NCT's Callahau Lord Chris. Easy through the triple combination there for George. Things are looking good so far for George, a very talented Callahau Lord Chris, a son of Lissabon. 8A once again going down. First pole though on track for George Kootlis. Makes his way down the final line of fences. Coming to the last on the 4. Can he leave this brick wall up? Yes, he can. Finishes on 4. A wonderful ride from George. He's very new to these 1 meter 45 levels. Super effort from him. Has jumped 1 or 2 Grand Prix before in his time. Previously had the ride on a horse they called a Flicker. That was, gone blank on the name now, but that was Ashley Healy's ride previously that he purchased. Flicker has subsequently been retired, so George now building up a steady string to make his way back into the top grades. Number 3 is Jenna Barrow, Liberty Figo HE. Figo shouldn't have too much trouble with the track at 1.45 in height, having jumped a couple of World Cups, including a few weekends ago at the Pure Sand Stocky Stry World Cup in Brits. Came undone at the triple combination there, did Jenna. So she'll be hoping now she heads on to number 4 to make it cleanly through and give us our potential first clear round for this class. So the strong field with 46 competitors. It does mean we'll be looking for 12 prizes, and it does mean that we do need 12 riders to go through to that second round. Even if we don't get enough clears, we will be taking through 12, the top 25% of our riders that will return in reverse order of time and penalties for the second round. So unlike a regular championship with a jump off, it will pay for our riders to go a little bit quickly, as if they can get the clear in the bag, puts them in a prime position for the second round. Looking good so far from Figo and Jenna, wonderful young rider. Unfortunately, the second to last, the front rail goes down, makes her way down to the skinny wall, comes home with just the 1 down. 4 penalties, 72.21, so it's a good time there from Jenna. Hopefully with that she might be able to make it through into that second round. So with 3 riders down, we're yet to have our first clear. We are scheduled to have Lorette Knowles-Taylor. However, we do believe that the Berg's Maid in Heaven has withdrawn. So we head on to number 5 instead. Tanya Chellin and Arden Villas for Jeanette McCarty. Arden Villas, you may remember previously the ride of Mandy Johnston. Did a wonderful job of the production, bringing it up to the 135s levels. A couple of 140s under the belt as well. It was a very competitive combination. Tanya has now taken over the ride. A competitive young lady she is indeed. She rides with Chad Cunningham out of the Coena setup in Johannesburg, building up a steady string of rides, also making her debut in the 1 meter 45s at this show. Unfortunately, the B element going down. The triple combination is a tricky element to ride, a 1 stride to 2 stride here. Top rail of that vertical, unfortunately, just a little beyond the reach of Arden Villas. However, it is a good pace from Tanya, so if she can keep the rest of the fences up, it will put her in good stead for that second round. This 1 meter 45 height is a bit of a tricky one for many of our riders. You've got a bit of a mix, a couple of horses and riders that have attempted World Cups before. Some of them are resting, some of them are coming back from injury. But you also have a lot of very talented riders that are trying to make their way up. And this is sort of the next step, the final step before they move into the 1 meter 50. So it's a mixed bag, and it's a lot of a challenge for the riders. Tanya rising to the top there, just a single fence down. So 4 penalties, 71.30. It's a very, very good time there from Tanya. Definitely into the top 25% at this stage. She's currently top of the table with the quickest 4 faults we've seen so far. But, of course, with these fences being a little bit lower than that 1 meter 50 and World Cup level, some of the speedier competitors, the more experienced competitors, can put in an extra turn of pace when needed. One of those who has dabbled in the 150s is Heather Mostert, number 6, Contessa. It's the first of her rides in this class for a former Miss South Africa. She's been very, very strong competitor, and she is, of course, very strong against the clock. Unfortunately, does not get off to the best start there. Fence number 1 goes down, and a disobedience at fence number 2. Contessa can be very tricky, quick and scopy on his day, but unfortunately, looks like that is not today. After recovering from the early trouble early on, unfortunately the B element now goes down, means that she's currently on 12 and will have time to add. The time has been a little generous, time allowed of 84 seconds, but unless she gets a move on, she could be in trouble. Oh, unfortunately, they're not really going to see the end. A second disobedience coming for Contessa, and Heather Mossett does spell elimination for them at fence number 9. She'll attempt to jump that fence, finish on a high note. Unfortunately, Contessa does not like the planks or the water trays underneath them. Instead, prefers the Lamborghini. I would too. Unfortunately, that is show jumping, though. Some days you have absolutely fantastic days, and Heather has claimed a number of victories in the 1 meter 40 and 45 heights. She's competed a couple of 150s as well, but today, unfortunately, despite being in her hometown, of course, KZN is her neck of the woods, unable to deliver the goods. On we go to number 7, Jonathan Clark. You may remember he took a tumble as the last rider up in that previous class, the World Cup qualifier. He's been checked by the paramedics. It wasn't too bad a tumble. And of course, Jonathan Clark, a consummate professional. He's back, he's ready to go on number 7, Poland's Macchiato. Poland's Macchiato also very, very new to these heights. Has jumped many 135s, a couple of 140s, but if I'm not mistaken, it's definitely Jonathan's first 1 meter 45 on Mac. Bit of apprehension coming into fence number 2. Jonathan kicks on, makes it over that Aquele Oxa. Number 3 a bit more conventional with just those flower boxes underneath. A, B, through the C element of the triple without too much trouble so far for Jonathan. A better start than we've seen to some of the rounds so far. Still in search of our first clear round. 7 riders down we are. On he goes to number 7, Easy As You Like. Mac, a very, very talented horse. Can be feisty, and as a youngster, I remember seeing him in many of the warm-up arenas. He was very difficult to manage. Unfortunately, gets a little bit deep into 8B, pulls that rail down. Which means we'll have another rider finishing on penalties, and we'll have to wait just a little while longer for our first clear. Straight shot from 10 to 11, a bit deep into 11 as well. Clips both of those top rails, adds another 4 to his lot. Comes over the final fence to finish on 8 penalties overall for Jonathan Clark, and not the quickest time either in 74.43. And unfortunately, it is unlikely that he's going to be going through to the second round with that effort. Top 25% will be returning, of course, at this stage. Still in search of a clear. Clear round riders are guaranteed a spot in the second round, which will be on reverse order of both time and penalties. One who shouldn't have too much issue with penalties, particularly, is Capital Lavubu, Bronwyn dos Santos. Just recently have they moved up to the 1 meter 50 ranks, have stepped down for the show, but Lavubu, an absolutely striking stallion. Formerly the ride of Nicole Horwood, was produced from a young age by her, was going to be one of those absolutely spectacular breeding stallions for the Capital stud out in Hearties. Capital having recently relocated down to Durban for much of their breeding operation. Bronwyn bought Lavubu, and they've been forming a steady partnership ever since. Unfortunately, the B element goes down. Lavubu jumped big. He's a very scopy animal, but it does mean on that one stride from A to B, he gets himself a little bit deep and pulls that down along the way. Easy 6 strides down to fence number 7. Jumps big over 8, a nice easy line from 8A to 8B, not quite as tight as the AB element in the triple. And then down to the last line she comes. It's over the Hollard equipage vertical. Then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strides down to the second to last fence. And then onto that skinny wall. It's narrower. The horses have to focus. Rider has to focus, get them right in the middle. And she comes home with just the one fence down the B element of the triple. 4 penalties it is. The time 77.65. So it's a slightly slower time from Bronwyn and Labubi. He spends a lot of time in the air. Big deliberate stride, doesn't cross the ground as quickly as some of the smaller horses, but he really is spectacular, has scope for days. And of course Bronwyn will be looking forward to a big future with him in the 1m50s and possibly a few World Cups not too soon from now. To number 9 we go, Rochelle Klook and Moon Zapper. Moon Zapper recently acquired from Philippa Baxter. Moon Zapper spent a stint in Europe before being imported to South Africa. Was a Grand Prix horse there, but is a very, very tricky ride. Very hot, needs to be held and contained. Unfortunately, being one of the smaller horses, despite being very fiery and feisty, if you do let him go, tends to jump flat, which does result in a couple of poles down along the way. A bit of a belly rub over fence number 3. Rochelle will want to hold, keep him going. B. C. Unfortunately, that's what happens. She just lets him go a little bit, and the C element comes down there. Her first fault in this round. Back rail of the triple bar as well. It's the first time that's gone, and the Western Shop in quick succession. She's racking up the penalties quickly with 12 so far. And still a few more fences to go. Previously in South Africa, Moon Zapper hadn't quite got to the 1m45s. Philippa Baxter had been a little bit apprehensive keeping him in the lower grades because while he is very scopy, like I said, is very tricky. Also one of the smaller horses on the circuit, so requires a lot of care to place him right, but definitely does have the scope for the big grades with the right rider. A good effort there, 3 fences down along the way. It means that there's 12 in total for Rochelle Klook and Moon Zapper. Does mean, unfortunately, she is unlikely to go through to the second round. We're expecting at least a few cures, and then, of course, we will be having the top 25% returning, which at this stage will include the 4 Felters and a couple of the 8s as well. On we go to number 10, Jean Corba, and the very special Your Perfect Africa's Lamina Z. They've had a fantastic week so far, picking up first place in the 1m40 A2. Both horse and rider very eager to go very quickly, but in this first round at this stage, it's more important to go clear than quick. They've started off on a good rhythm over the first 3 fences. Jean sets Lamina Z up for A, B, and C elements, that rainbow triple. Big jump over the triple bar, straight on down to the Western Shop. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strides over the sunflowers. A, and unfortunately late for the back rail of fence 8A. Of course, these are light poles. We have said that before. They are hollowed out through the middle. So just a slight rattle means that one does come down. This has been one of the better rounds we've witnessed so far, though. Sean will be most disappointed with having that fence down in what has otherwise been a very, very lovely round to watch. Comes up and over the last and finishes on just the 1 down, just the 4 penalties. Good time, though, of 71.25 seconds. Goes into second place as things stand. So into second place, 12 riders will be going through. Means that we're going to have another 11 riders going quicker or going clear to knock Jean out of the running. Arnold Butter won't be one of those with number 11 KP Laudanum, unfortunately knocking fence number 1 down. Laudanum is a very tricky stallion. Serves for the KP breeding outfit out in Muldersdrift. Very tall, some 18 hands high. Unfortunately, it does mean that in the tight spaces, he struggles a little bit, especially on those close related distances there to B. You see it. Gets a little bit long jumping over the A element. Takes his second pole. over the triple bar, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strides down to the Western Shop, followed by that 6 onto the Sunflower. Of course, Arnold has done a wonderful job with the production of Lorden. When you'd seen him in the early stages of his career, looked like he didn't know where to put his legs. But Arnold has done a fantastic job. He's been bringing him on slowly. Unfortunately, today, not his day, with 8A, 8B, and 9 all going down as well. About 9 years old, but he's a relatively immature stallion. Don't say that in a bad way, but he's very playful. Sometimes loses his concentration, as he's done there. Let's see if Arnold will just regain composure, send Lorden off on a good note to finish up this track. Arnold, of course, did have some time out, unfortunately finishing up with a brick on the wall there. He's going to finish up with about 20 penalties. We'll confirm that in a moment. But Arnold did have some time off after a pretty nasty fall that he did have at the beginning of last year, where he shattered his pelvis. During that time, Lorden had a little bit of time off as well. Robin Shaw then competed him in the 135s and 140s. Did an admirable job. But I know Arnold's very, very happy to be back in the saddle. Very grateful that his injury didn't keep him out for too long. He'll be a bit frustrated with today's turnout. He definitely does expect better of himself and of Laudanum. But of course, with a weak show jumping behind him, could be a little bit of fatigue. He'll go home, work on the fitness, and he'll be back another day. You can guarantee that Arnold will not be kept down. Total of 28 penalties across the track there, including a couple for time as well. So we're still in search of our first clear round. We've had a handful of 4 falters. Nicole Bates, she's a student of Arnold Botha, actually. She rides at number 12. Brannick, Always Special. She's very new to these 1m40 and 45 heights. Had a pretty strong junior career in the 130s and 135s. Since starting her adult career, has been a steady fixture. But now moving up to the 1m45s, and My Hercules responding. Sorry, Brannick Always Special, she rides here, responding very, very well. My Hercules you watched earlier on with Robin Shaw. She was in the placings of our 135s this morning. Slow roll of the B element once again. It is proving to be a bit of a bogey this early on in the class. Nicole will do well to put that one behind her, though. Focus on the defenses that are still to come. Come home. She can just stay on that one pole. Puts her in good place. Puts her in a fine position to possibly be going through to that second round, as all top 25% will be coming back, even if they have penalties. Commentator's cursor further 2 down. Unfortunately, they're starting to fall apart a little bit as she comes into number 9. Always Special, not quite a fan of those 3 planks atop the water trays. A bit of a mixed bag of a class that we have today, with a lot of riders that are stepping up to these heights. It's not always that they pick such a show. I mean, a World Cup qualifier it's a higher standard, it's a higher level. There's more questions asked, there's bigger prize money, bigger sponsors. So it's quite a technical track and everything for these 1m45s. Nicole Bates coming home, she'll be very, very happy. Her first effort out in these 1m45s. Hopefully it's a place where she can stay, keep on improving, and use this as a platform through which to springboard and get better and better. Number 13 is Elisa Steenkamp. She's the owner and rider of Assegai Cancellara. Another rider who's relatively new to these 1m40 levels. When she made her debut a few weekends ago, that was at the Stokkie Stripe Pure Sand World Cup. She did fantastically well there in the 1m40 championship class and in the speed class as well. She picked up some prizes, had a fantastic ride on Cancellara. Lee's a very competitive rider, so she's not going to be hanging around. She'll maintain a good forward pace. Rides under the instruction of Raina Korba. Of course, Raina always has an eye on the clock as a World Cup competitor. He's one that knows how to ride a good forward pace, and Elisa very competitive, has been right through the course of her career in the open grades. Past the halfway point now, and things are looking good. She rounds the corner now to 8A, the second of the combinations. Oh, unfortunately, just clipping that back rail. It bounces in the cups, clips the back legs on the way down. So at this rate, it looks like 4 faults is going to be the default score. Still haven't had our first clear after 13 riders. A brick out the wall to end things off, unfortunately. Oh, and unfortunately, she has come off. We do hope that she is all right. The medics will be on their way in. However, she did make it through the finish beams before coming off. That does mean that she has completed her round. The fall will not result in an elimination. 72.09 her time and 8 penalties. It's never nice when we do see this happen. Unfortunately, the sport of show jumping, it's very tricky. Unlike many other sports, motorsports and the likes, which are often considered very dangerous, in those you don't have an excitable animal underneath you that does have a mind of its own. It's part of what makes the sport so thrilling and unfortunately also so dangerous. Elisa taking a moment to just regain her composure. Does look a little bit winded, but we are sure that she will be all right. She's a fighter. She'll be back again. She does, however, finish on 8 penalties with that round, and that means that from 13 we are still yet to have our first clear. Top 25% of our riders will be coming back. But a look at the next couple of riders coming up. Number 14, who will be next, will be Charlie-Ann Crockart. She's moved up into the 145s on Lawrence Moat's Calaho Lorenzo. Lorenzo spent quite some time in the 135s and then the 140s. Lawrence previously rode Lorenzo before moving overseas. Lawrence, bet you're watching. If so, how are things over in Ireland? Believe you guys have been having quite a hot summer over there. Lawrence will be looking on eagerly to see how Lorenzo goes in one of his first 1m45 shows. Following that, standing by in the arena on the grey you may see in your picture, is Bianca Pitt and Cascaya also up into the 1m45s for the first time at the show. And then we'll move on to Jodie Peters, King of Hearts, one of the more seasoned campaigners in this class. King of Hearts having jumped a couple of World Cups, a couple of derbies and like. So a few experienced campaigners that are still to come. Tamara Rueda, J.K. Calaho-Liantos, Gail Foxcroft, a very, very experienced rider with 4 derby titles to her name. She'll be in on Equifox Casino in a few horses' time, who's new to these grades. So we are still looking for our first clears. We do have high hopes that there will be a few. Looking to fill up those 12 places that will be going through to the second round. So Elisa has managed to make her way out of the arena under somewhat of her own steam. I think she'll be a little bit sore, but she will be back. So Elisa, we do wish you all the best. We do hope to see you back in the saddle sometime soon. So with that, we are back underway. Bell has gone for number 14, Charlie-Ann Crockart, the aforementioned Calaho Lorenzo. A wonderful son of Calaho Lissabon, that stallion that served the Calaho Warm Blood stud in the competition arena so well. And Lorenzo, definitely one of his offspring. proud, a bit of a show-off is Lorenzo. He likes to prance around, and he really, really is a magnificent horse. Scope for absolute days. When Lawrence made the move over to Ireland, he took Evergreen with him. It was a bit of a sad fact that he couldn't take Lorenzo with, but Lorenzo has now found a wonderful partnership with Charlie. Not Charlie's typical type of ride. Charlie normally likes them hot and feisty, and a little sort of quicker on the ground, not quite as floaty as Lorenzo, who does have a magnificent movement, but they've been forming a strong partnership. They've been doing well. They've now moved up into the 140s. Of course, Charlie in search of a new 1m50 partner. Last year, she moved up to the grades on the Berg's Epimine. Epimine has subsequently been sold on to Govertriggle. So a work in progress here for Charlie. She's been with him since towards the end of last year. She now has 2 fences down, 8A going down that back rail, as well as the top plank, which has gone down for the first time this afternoon. Comes down the final line on the way to the wall, jumping directly at our commentary position. 8 penalties in the bag and finishes on 8. 72.09, so it's a good forward ride from Charlie. We expect nothing less from her. Finishing on 8 penalties, though, unlikely to make it through to that second round. But a super effort nonetheless, and Lorenzo looking absolutely wonderful. Jumping at these 1m45 heights. Always been a horse that I've pegged for the big grades. He just can be a little too feisty at times, as you can see, prancing his way out the arena. On we go to number 15, Bianca Pitt, Lucas Katebe's Cascaya. Bianca actually been on Cascaya for more than a year now. Lucas Katebe, the previous owner, he's studying out in London. Bianca herself will be shipping off to the US in the coming months, so enjoying the last couple of months of her competition career in South Africa. Very talented junior career she had. She took the Junior South African Championship a couple of years back on the Carter that we saw her on earlier today. Cascaya, definitely a very, very talented mare. Scopy, brave, adjustable. Unfortunately, a little deep into the B element. Picks up that. Her first fault along the way, coming at 4B. But Bianca tends to be a confident rider. She'll already have put that out of her mind completely as she focuses on the next portion of this track. Definitely on a very, very good rhythm. There's no chance of time penalties here. She keeps going at this pace, and it could put her into the top few riders if she can come home with just the 1 fence down. Bit hesitant over those planks, but she's over them. She comes around now to the final line, the final 3 fences. Over the Hollard, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 strides over the last, and it's a super ride from Bianca and Cascaya. She comes home with 4 penalties in 72.09 seconds. Sorry, 72.54 seconds. Puts her into 4th place at this stage. So top 25%. She's in that at the moment, fairly comfortably so, as we'll be taking 12 riders through to the next round. Still in search of our first clear round. Could it be number 16, Jodie Peters? She's been up at these levels before, as has Kuda's King of Hearts. Her steed she rides today on behalf of mom and instructor Sue Peters. Cut-off for that top 25%, a little generous at this stage. 20 penalties in 98.08 is the cut-off. Jodie a little early on the takeoff with Kuda's King of Hearts, clipping the back rail on the element at number 2. Oh. Big deliberate soul is Kuda's King of Hearts. Unfortunately, Jodie, quite a small rider. When King of Hearts says no, he means it. Disobedience at 4A puts her on 8 penalties, and she's likely to incur time penalties, but no. Instead, she elects to retire, jumping over fence 1 to finish on a good note.
Next to go is a class combination. We saw the older brother jumping a little bit earlier in the World Cup class. That was Likido. This is the full brother, J.K. Liantos with Tamara Rueda. 17.
So nearing the midway point of the class, and we are still in search of our first clear. Of course, you'd have a wonderful combination coming up next. That's of Tamara Rueda and J.K. Liantos. They've been steadily climbing the grades. Tamara's been building her string. Calaho Liantos, a full sibling to Lucado that we saw competing in the World Cup class earlier on. Another one of those fantastic progeny courtesy of Calaho Lissabon. The JK, in case you're wondering, ahead of the name, JK Calaho Liantos, that's for Johan Kockelhofer. After moving across to Europe, he's been steadily dealing horses, has done a wonderful job, has really got an eye for talent. Unfortunately, Liantos coming up short at the B element in that double. Picks up her first pole for the class. It's an easy ride down that line on the left-hand side of the arena as we settle into the late afternoon. Now the shadows starting to creep across several of the fences, shrouded in that shadow. And of course, a few of them now, some shadows building up behind the fences that could come into play a little bit later on. Liantos clears the planks and Tamara's down to that last line. Over the hard 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 strides down to the last. Comes home with just the one down. Good efforts as well in 72.19. So 72.19 puts her into about 4th place on that 4 penalties. Moves into that top 25%. So into the top 25% she goes. It's looking ever more likely that the 4 falters are going to be making up the bulk of our second round. Do, of course, still have hope that there are a number of clears still to come. Gail Foxcroft, a very experienced rider, up next. Of course, she does have 4 South African Derby titles to her name. She spent a lot of time in eventing in her younger years. Right here on Equifox Casino. Homebred is Casino. Wonderful campaigner he's been for over the years in the Middle Heights. Of course, Gail did have to take a couple of years off, a few recurring injuries that she had herself. Hurt arm, then she got knocked off a horse and broke the other arm, broke a collarbone. So it's been a bit of a rough time for Gail trying to get back into things, but in the last year she's managed to find herself steadily in the saddle. Unfortunately, though, suffers the same fate as many of the riders that have come before her, with 4B going down. Really is proving to be a bogey here this afternoon. Casino's been new to these heights as well. Did a lot of 135s and a couple of 140s, but if I'm not mistaken, first show at 145 here at Shongweni. Down the last line she comes, second to last fence, and it's 8 strides down to the wall. Makes it over, and it's a super ride from Equifox Casino and Gail Foxcroft. It's a great pace as well, 72.14 seconds. Into the top 25%, and once again, those 4 falters making up the bulk of our running. And it's not often that it happens, but 19 riders in, and we still don't have a clear. Number 19 is Ronnie Healy, and a bit of a surprise turn of events. Cornet's Mandarino stepping up to these 1.45 m heights. Ronnie acquired Mandarino around the same time as he got Capital Magic Boy, and has been building them along steadily. They've seemed to go toe-to-toe, class for class in the 130s, the 120s, 130s, 135s even. But Mandarino now stepping up at this show. Ronnie has faith in this wonderful opportunity here, this wonderful youngster that he has been bringing on. That's definitely one for the big grades. Was earmarked right from a young age to being a very talented young horse. Makes it through the 4s. Makes it through the 4s, which very few riders have been able to do so far, but it's still more work to do for Ronnie. He needs to now keep it up for another 4 or 5 fences until he gets into that final straight. Ronnie has been notorious for picking up a couple of time faults on Mandarino, but he looks like he's on a decent pace. Not the quickest we have seen, but does look like he is riding for the clear here this afternoon. And he's onto that last line. He's still clear with 2 fences left to go. 1 fence left. Come on, Ronnie. Looking for our first clear. Can he do it? Super ride, Ronnie Healy. What an absolutely stellar ride. He does what 18 riders before him have not been able to do. He gives us a wonderful clear, and on a horse new at these heights, that's Cornet's Mandarino. Makes it the only rider that's guaranteed passage through to that second round. An absolutely stellar effort from him. He'll be super pleased with how Mandarino went. Cornetto, as the grooms call him. So it can be done. The clear can come. And looking to add to that list will be Courtney Webber, number 20, Opal Delabastide for Shelley Moore. Courtney, one of the local riders from Durban, riding out of Grand Langley's Langley Equestrian Centre. Fence number 3 going down. Opal, a very talented horse, but unfortunately just gets a little bit lazy, drops a leg. Not quite as attentive a scopy as it needs to be all the time. Unfortunately, 3 comes down as a result. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 strides down to the west drop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On we go to number 7. Rounds the corner nicely, economically, sets up straight for the combination at 8A and B. It's looking like a good ride so far from Courtney, a hard-working young lady. She does a lot of work riding 4 grants. Unfortunately, there's a whole lot of equipage going down. First time that's gone down in this class as she comes to the last carrying 8 penalties. Stays on the 8. So 2 fences down along the way there. 8 penalties for for Opal Delabastide and Courtney Webber. She'll be pleased with that effort though, stepping up into the 1m45, so spent quite a bit of time in the 1m40s, and Opal's really just starting to acclimatise to the much bigger fences, getting used to getting the feet out the way. Quite something to watch in the 6 bars as well. Of course, we haven't had a 6 bar in quite some time, with many of the shows being put on hold and not quite having the spectator base that we normally like with the ongoing global pandemic. Now, Opal's been in quite a few of those 6 bars. Very, very scopy when it comes to those power and skill events. Number 21 is Martin Swanepoel. We saw him compete earlier on in the 1m35s, but he's back this time out on Carthago van den Bos. Carthago, a very, very scopy horse, clears number 3 with ease. Going to have a little bit of trouble collecting ahead of B. Clips the back rail on A, but it stays up, makes it over B and C. It's a good ride there from Martin as he makes it through 4, and he's clear so far. Big jump over the triple bar from this wonderful gelding, side by Freestyle out of a capital mare, Selena. Martin earmarked this one as one for the big grades right from the moment it came in a couple of years ago. Remember sitting in the warm-up at a Burlington training show where he was talking to Barry Taylor, and he told Barry that this will be the horse that he makes it up to the 150s on again. Of course, only been in the last couple of years that Martin has really put all his efforts into show jumping. Hails from an eventing background. But it's looking good so far. Comes down to the last line, last fence, and he's clear so far. Do we have our second clear? Clear over the last, and yes, we do. Martin Swanepoel, Carthago van den Bos, they give us the goods. They make it 2 clears we have from 21 of our starters. And just like that, the percentages climb from 5% going clear to now 10% going clear through to the jump-off. A little bit of a hesitation through the triple combination, but Carthago recovered. Martin finishes with a smile on his face. He's absolutely thrilled with that effort. And into the second round, he'll go in the Sequele and Bradcore Armature Windies 1m45 championship class. Number 22 is Diamond Dundee. Lara Neal riding this. She's also the owner. Of course, many of you may remember that Dundee was a horse that Martin owned for quite some time. He did a lot of the production with it. Before giving the ride over to Lara, Lara really, really enjoyed it. She has subsequently taken over ownership. Lara's been building up quite a strong string over the last couple of years, and at the moment she's got Ultimo jumping the big grades. She has Dundee now coming into the 145, so there's a lot to look forward to from Lara. She does also, of course, have that wonderful Callahoo Consuri, that mare owned by the Callahoo Warm Blood Stud, coming up the 135s and 140s as well. So far this round on Dundee is looking good. She's got a good forward pace, so she won't be encountering any issues with the clock. She, rattles the back elements of 8A. It took a moment to think about it before it came down, but it is down. 4 penalties in the bag as she heads down to the final line. One fence left to come, and with 4 penalties, she could be in the running for that top 25%. Yes, she manages to hold on for just the 4. Super wide and very, very unfortunate. Just clipped that light back rail on 8A, and it really did take a while before it eventually decided to come down. Super effort. So we're on to number 23, last before we take a 10-minute break to rake and maintain the arena. Jessica Prince and Callahoo Concudo. She rode early on in the 135s on Cloud 9. We mentioned Concudo, that last year she'd had a go in the 1-meter 50s. She's been steadily hovering around the 1-meter 45s and that sort of region. Unfortunately, in her round not starting off too well. Fences 1 and 2 down. She'll want to put those behind her now. Disobedience at fence number 3 today, definitely not her day, but fence number 3 now shrouded in shadow as we move to late afternoon. The sun sets a little bit earlier here in KZN than it does in Joburg and other regions of the country. Shadows coming into effect as they likely do there. Second disobedience unfortunately does mean the elimination of Concudo, but Jessica will be back. Today might not be her day, but another day surely will. Young, talented rider with a bright future ahead of her. So we'll now be taking a brief break to let them rake the arena. But as things stand, 23 riders have gone and only 2 clears we have. That's Cornets Mandarino with Ronnie Healy, who gave us the first at number 19, followed by Martijn Swanepoel and Carthago van den Bos. Only those 2 clears, which means a handful of our 4-faults is still in that top 25% of the running. We'll try and get hold of that top 25% for you. And as we get towards the end of the class, hopefully we'll be having a few more clears. In the meantime, go grab yourself a drink, but don't go anywhere. It's still the second half of this class to come. Another 23 riders looking to claim glory in this 1-meter 45 championship. Proudly brought to you by Aquile, Bradcore Armature Windies. Our 2 sponsors for our 1-meter 45s.
Seeing
time that you're there, I'm losing my mind. Oh, and I'm hard over the moon, you know that you got me good. I'm not even mad, I need you more than I should. I feel like I'm dying. Oh, and I found heaven in your eyes. Tell me it's all mine, holding on too tight. You're like a neon sign in a starless night, showing up so bright. Can't get over how you talk to me, like I'm all you're ever gonna need. Seeing colors that I've never seen. I love it how you love me electric, like you do. Love it how you love me electric, always you. Love it how you love me electric, electric. I love it how you love me a lot, love me a lot, love me electric. Found heaven in your eyes. You're like a neon sign, showing up so bright. Can't get over how you talk to me, like I'm all you're ever gonna need. Seeing colors that I've never seen. I love it how you love me electric, like you do. Love it how you love me electric, always you. Love it how you love me electric, electric. I love it how you love me a lot, love me a lot, love me electric.
Well done, guys. Thank you. Let's say a big thank you to Kieran and his team now.
So, folks, we are back. The arena party have maintained the arena, and this arena here at Shongweni is looking as spectacular as ever. So far, as things stand, it's been a rather uneventful first half of this class. The first round of the 1m45 championship brought to you by Aquele and Bradcore Armature Windies. Just the two clears that we have had, but it will be the top 25% of our riders that do go through, regardless of whether they have penalties or not. They'll be coming back in reverse order of merit for that second round of the competition. And there will be a second course walk a little bit later on for that shortened track. To get things back underway, though, Ryan Walbridge and Jupiter de Martellenville, owned by Grant Langley. Ryan, yet another one of the riders under Grant's tutelage that is now making his way through the ranks. Ryan and Courtney Webber both having started around the same time, and they've both been steadily progressing through the ranks now into the 1m45s is Ryan. Unfortunately, that C element going down, they're just getting a little bit long as he came out over the B element. Recovers nicely over the triple bar and straight down to the Western Shop. He's a hard-working young man, is Ryan. Not only does he spend a lot of his time riding, he's one of Grant's several work riders, but when it comes to organising a show like this, he is part of the team, so he spends many early hours, many late mornings. He helps out with all the students as well. It's a wonderful young man that works hard, so it is really, really great to see him coming up through the ranks, see him competing at these levels where he so deserves to be. It's looking like a quick round, and it's just the one down that he's had so far, that C element, as he makes his way down to the final fence and finishes on 4. Great effort and a quick time as well in the 68-second region. Goes into 3rd place with that effort for penalties. Quickest of the 4 falters we have had so far, that means. And it was a good ride from Ryan Walbridge. Tanya Chellin now. Number 25 is her second ride, Lambus. She rode earlier on Arden Villas, currently in 12th on Arden Villas. Beg your pardon, Arden Villas a little bit higher up than that, but had 4 penalties earlier on. Lambus, though, has been in absolutely flying form this week. Of course, Lambus, a former World Cup qualifier winner, won a few years ago in Brits with Mandy Johnston in the saddle. That ride has now moved on to Tanya. And this week, she claimed a third in the first 1m40 class, the A2, and a third in the 1m45 2 phase. So today, she'll be looking to do 2 better and hopefully claim victory. But first, she's going to need to go clear, as she is so far through the first 4 fences on this track. Rounds the corner over the triple bar. Such a super horse is Lambus. He's scopy, he's brave, he's willing to chip in when needs be, but really he is an absolute firecracker of a horse, this young man. Didn't have the easiest start when he came into the country. Came into the country with Mandy and then unfortunately colicked quite early on. Did have to go in for surgery, but then bounced back. Managed to bounce back in a big way as well, claiming a 1m50 victory out in one of his very first 1m50 shows on local soil. And he's looking in absolute fine form as he comes down to the last. Tanya will be very, very happy with that round. It's clear. It's our third clear for the class. And Tanya Chellan marks her arrival in the 1m45s in some style. Clear round number 3. She's guaranteed a passage into that second round of the jump off. With that, it knocks Capital Lavubu out of the running, which means 4 penalties. It's no longer good enough to get you through. You're going to have to get a foot on the gas as well if you want to be going through to the second round of this 1m45 championship class. Jenna Barrow put in a valiant effort earlier on Liberty Figo, who came home with just a single fence down, a quick time of 72.21. But she has a second ride in this class now. Liberty Lord Cassini, number 26 on the program. Cassini, another wonderful campaigner for Jenna. Has done so well for her at these heights over the years, really helped her build her confidence. It's looking super so far in this round. She was through that treble without any trouble whatsoever, didn't even hesitate, didn't look to be coming up short at any point. And it's a good forward pace as well. It's a wonderful rhythm that she is on. Now past the halfway point, the second combination coming up over A. Oh, unfortunately the front rail goes down. She clips the back as well. Both of those at 8A go down. So 4 penalties she currently lies on as she makes her way around down to that final stretch. Can she bring it home? 4, 5 strides, and then the final 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, gives a brick a rattle. It's sticking out, but it manages to stay in place. So she finishes on 4. It was a good time as well, just more than 70 seconds on the clock there for Jenna, which does mean that both of her rides currently into that top 25% of the running. It does mean that at this stage, she's sitting pretty with 2 in the second round. Of course, before we get to the second round, we do have a number of rides still to come, including number 27, Tara Lowe. She rode earlier on in the World Cup. She's back this time out on Kuda's Mr. President. Oh, fence number 3 going down there. Not too bad a ride coming into that. Unfortunately, Mr. President maybe just not picking up the legs quite as high as Tara would have liked. Takes the corner deep there. She looks to set up a good line through 5, 6, and 7. Makes it through with a good smooth ride. Not the quickest we have seen so far, and with 1 down already, she'll want to be going a little bit quicker to have her hope set of going through to that second round. Unfortunately, commentators curse. Another 1 down, it means that it's 8 so far for Tara. Onto the last line. She's coming to penultimate fence with 8 and rides down to that narrow wall. And a brick out as well. Means that she finishes with 3 elements down. Total of 12 penalties. Not an ideal day out for Tara Lowe. So the clears have been coming through steadily in the last little while. By steadily, I mean we've had 3 in the last 10 horses or so, but we would like a couple more. Has been a relatively quiet start to our 1m45 championship class, the first round of this Grand Prix, only giving us the 3 clears thus far of Ronnie Healy, Martijn Swanepoel and Tanya Chellan on Lambus. But looking to add to that will be Michelle Hobbs riding Shani Swanepoel's Nickelback Diva Z, number 28 on the program. Of course, you saw Michelle a little bit earlier on in the World Cup qualifier class. She's back once more. Nickelback, I do believe, new to these heights. Shani Swanepoel out with motherly duties at the moment, and in her place, good friend of hers, Michelle Hobbs, taking the ride. Nickelback, a wonderful gelding, 10 years old this year, son of Nabab Durave out of a Chin Chin Dan. C element going down at number 4, and unfortunately then fence number 6 added to that as well. Looks like a good combination though between Michelle and Nickelback. Of course, Michelle is very tall, which does mean that it's rather tricky sometimes trying to find a lady's horse that will accommodate someone that is tall. You kind of have different types of rides. A man's ride, as they might say, where it's very strong. We've seen a couple of those over the year. But Nickelback and Michelle, they do seem to be striking up a good partnership. They've just had that couple down so far. And she's very, very happy with that, despite finishing on 8 penalties. Not going to be going into the top 25 or into the second round, but she's very, very happy with Nickelback's performance today. And who knows, maybe she might be able to keep the ride for a little longer, and perhaps it might be a second horse for her going through to the 150s in the near future. So we're looking for clear round number 4, Rainer Korber. He's had a lot of experience at this height. Of course, he's an open rider with lots of talent, a wonderful, wonderful horseman. Runs Korber Equestrian in Kyalami with his wife, Jean Korber, who we've seen throughout the course of the day. He's here now, number 29, back on track, Sheldon, for owner Linda Ellery. Sheldon really is a super, super horse. Came in a couple of years ago, and Ray's been responsible for the production ever since. It's built him up to these levels and is very, very dangerous against the clock when it does come time for that. Unfortunately, chances of that are, unfortunately, now nil. Both the A and C elements going down at fence 4 for Rainer Korber. Rules him out of that second round, so he'll now look to recover and just give Sheldon some more experience at these 1m45 heights. Brave and scopy gelding as Sheldon. He'll definitely be looking for potential jumping Sheldon in the 150s in the near future as well. Currently his only ride up there being Clooney. He was in the prize money earlier on today in that World Cup qualifier. Didn't make it through to the second round there, but still picked up some prize money. Unfortunately, in this class, only 12 prizes on offer for the 12 riders that do go through. So if you don't make it through to the second round, you don't get a prize. It's as simple as that. Comes to the last and brings it home on 8 penalties, does Rainer Korber. Not a bad effort for a horse that's new to the heights. Ray's experience coming to the fore, just guiding him home after having a couple of fences down. So at the moment, in 12th place in that cutoff is J.K. Calaho Leantos with 4 penalties in 72.19. I do believe there might have been an error with the timing on our end, so that time could be incorrect. We'll be waiting to find out what that time is, but that's the cutting point now. Tamara Rueda in the hot seat. She'll be watching on with eager anticipation as Nicole Horwood rides next. Mark Weinderson's Capital Kronos, yet another one of the stallions in use at the Capital Stud, owned by Henning Pretorius of Capital Stud. Kronos did have a fantastic run earlier on in the week, picking up a second place in the 1m40 A2, but has already had the C element down at 4 here today. Nicole is on a good pace, however, so if she can come home with just that fence up, and as I say, at the back rail goes down at fence number 7, means that she is not going to be going through to the second round. It will be a slightly earlier afternoon for Nicole Horwood and for Mark Weinderson's Capital Kronos. She's down to that last line, up and over the second to last fence, and 8 strides down to the final wall. Kronos gives it a go. She comes home in 8 penalties there for Nicole Horwood. Unfortunately, like we said, not going to be going through to the second round with that. But of course, she's had a very, very busy day. She did have those 2 rides in the World Cup qualifier class. Takes it out of you, even for a professional athlete as dedicated and as fit as Nicole is. Not a full-time equestrian, mind you. She does ply her trade as a real estate agent in the Kyalami area. One of the few part-time riders that really does achieve at the top levels of the sport. She's a consistent performer and a great rider. Number 31 is a particularly exciting partnership, Shaitan Hendricks and Biogen's Kalinko. Shaitan's been up the 150s before, but just this week Kalinko jumped his first 1m50 class and really just took everything in his stride. Wasn't that long ago that Kalinko was just jumping the 1m35s, but speaking to Shaitan back at Stocky's Dry, he said that Kalinko almost makes it too easy. Shaitan also rides Biogen's Greta G. And he says Greta's tricky, but Kalinko, the fences go up, and unfortunately, well, unfortunately for him, Kalinko just keeps jumping. He's an absolute machine that's really just plug and play. He says he almost feels like he's cheating his way into the higher grades with Kalinko. It's a super partnership that I'm sure is going to yield many, many titles in years to come. Unfortunately, the 1m45 title looking unlikely. It has already had 1 fence down. 7C went down early on. Beg your pardon, 4C went down early on in the track as Shaitan now makes his way towards that last line. Of course, Kalinko likely now a little bit tired after a week's worth of jumping, having travelled down from Johannesburg with Shaitan and the rest of his string. Brings it home, stays on 4 penalties with just the 1 down, taps a brick in the wall. Time, I do believe, 70.14 seconds. Let's see where that puts him. Super ride there from Shaitan. Despite having a 1 fence down, he goes home with 4 penalties, but that puts him into 5th place. So it is into the top 25%. Knocks JK Kalaholiantos out of the running. And it actually does put Shaitan in quite a good position. Of course, despite Kalinko being a little bit tired, there's a second round now still to come, and it's looking ever more likely that in 5th place at the moment, that will be good enough to get him a spot in the second round. We have another 14 or so horses to come, including the one you watch on track, Oliver Bishop. He's the owner and rider of R&R Gaucho de Emma. Oliver, one of the locals down here in Durban, plies his trade during the day at Hillcrest Panel Beaters. They've been one of our sponsors at the show, but he's an absolutely phenomenal horseman, a natural talent. He's not very orthodox when he's in the saddle. Quite a big guy is Oliver, tall and quite stocky. But he just seems to make it so easy for the horses. For a long, long time, he stayed on those top grades on Belvedere, who was a relatively small horse, but Oliver just lets the horses do what they need to do. A lot of people have likened him to Jonathan Clark over the years. Just the way that he lets the horses be, gets the most out of them when it counts. So far in this round, it's looking like he's doing just that with Gaucho de Emma. As he comes down the last line, 2 fences to go. 1 more still to come. Can he do it? Can he give us another clear? Up and over the last fence, and yes! Super, super round. Oliver Bishop, R&R Gaucho de Emma take a bow. They make it 4 clears. At long last, we finally have that 4th clear round. So 4 clears, all 4 of those are guaranteed a spot in the second round, where they'll be returning in reverse order of merit. So it does mean that by securing a clear, you will be coming in towards the end of that second round of competition. And it means that you get to watch all the other riders, see what turns they take, see what you need to do in order to make it through and in order to claim a victory. Still space for a few more clears, 12 riders that will be going through in that top 25%. Kayla Gertenbach up next on number 33, like Mike van Pellegrassa. Unfortunately got a little bit deep there, perhaps Mike a little hesitant as he came into 4A. Takes out the first element of the triple combination. Mike is a very, very tricky horse. He was brought on and produced by Carl Boonzai, taken up to the 1m35s and the 1m40s in that time. Kayla spent a lot of time trialing Mike out, had him on trial for about 3 months before she eventually pulled the trigger and decided to make the purchase of him as her next ride to take her back into the big leagues. Has jumped a couple of 150s with him since then, but he is a very tricky horse and has come back down a little bit to build some confidence. 2 fences down now, both of the A elements proving a little tricky for Mike here today. She makes her way down to the last. She's on that 8. She won't be going through. Shake of the head shows that it's not quite what she was expecting. She definitely would have wanted better than that. But Kayla, of course, a very strong competitor, and she will be back. Young, promising talent that we'll be looking forward to seeing much of in the years to come. Of course, another one of those very young, very talented riders that we do have on the South African circuit, Thomas Triggle. He rides next to number 34 on Calaho Sancho. We've been rather fortunate to watch Thomas in the last year, spending a lot of time in South Africa. When COVID hit, he'd started his European campaign, but came back not knowing how things were going to pan out, and has now been a strong fixture on the South African circuit again. Super talented rider that's been spending a lot of time on his flat work. He's always had a good eye for a stride, but with his flat work, he's really coming along nicely. Very, very steady in the saddle is Thomas. He's got a good eye. He's very kind on his horses as well. Up over 4A, B, and C goes down. Unfortunately, clips with the back legs. Calaho Sancho likes to be placed very precisely. Just drops the back leg, then clips that rail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strides up and over the sunflowers. The arena now falling mostly into shadow as the sun starts setting behind the clubhouse here at Shongweni. Gave those planks a rattle, but they look to have stayed in place. Makes his way down the final line. Just the one down so far, and it's a good effort from Thomas. A single fence down at 4C. Finishes on 4 penalties. We'll have to wait and see if he makes it into that top 25%. Wasn't the quickest of times there, like looking at his pace. We have seen a few quicker, so we'll have to see if he does make it into 73.62, unfortunately not quite quick enough, so he will be out of the running for that second round. So 4 clears and our quickest of our 4 falters, 8 of them that will be at this stage going through to the second round as we flip the page and move on to our last 12 riders in the class. Lisa Williams has had a wonderful afternoon already, claimed victory in the World Cup qualifier once again on Campbell earlier on. She's back now on a Pilgrim, who's had a fantastic show so far, picking up 4th in the first 1 meter 45, or in the 1 meter 45 2 phase. And unfortunately, as I say, that takes the A elements of the triple combination. 4 penalties so far, with another 8 fences or so still to come. Another one down there for Lisa, takes her to 8 penalties overall. Make that 12 as the B elements at 8 goes down as well. Pilgrim, not the most orthodox jumper. He is a very, very big horse. Does have scope on his day, but he's not the most careful. Half sibling to Peruge that Lisa jumped in the 1 meter 35s earlier on. Both of them by the same sire, and both of them with a very similar jumping technique to their sire. Brings it home with the 3 down, so that's 12 penalties. She'll be unable to replicate her placing of earlier on in the week. 12 penalties not good enough today. So we are scheduled to take Lorette Knowles-Taylor now. It would appear that she has scratched on Amor Warandezi. So instead, Jonathan Clark, his second ride in this class is Data Science's Inouche RK. Earlier on, we noted that Inouche was not taking part in the World Cup qualifier, despite winning both of the FEI classes in the build-up. owners, Di and Mark Slade, electing to perhaps rest Anoush. She did come off a bit of a break recently where she was not in the show jumping ring. She has come back, and as this week has proven, she's come back with quite a bang, picking up wins in both the first 1m45 and the first 1m50 competition of the show. Really is such a superman, such a super partnership. Jonathan really does get the most out of Anoush. Supermare that always has her ears forward. She's always looking at the jump. She's always ready to go. Quick across the ground, gets her feet up quickly. Very, very scopy indeed. And for those that are into their breeding, you'll be keen to know that there is currently a Hummer foal on the ground out of Anoush. So if any of you that have been watching the South African show jumping circuit, both Hummer and Anoush have competed very successfully up at the 1m50 levels. There's an exciting foal on the ground that is going to be coming into the show jumping ring in a couple of years' time. No doubt Jonathan will be given the honors of producing that wonderful young, I do believe it's a colt, so we'll have to see what comes of that, but big things in future there. Anoush comes to the last clear, and Jonathan Clark manages to do it. Of course, if anybody was going to give us clear round number 5, it would be Jonathan. It's inside the time allowed, and it's a super ride. Continues his fine run of form aboard Anoush. Spectacular combination that now make it through to the second round of this 1m45 championship class. 9 riders we still have left in the first round. 9 more opportunities to go through to the second round. 5 clears we do have, so our quickest of our 7 4-faulters are currently in the running. Any further clears will be knocking those out. Bronwyn Dos Santos now, her second ride. She was in the running earlier on Lavubu, but has subsequently been knocked out. Not quite on the pace needed with her 4 faults. She's back now on Bibisi, absolutely flying mare, super scopy, but spends a lot of time in the air, which can cost her when she's trying to make up time against the clock. Bibisi spent a lot of time in Europe, where it was Oliver Lazarus that did a lot of the production for Bronwyn after she purchased the mare. Bronwyn then, after debating whether or not to make her way across to Europe, decided instead to bring Bibisi to South Africa, has been steadily working her way up the grades, has jumped a couple of 1m50s in the last couple of months with Bibisi, but not wanting to rush things, wanting to rather build a steady partnership and get the confidence up so that when Bibisi does eventually make the full-time progression to the 150s, she's ready for it and they can get straight to winning. It's been a super round so far. Bibisi with scope and clearance for days. A little bit deep there. Comes down to the last. It's all clear. The time is looking good. Super ride. Bronwyn will be very happy with that. Bibisi jumps absolutely massive. Bronwyn, small in stature, jumped out of the saddle on a couple of occasions, but she hangs in there. Clear she goes. Bibisi and Bronwyn are now into the second round. Guaranteed passage. That second round's come a little bit later on. There will be a second course walk. It will be over a shortened course, a new course for our 1m45 riders. Before then, still a few more riders to come, including Heather Mostert and her second ride. Unfortunately, bombed out a little bit earlier on Contessa, but she's back now with Summerbridge Cruise. Easy over number 1 for Heather, and this wonderful 13-year-old horse, sired by Cruising, out of a dam by the name of Cougar Lady. Has been an absolutely super find for Heather. Has this horse enabled her to build up her courage and build up her confidence as she's gone along. Brought up to the 1m45s and the 1m50 grades has Summerbridge Cruise. Of course, a big role in that goes to Ronnie Lawrence. Ronnie Lawrence is Heather's primary coach down here in Durban, where she is based, although she does, on occasion when she's up in Joburg, Anne-Marie Essling, a relatively close family friend, does also help with the instructional duties when Heather is at the away shows. A little bit deep into the planks there, but Summerbridge Cruise manages to dig deep, get over the top of it without giving it a rattle. And so far, Heather is clear as she makes her way down the final line. Over the hollard, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strides, then 8 to the last. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 strides. Super ride. She didn't manage to do it on her first, but she comes home spectacularly in with her second ride. Summerbridge Cruise, Heather Mostert, through to the second round.
Now please tell me Chantel's here.
So it has taken us quite a while for the clears to start building up. In fact, by the time we got to the halfway point of this class, just 2 clears we had. Subsequently, we have added another 5 to that list, which means only the 5 quickest 12-faulters at this stage in the top 24%. Gail Foxcroft, unfortunately, knocked out of the running with that clear round from Heather Mostert. As the next rider sets off on track, Kyla Brimacombe, owner and rider of Consumer Rock International Quisto 2. Unfortunately, coming undone a little bit deep into the A element. Clips the front rail, does Quisto. Means 4 penalties at this early stage of the track. Gives hope to the remaining 4 falters that are still in that 25% running. But of course, Kyla is a relatively quick rider. She's not one to really slow down too much. She always likes to keep a good forward pace on both her rides. We watched her earlier on Manpro Callagho Floyd. Very scopy horse is Quisto. 12-year-old Holsteiner gelding, sired by Quo Vadis 1 out of an Acrobat 2 mare. She makes her way down to the last. It's just the one she has had down so far. She'll be super happy with that. A big hug for Quisto. Smiles all around as she finishes on 4 penalties. Time, unfortunately, not quick enough to make it into the second round. She's still very, very happy with that effort in the 1m45s. She'll likely be building Quisto up. Of course, that next step into the 150s is that another combination that we might yet see in a World Cup not too far away from now. One rider who definitely has her eyes on the World Cups is Ada Rain Ferguson. Tack and Tog's Levita, they'll be next. Levita, of course, the horse on which Ada Rain Ferguson made her way into the 150s at the Outdoor Grand Prix earlier this year. Hasn't attempted the 1m50s since, but she is more than happy to compete as an adult rider in these 1m40, 1m45 grades. Of course, being only 16 years old, turning 17 in December, she's not eligible to take part in the World Cup qualifier classes. Those do, of course, require a rider to be in their 18th year. So the moment she turns 17 from next year, you can bet your bottom dollar that we'll be seeing Ada Rain vying for World Cup qualifier glory. Gave a super ride there with Levita through the 4A, B, and C. That triple combination that's given so many riders trouble so far. Over the triple bar at number 5, straight down to the Western Shop. It's a good forward pace as well, so even if she does have one down, she should be home in a good time. Ada Rain, a very, very competitive rider. Of course, she did have her eyes set on the Youth Olympic Games. That was until, of course, COVID put paid to all of that happening. Has been a replacement tournament announced in its place, but at this stage, not too sure whether Ada Rain will be eligible for that or not. Gave the planks a rattle, that top plank still wobbling, but she's making her way down to the final fence. She's still clear. 7 clears we have. Could it be 8? Oh! It was all looking so good right up until the very last. Attack and Tog Levita and Ada Rain Ferguson. Still in the top 25%, 70.75 seconds. It was a good effort, like we said. That was a good effort that does see her into the top 25% with another 5 riders still to come.
So if you have one down, Chad, you need to be home in a quicker time than Tanya, 71.30.
So as things stand, the 7 clears that we do have does also mean, though, that we do still have 5 riders in the running on 4 penalties. 4 penalties, 71.30 is the current cutoff. Arden Villas and Tanya Chellen, they're currently in 12th, so they are still in the top 25% of riders that will come back for the second round. But this is a good pace we're seeing from Chad Cunningham, at number 42, Capital Clarissimo 2. Relatively new acquisition in the grand scheme of things. Clarissimo has been on the scene for a while. Was ridden by Nicole Horwood, who produced him up to the meter 30s, meter 35s. Chad purchased Clarissimo late last year and has since been building a steady partnership, looking to get back up into the top grades. Unfortunately, his previous top partner, Dino, that he used to ride in the 150s, did pass away late last year. Ever since then, Chad has been looking for something new to take him back up to the top of the sport. Unfortunately, take off a little bit too early there ahead of 8A. Comes down on that back rail. It's his first down, so he'll want to maintain this pace now. Won't want to waste any time, will Chad, if he wants to have any hope of coming back for that second round. Coming down to the last. It's just the one down, but I don't think the time will be good enough. Unfortunately, in 78.13 seconds, 4 penalties isn't going to be enough to see Chad through, but very happy with that. Moving up to these 1m45s, he's made great progression with Clarissimo. Super happy with that is Chad Cunningham. It's all experience, it's all getting used to these heights again, not just for him, but for Clarissimo as well. So 4 left to come. Sandy Manasseh, she rides Carignas at number 43. Carignas has been on the scene at these heights for quite some time. You may remember previously ridden by Anne-Marie Erslinger, competed him up to the 1m50s. Really is such a push-button horse, such a good doer. As you can see, no need for a neck strap or a running martingale at all. He likes things simple, and he's just relatively point and shoot, a great confidence builder, as he has done for Sandy. Sandy previously had Locarno Superstar that she'd taken up the grades, never quite reached the 150s, but of course that is the goal now with Carignas. Sandy not quite ready for the World Cup qualifiers just yet, has done a couple of 150 warm-up classes though. Instead deciding to ride in the 1m45s here today. She has had one down already, the back rail of the A elements at 4. The triple combination proving to be a very tough ask for many of our riders. Clear through the 2.8s. Nice jump over the planks at number 9. It's down to the last line, but it's not the quickest pace we have seen here yet. Already nearing 70 seconds, so it's unlikely that Sandy will be going through. I think, in fact, we can rule her out of going through to that second round, but a wonderful ride. Taps the bricks, but leaves them in place. 4 penalties. She's very happy with that effort. Mileage, both the horse and rider. Carignas happy to do his job, and Sandy, really a lovely lady that really loves her horses. She is super thrilled with Carignas' performance there. So tapping that brick at the top of the wall, that's what Sandy did. It has been displaced. Carl Boonzaya not wanting to start his round until such time as that brick has been replaced. Arena Party quickly making their way over for that. Of course, Carl has had a great afternoon. We saw him earlier in that World Cup qualifier class. Really was a great ride that he gave on Callao Casperon. One of only 2 double clears meant that he came home in second place. He's now back on another stallion for the Callao Warm Blood Stud, this time in number 44, Callao Corinth. Corinth was out for quite some time, also had a bit of an injury niggle, and then instead of coming back into competition, he was retained at stud for stud duties. But he's now back in the competition ring. He's feeling good, ready to tackle the 1m45s again. Carl gets a good start over the first 2 fences with Corinth. He's looking playful, but still looking like he's concentrating on the job at hand. For A, B, and C, gets a little bit deep to the C element, manages to climb his way out. Over the triple bar, widely regarded as one of the easier fences to jump for the horses. Starting out low in front, allows them to gradually ascend as they make their way over the top of it. It's looking like a really good round for Carl, and as I said, unfortunately A and B elements both going down at fence number 8, the commentator's curse, followed in quick succession by fence number 9. Fence number 10, Corinth perhaps fatiguing a little bit. getting back into work after a bit of a layoff and a long week's worth of show jumping. 4 fences down, a shake of the head from Carl. Bit of a wry smile. He's happy to have Corinth back, but knows that Corinth and he can do better than that. Finishes on a 16 penalties there. Fences 8AB, 9 and 10 all going down. So 16 penalties, and Carl will have to settle for a second place from early on. Will take no further part in this competition. 2 to come in the first round. The next of those, the penultimate rider, Paige Gage and Biogen's Casper. Casper no stranger to these heights. We've seen him take a number of riders around the 150s. Originally, Brian Mayer got Brian up to those 1 meter 50s. Then when Brian went off to study, Lorette Knowles-Taylor had the ride, was super competitive. Paige acquiring Casper, gave Shaitan the ride for a year. Shaitan, of course, did fantastically in the outdoor Grand Prix 2 years ago, I do believe it was. Finished in second that time out, only behind Chris van der Merwe, who had an absolutely stellar year back when he was riding Chantilly. Casper has now moved on to Paige, who had an absolutely stunning junior career, was very, very competitive, produced a lot of horses of her own up to those 1 meter 35 ranks. Had a couple of them in the 1 meter 40s, but Casper now ready to teach another rider, bring another rider on up through the ranks, and hopefully take Paige to the 1 meter 50s in the near future. Know that that is her goal. He has been entered in the secure stabling at the World Cup qualifiers to do a couple of those warm-up classes. So far, it really is looking good. Through fence number 9 means that there's 3 still to come. She's all clear so far, 2 left. 8 strides down to the narrow wall. Come on, Paige. Yes, what a wonderful ride. Massive smile on Paige's face. It smiles all round from the crowd. A round of applause goes out as Biogen's Casper and Paige Gage give us a guaranteed passage through to the second round of the competition. 8 clears we have. Early on in the class, it looked as though we weren't going to have any riders going clear. It took a long while before we were able to get our first clear. We got 2 of them in relatively quick succession, but at the halfway point of the class, there were only 2. Thankfully, those percentages have climbed. Now 8 of them that we do have. Our last rider on track, Tamara Rueda, and AAN Equine Ladorado FG, looking to add to that list. Tam's been building up a real quality string this year. She rides under the tutelage of Gonda Beatrix. Unfortunately, the C element of the triple catches Ladorado out. Ladorado was quite steady at the 135s and 140s at the beginning of this year, made the step up to the 150s. Has flitted in and out between the 145s and 50s since then, building up confidence. Another bright prospect that Tamara does have, in addition to Liantos and Qantas. So despite that C element going down, it's actually been a lovely ride from Tamara. Although I don't think the pace is quite quick enough for her to make it through to the second round when she comes home on 4 penalties. Down to the last fence now. She's carrying that 4, just the one fence that has gone down. Brings it home with 4 penalties. 76.92 seconds will unfortunately not be quick enough for Tamara Rueda and AAN Equine Ladorado FG. So as things stand, the clear rounds that are guaranteed passage through, those are Cornets Mandarino and Ronnie Healy, Carthago van den Bos, Martijn Swanepoel, Lambus and Tanya Chellen, R&R Gaucho de Emma and Oliver Bishop. Then in the last few horses, we have had quite a few clears. Data Sciences in Noosh and Jonathan Clark, BBC, Bronwyn dos Santos, Summerbridge Cruz and Heather Mostert, and Biogen's Casper. We'll have a few of our 4-falters going through as well. We'll have those for you in just a moment, as well as our running order for that second round that will be in reverse order of merit. Until then, don't go away. The second round course is being readied. We'll be back in just a few minutes' time with the remainder of the action, proudly brought to you by Aquile and Bradcore Armature Windies.
Perfect
how you love me electric, like you do. Love it how you love me electric, always you. Love it how you love me electric, electric. I love it how you love me a lot, love me a lot, love me electric. Baby, keep the light on for me, I'm coming home. Know I got you forever wherever I go. I feel like I'm high. Oh, and I wouldn't change the way you got me jumping through hoops. All the wishes in the world and I wish for you. I feel like I'm dying. Oh, and I found heaven in your eyes. Tell me it's all mine, holding on too tight. You're like a neon sign in a starless night, showing up so bright. Can't get over how you talk to me, like I'm all you ever gonna need. Seeing colors that I've never seen. I love it how you love me electric, like you do. Love it how you love me electric, always you. Love it how you love me electric, electric. I love it how you love me a lot, love me a lot, love me electric. Wired in the moments like I'm walking on air, tripping over roses every time that you're there. I'm losing my mind. Oh, and I'm hot over the moon, you know that you got me good. I'm not even mad, I need you more than I should. I feel like I'm dying. Oh, and I found heaven in your eyes. Tell me it's all mine, holding on too tight. You're like a neon sign in a starless night, showing up so bright. Can't get over how you talk to me, like I'm all you ever gonna need. Seeing colors that I've never seen. I love it how you love me electric, like you do. Love it how you love me electric, always you. Love it how you love me electric, electric. I love it how you love me a lot, love me a lot, love me electric. Found heaven in your eyes. You're like a neon sign, showing up so bright. Can't get over how you talk to me, like I'm all you ever gonna need. Seeing colors that I've never seen. I love it how you love me electric, like you do. Love it how you love me electric, always you. Love it how you love me electric, electric. I love it how you love me a lot, love me a lot, love me electric.
People tend to have a bit more appreciation since people are so accustomed to seeing video.
Once again, the riding order for the second round. First to go, take a talk to the Vita. Bearing forward for the first round. Lord Cassini, Genevera, 450s on the first round. Going to keep that score. Linker, Jupiter. And all the clears, Conchago, Mandarino, and Summer Bridge Cruise, BBC, Lambus, Gaucho, Casper, and
I will always feel some
for second, 7,500 for third, and some wonderful, wonderful prizes. Sitting on pole position, last to go. Dave Sun's new jockey, Jonathan Clark.
So the course has now been readied for the second round of this 1m45 championship class, proudly brought to you by Aquile and Bradcore Armature Windies. It's not quite the 1m45 championship that we were expecting to start with. We have had a strong showing of show jumping here throughout the course of the weekend, but it took us a while to get the clears that we did. In the end, we ended up with 8 of them, which meant that 4 riders went through with 4 penalties. Of course, this being a Grand Prix, the top 25% go through in reverse order of merit. Do have that running order for you. First in will be Ada Rain Ferguson, Tack and Togs Levita on 4 penalties, followed by Jenna Barrow, Liberty Lord Cassini. After that, Shades Hendricks and Biogen's Kalenko. And then Ryan Walbridge and Jupiter de Martellenville. All 4 of those riders have 4 penalties. After that, we move on to the clears. The clears being Martin Swanepoel on Carthago Fondenbos, Cornets Mandarino with Ronnie Healy, Heather Mostert and Summerbridge Cruz, Bronwyn dos Santos on Babisi, Tanya Chellan on Lambus, Oliver Bishop on R&R Gaucho de Emma, Paige Gaich on Biogen's Casper, and last in Jonathan Clark and Data Sciences in Noosh RK. Lest we forget, Jonathan already with 2 victories on Anoush this week. First claiming the 1m45 FEI A2, followed then by the 1m52 phase competition. Course designer Kevin Spratley, he's asked a number of questions that our riders have simply not had the answers to this afternoon in this 1m45 Grand Prix class. His second round track, could that potentially throw up a few bogeys, a few more tricks that the riders aren't expecting? It's a shortened track taking place over 7 obstacles, 8 efforts, a single combination. That coming at a 5A and 5B, uses the A and B elements of what was previously 4ABC that managed to get a couple of riders in the first round. It's a course length of 320 meters, which gives us a time allowed of 55 seconds. Speed required for this class, 350 meters per minute. Of course, will be well worth fighting for all of our riders, thanks to our very generous sponsors. A big thank you to Aquile as well as Bradcore Armature Windies. We do have 16,500 rand going the way of the winner, 10,000 to second, and to third, 7,500 rand. First couple of competitors making their way in. Once again, we start with those 4 falters, and they do go in reverse order of merit. So we start with the slowest of the 4 falters going through. It's not often you'll say that one of the slowest riders was Ada Rain Ferguson, but of the 12 that made it through, from 46 starters, she was the slowest of those 4 falters. Tack and Togs Levita. That time allowed 55 seconds. She carries forward the 4 penalties. Her final score will be 4 plus whatever she accrues in this round. Rattle of the planks of number 2. That was previously number 9, and the planks are still shaking there. We'll keep an eye on that, make sure it doesn't fall. But otherwise, it's looking good. She's over fence number 4. Now she makes her way around to fence number 5. This is the combination that caused so many problems earlier on in the class. A, B, the C element has been removed. She now makes her way around down to the final stretch. Fence number 6, the triple bar, it's a straight shot down to fence number 7. And she's got it. Super, super ride. The planks stay in place, which means Ada Rain Ferguson goes clear in the second. Fantastic, fantastic effort. We'll listen out for that time in a moment. Make sure that we do have that for you. But as it is, she finishes on 4 penalties overall.
Back and forth, rockabye baby, but it stayed up. The bow did not break. Well done.
So super, super effort from Ada Rain Ferguson. We move now to number 2 in the second round, Jenna Barrow and Liberty Lord Cassini, another one of those riders with 4 penalties. Smooth going now from Jenna Barry. She makes it over fence number 4, not looking to be too phased at all. She's going to want to set herself up nicely for this combination. She was one of the riders that did struggle with this combination in the first round, but she makes it through nicely this time out onto that final line. The last couple of fences to come. Over the triple bar, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strides down to the last. She comes home clear in the second, finishes on 4 overall. A great effort, 42.51 seconds.
Clear for jumping, 42.51, stays on the 4 that she came in with, but I'm afraid not quick enough to beat Levita, who cut that beam in 40.94. Levita leads, but of course a bunch still to come.
Third rider up in the second round, Shayton Hendricks, Biogen's Kalenko. They've won many classes at the 1m40 heights. They've proven that they can be quick. Kalenko can be scopy as well. Of course, he does have 4 faults, which means he'll need to go clear here if he wants to put the pressure on the other riders. He keeps it tight from 1 into 2. Good ride from Shayton and Kalenko. He's hunting down 40.94. That was Adrienne Ferguson's time. She's currently leading on 4 penalties. Over the Hollard, a nice easy ride down to number 4. Cuts it fine. Kalenko's up for it though. It's going to be a tight turn and then a gallop down to the last. Come on, Shayton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Steady 6 down to the last, and he's clear. Stellar effort. He jumps clear. Do believe that's into the 36-second region, if I'm not mistaken. He does finish on 4 penalties. 36.84 seconds, some 4 seconds quicker than Adrienne Ferguson and Tack and Togs Levita. An absolute masterclass there from Shayton Hendricks. If only it hadn't been for those 4 penalties in the first round. Last of the 4 falters to go now, Ryan Walbridge. Jupiter de Martellenville was quickest in the first round, but can he go quicker still in the second? It's going to take some work if he wants to beat Shayton's efforts of 36.84. Not quite as tight as Shayton was from 1 to 2 and down to 3. He's keeping a good rhythm. Takes a slightly wider berth as he rounds his way to number 5. Looks like he's just going to be going for the clear. It's a good effort, but it's a good forward pace as well as he makes his way down to this last line. Time to beat 36.84. He's not going to do that. But it's a stellar effort nonetheless. 40 seconds on the button, and it's a clear round that moves him into second place with 4 penalties overall. Super stuff from Ryan Walbridge, who currently lies in second, but we do, of course, have 8 riders to come, all of which had clears in the first round. First of those is Martijn Swanepoel, put in the slowest of the clear round efforts on the striking Carthago van den Bos. Of course, Carthago not necessarily a quick horse, but he does have a big stride, does cover ground deceptively so. Martijn not necessarily keeping the tightest lines, but he does want to set Carthago up, make sure that he is properly prepared for those planks, which he now clears with ease, rounds the corner. It's going to be a straight shot from 3 to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up and over 4. Now's where he can make up the time. Lots of space between 4 and 5 for him to travel, set up a line. He's gone very wide on his way to 5. Unfortunately, gets a little bit deep. Clips the front rail of 5A. And with the pace of this round, it means that he's going to drop behind those that have gone before him. Oh, big effort to climb over the triple bar there as he makes his way down to the last. Martijn finishes on 4 penalties. Steady efforts. 49.97 seconds, so it's quite a way off the leader's pace. 36.84, that was Shayton's time. 13 seconds behind that. 4 penalties it is for Martijn and Carthago van den Bos. That's the danger of those riders that come into a second round on 4 penalties. The pressure's not on them. The pressure is on the riders, however, that did jump clear. The next of those is Ronnie Healy. Condit Manarino provided a sublime clear in the first. He's going to need to do the same here, unless he wants to fall behind those 4 falters that have gone already. As things stand, Shayton Hendricks leads. Ryan Walbridge second. Adrienne Ferguson currently rounding out your podium places in third. It's a good ride that from Ronnie as he makes his way over the planks. Not rushing Mandarino, like we said, he is new to these heights as Mandarino. Ronnie will just want to be giving him the benefits of the doubt, keeping a good forward rhythm, getting used to the heights of these fences. For Ronnie, it's not about a 1m45 championship. It's about what's coming 6 months, a year down the line when Mandarino makes it into the 1m50 grades. It's looking good as he makes his way down to the last. Not the quickest time we've seen, but he comes home clear into the 45-second region, and he goes top of the table.
The horse pretty new to this level and making easy pickings of these bigger fences. In fact, looks like a better horse over bigger fences. Well, it's Mandarino, great to jump there, showing what he's made of in 45.26.
So 45.26 was that time from Ronnie, and it does mean that the remaining riders now have their work cut out for them, as it doesn't matter how quick they go. If they have a rail, they'll be slotting in behind Ronnie in the pecking order. Heather Mostert and Summerbridge Cruise, they're a combination that will go quick. They now have to pick the gamble. Do they go quick in the hopes that if they have a rail down, they still manage to go quicker than Shayton Hendricks, or do they go quick knowing that the likes of Oliver Bishop, Paige Gage and Jonathan Clark are still coming up behind them? Cuts a fine line into 5A and 5B, but it pays off. A rattle there, keeps it tight around fence number 2 as she makes her way down to the last line. Over the triple bar, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strides down to the last. Wonderful ride there. Heather Mostert comes home clear, and it's a quick time as well. 36.62, the quickest we've seen so far. Did not leave anything to chance. Even if she'd had a rail down, she was going to be quicker than Shayton. But of course, with Ronnie's clear, Heather knew that she had to keep all the fences up. She moves into the lead with that round, sets the benchmark for the 5 remaining riders. Bronwyn Dos Santos up next, riding Babisi. Once again, Babisi new to the 145s and 150s. Bronwyn isn't going to want to push too hard, and Babisi, of course, does spend a lot of time in the air. But Bronwyn is very competitive by nature. She won't want to hang around either. This is not a schooling round for her after all. And she's getting a good ride in so far. She's getting a wonderful tune out of Babisi, a horse that spends loads of time in the air. Bronwyn compensating well between the fences. A, B, onto the last 2. Clear so far, time to beat 36.62. She's not going to be quick enough for that, so she needs to eye Ronnie Healy's 45.26. She's clear coming down to the last. Rattles the last, but it's clear. 41.81 seconds the time. A super ride that sees Bronwyn into second place.
Second goes the flying BBC and Bronwyn Dos Santos, the time 41.91.
Beg your pardon, 41.91 attempt at the second out I was. Into second place at some 5 seconds off the leader's pace, but crucially, it's 3.5 seconds quicker than third placed Ronnie Healy. But we have 4 remaining competitors. Each can go quicker than the last. Tanya Chillen, she'll be eager to prove herself at this 1m45 level. Lambus ready to go. He is an absolute firecracker that revels in the fences being put up to these heights. And she's already off at great pace. She's kept that first turn really tight. A good forward rhythm as she makes her way round to number 3. Oh! Unfortunately, she buries him a little deep, and Lambert says there's no ways he can get out from there, not with any malice that he made that stop, and Tanya does unfortunately come tumbling off. She's back on her feet though, so you can be sure that she'll be back another day. Unfortunately today, not her day. Lambert standing there possibly slightly confused, not quite knowing what he was supposed to do at the foot of the jump there. Round of applause from the crowds as Tanya makes her way out on foot. She will still be in the prize money though, 12 prizes on offer here today. So the worst she can do is 12th, provided we have no other retirements or eliminations. So 3 riders to come. The leading time in 36.62 belongs to Heather Mostert and Summerbridge Cruise. Not only is that the leading time, but it's the quickest time recorded so far, even amongst our 4 felters. Oliver Bishop will want to challenge that though. He's a very competitive young man. R&R's Gaucho de Emma, not quite the quickest of the horses he's been on over the years. Belvedere was very quick. Gaucho, more of a stocky ride. big stride, lots of power over the fences, but of course Oliver, a great rider that knows how to get the most out of his horses. Unfortunately, coming to fence number 2, buries a little deep and just clips that top plank. Very shallow cups there. So that plank down, 4 penalties. And another one in quick succession means Oliver's on 8. Rules him out of the top spots. And with that, he slows right down. Knows that there's no point in rushing now with 2 fences down. Rather just guide Gaucho around happily. Get him used to jumping fences of this height. Bigger things at stake for Oliver. Makes his way down to the last after slowing right up. Comes home in 43.15 seconds. He'll be a little disappointed with that, finishing on 8 penalties. But of course, he will still be into the money at this stage. The worst he can do is 11th. 2 riders still to come. Paige Gage, Biogen's Casper. They come in second to last, as they were the second quickest of the clear rounds. Paige will want to be putting that pace to good use now as she hunts down the leading efforts, 36.62. Rounds the bend, gets a nice wide line into number 1, sets herself nicely. Gets over that, and now she needs to keep it tight. It's about being economical as well as being quick. It's a good line into number 2, sets Casper up. He clears number 2 the planks. Come on, Paige, you're going to need to pick up the pace if you want to challenge 36.62 over number 3. Now's the time to make up the ground. Paige opting instead to go a little steadier, wanting rather to just pick up the experience. Casper, of course, is experienced at this level. Paige, relatively new. She's clear coming to the last line. Up and over the triple bar. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strides down to the last. Super ride. Clear round. It's not quite quick enough, but 41.07. It's a superb effort from Paige Gage for her to come home clear. And 41.07 goes into second place. Very new to these 1.45 m heights and already a very strong challenger. Leader's pace is some 4.5 seconds quicker, 36.62. But of course, the remaining challenger, Jonathan Clark, Data Sciences in Noosh RK, a spectacular partnership. They are very quick, very talented, and Jonathan's off with a purpose. Goes slightly wider on his line into number 2. Angles it a little bit. He's keeping it tight on his way around to 3. He's going to want to set Anoush up as he lands. Leg on. Doesn't waste any time settling. Puts his leg on and it's go. Quick across the crown there for Jonathan. He's wanting to set Anoush up nicely. Steady over A and B. Keeps it tight around 2 as he makes his way to the final line. The time, 32 seconds as we speak. He's eyeing 36.62. Doesn't look like he's going to make it. But a super ride. Clear round from Jonathan Clark and Anoush. The time, not quite quick enough, but in 39.38 seconds. He ensures he goes into second place to finish things up. And with that, folks, it means Heather Mostert and Summer Bridge Cruise, they claim victory. A stellar ride in this second round in 36.62. Second place going to Jonathan Clark and Data Sciences in Noosh RK. They were winners of the 145s and 150s earlier on in the week. They're second place here today in 39.38. Third place going to Biogen's Casper and Paige Gage, clearing 41.07 seconds. Fourth place going to Babisi and Bronwyn dos Santos. Fifth place going to Cornet's Mandarino and Ronnie Healy. He'll be absolutely thrilled with that effort from Cornetto. After that, we go on then to the quickest of our 4 falters, which was Shayton Hendricks in 6th place on Biogen's Kalinko. 7th place going to Ryan Walbridge, Jupiter de Martellenville. 8th place going to Tack and Togs Levita, Ada Rain Ferguson. 9th place going to Liberty Lord Cassini and Jenna Barrow. 10th place went to Cartago Vandenbos Martin Swanepoel. In 11th place, R&R Gaucho de Emma, and round Gaucho placings in 12th, Lambus and Tanya Chillen. We await confirmation from the judges box on that official result, but as things stand, that's how it looks. Ladies and gents, that's how we bring to an end yet another Winter Classic down here in Shongweni. It's been an absolutely exciting day of show jumping. All the right questions asked by course designer Kevin Spratley as he put the riders to the test, especially in this 1m45 class that saw a number of riders making their way up to a new height, taking on a new challenge here today, many of them coming out on top at the end of things. Of course, there will still be a recognition ceremony for those top 3 placed competitors. Can confirm Heather Mostert claims victory, Jonathan Clark second, and Paige Gage in third on Biogen's Casper. For their efforts, 16,500 Rand goes the way of Heather Mostert as winner of this class, courtesy of our sponsors Aquile and Bradcore Armature Windies. For second place, 10,000 Rand to Jonathan Clark, going the way of Paige Gage in third, 7,500 Rand. Of course, a big thank you goes out to all the sponsors from throughout the course of the show. Headline sponsors Aquile, Bradcore Armature Windies for this class. And of course, our many, many other sponsors that have come on board. So official confirmation coming from the judges' box there. First to Heather Mostert, second to Jonathan Clark, third to Paige Gage, fourth to Bronwyn dos Santos. In fifth we had Cornets Mandarino, Ronnie Healy. Sixth going to the quickest four-faulter, Shayton Hendricks, followed then by seventh Ryan Walbridge, eighth Ada Rain Ferguson, ninth Jenna Barrow, 10th going to Martijn Swanepoel, 11th to Oliver Bishop, and in 12th Tanya Chellan and Lambus. So you can stay tuned for the scenes from the recognition ceremony. But this does end the official broadcast all the way down from Shongweni. A big thank you all for tuning in. And of course to the show organisers, congratulations for putting on yet another fantastic show. All the riders, very well done. To those who are travelling, please do travel safe. On behalf of myself, Roger Bierman, and the rest of my team here in commentary, thank you all for tuning in, and we look forward to seeing you all next time.
Walking away with the winners first. 16,500 Rand to the winner. Also receiving a felicitation from Southway. Thank you to Chantal Nicolas, Rally Park from Ardmore Valley at 2,000 Rand Jeep, Carol voucher, 400 Rand Lupa Stereo Restaurant voucher, Eco Logic, and Horse Tricks from Dream Tricks, all going the way with Summer Bridge Cruise, Heather Mostert and her team. Here they're trained by long-time coach Ronnie Lawrence. Hope you were here, Ron, to watch your pupil. Hope you are well. Second place going to Dave Santos and Nusha Arcade, Jonathan Clark, 10,000 Rand for second. A jewellery piece from Ralston's to the value of 1,500 Rand. A Spriggs Food Shop gift basket, 500 Rand. 250 Rand AAN equine voucher, Ecologic and Horse Treats from Dream Treats. To Nusha Arcade, Slate Equestrian, Jonathan Clark. Third placing to Biogen's Casper and young Paige Gage. Jewellery piece from Ralston's to the value of 10,000 Rand, also walks away with that 7,500 Rand purse. 250 Rand AAN equine voucher, Bellevue Cafe voucher, 200 Rand there. Spurwing Beanie, Ecologic and Horse Treats from Dream Treats. Well done. Winning grooms receiving a prize, lovely prize from Bradcore Armature Winders. And the first 3 grooms receive a box of Baker's Choice biscuits. Don't forget, riders, that all photographs were sponsored throughout the course of the week. Go on to denfordstudios.co.za. Upload, please tag all the sponsors. Don't tamper with the watermarks or the sponsors' branding. Upload to social media, and all your videos from yesterday and today, courtesy of Rubber Sealant. Please send out the necessary hashtags. Support our sponsors. There you go, Ronnie Lawrence with Heather Mostert. Here they're going to climb up onto the top step of the podium. Jonathan Clark in second, Paige Gage in third. Photo opportunity time, and then we'll ask the delegates to come forward and present Heather with the trophy, courtesy of Carol Hayward Fell. Receiving the statue, Carol Fells, a Durban ceramic artist. Both 1988 and 2012, she received the top national award at the Cora Brick National Ceramic Exhibitions. Her work is in the Pretoria Art Museum and many other SA public art collections. Carol has been a ceramic artist for longer than 40 years, focusing mainly on quirky horses. She has adapted since lockdown and now makes small versions of her larger work, selling directly to buyers through social media. This has provided her first ever interaction with horse lovers and buyers, previously denied by art galleries. Each piece is a one-of-a-kind and expresses the love she has for horses. So there you go, Heather. Thanks very much to Carol Fell for her contribution. Thanks very much to Aquila as well. And while I have this opportunity, big thanks to all involved at the show. Firstly, the sponsors, Aquila, the flagship sponsor. Great to have you guys on board. Big thank you to you. All the other sponsors as well, the associate sponsors. Many, many thanks. To the Foresyte team, Grant, Jocelyn, Shelley, Sue. Many thanks for your long hours downstairs. To all of the stewards, officials, ground staff, Kevin Spratley and team, Chucky, all you guys in the arena party, well done. Your courses have been absolutely fantastic throughout the course of the week. I'm sure all riders would agree. Testing but fair. Thank you so much for being a part of it. To our judges up here, thanks for putting up with me. To all the riders, thanks for coming out. For those who have travelled, safe travels back. Remember, there is a curfew, no travelling tonight, so I'm sure there'll be a mass exodus tomorrow morning. Travel safe, guys. And we'll see you all, hopefully in Shongwen in the not too distant future. A month or so for the Highway Show, Jody. The next in the World Cup Series shows. That's just around the corner. Sponsored, brought to you by Highway. That's up next. You can do it, Heather. Just lift a leg. Come on. Leg up. There you go. Come on. You've just won a big class. You can get on the horse, surely. There you go. Right. Put your hands together for the last time here for the winners of this 1 meter 40, 1 meter 45 competition. Heather Mostert, Summer Bridge Cruise. The winner from Jonathan Clark and Nusha K, Paige Gage, the wonderful Virgins, Casper. All of us here in the box, the judges, myself Aiden on the mic. Until next time, take care, travel safe, good evening.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions.
out that empty field, just you and me and time to kill. First kiss I didn't know would come. You laughing at my stupid jokes, both of us wishing we were old right then, 'cause we knew it was love. And everybody says take it slow.